The hour of 6:30 having arrived, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, August 4th, 2026, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Matthews.
Here.
Alder Matthews is present. Alder Mayer.
Here.
Alder Mayer is present. Alder O'Brien.
Present.
Alder O'Brien is present. Alder Ohovich.
Present.
Alder Ohovich is present. Alder Pritchett.
Here.
Alder Pritchett is present. Alder Tischler.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere is present. Alder Vitterer.
Here.
Alder Vitterer is present. Alder Zhang.
Present.
Alder Zhang is present. Alder Evers. I see Alder Evers. We're good. Alder Field.
Here.
Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Sorry, here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Uguerre.
Here.
Alder Uguerre is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
I'm present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Lankella.
Here.
Alder Lankella is present. Alder Lieberman.
Here.
Alder Lieberman is present. Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Present.
Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. So I just want to start by making sure that everybody saw the email from Director Edgerton from Information Technology. And just in case anybody has trouble with accessing the meeting or seeing it streaming, our primary live streaming service, which is called MediaSite, is experiencing some stability issues. So if you're watching on MediaSite and having trouble, we recommend that you switch to YouTube. And that link should be in the registration email that you received. If it's not, that could be sent to you if you're having trouble. But just wanted to note that if folks are having trouble seeing the meeting, that they should switch to YouTube as a more stable way to access the live stream. That said, I just want to acknowledge that it's been a hard day and a hard couple of weeks for our community. And I expect that we're going to hear from a lot of people tonight, which is a good thing and we welcome. And would just ask that we collectively, particularly on the council, give each other grace, give our community grace, and would ask that all of us try and refrain from using profanity in our remarks while expressing strong feelings, which are definitely encouraged and welcome. That said, I am going to ask the council, depending on how the consent agenda goes, for just a couple of questions of what order we want to take things in so that we could allow staff to go home if things are pulled from the consent agenda. So just don't want anybody to be surprised if we take things a little bit out of order. That will only be done with the consent of the council and only for the purpose of letting staff leave the meeting if their item can be handled quickly. All right, so then the first item on our agenda is disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals from members of the body on tonight's agenda? Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a disclosure on items 60 and 66. I'm a UW-Madison employee, but that will not affect my vote on either of those items.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I am also a UW-Madison employee, but that will not affect my vote for item 60 or 66.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Mayer.
Ditto on noted items.
Thank you, Alder.
North Fort Drive in District 18. Report of Department of Planning and Community and Economic Development. 14 votes required to adopt under suspension of MGL 2.055. Agenda item 67, which is legislative file number 93749, amending the public health budget to accept grant funds from the Medical College of Wisconsin, Inc. on behalf of the Advancing a Healthier Wisconsin Endowment for Partnerships for Success, Innovative Health Support for Young Parents in Schools, 2026 CRES-002, Report of Finance Committee, 15 votes required. Agenda item 69, legislative file number 93842, authorizing the city of Madison to accept, if awarded, a private grant of up to $10,000 from the Alliant Energy Foundation and authorizing the water utility general manager to enter into a grant agreement and sign related documents authorizing acceptance of the grant and amend the 2026 adopted capital budget to approve the grant revenue and expenses up to $10,000 for the water utility on wheels. Report of Finance Committee, 15 votes required. Agenda item 70, legislative file number 93940, authorizing the acceptance of a grant for $250,000 from the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation Community Development Investment Grant Program, and authorizing contracts from WEDC and the Mount Zion Charitable Organization, Inc. for the use of funds and amending the 2026 adopted operating budget for Economic Development Division, Office of Business Resources, Purchased Services. District 14, Report of Finance Committee, 15 votes required. Agenda item 71, legislative file number 93941, approving a revised rate for the 2026 Resource Recovery Special Charge and amending the 2026 Streets Division operating budget. Report of Finance Committee, appropriating funding from non-borrowing sources, updating TID proceeds and borrowing based on TID project plans, and authorizing transfers to borrowing across projects. Report of Finance Committee, 15 votes required. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda. Agenda item 102, legislative file number 94195, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute a contract between the city of Madison and Thailand for corridor safety studies and demonstration project planning and evaluation for 3 priority corridors in District 6, District 10, 12, 19, and 20. Introduction of new business for referral without debate, update referrals. Goes to Transportation Commission on August 12, 2026. Finance Committee, August 31st, 2026. Back to Common Council on September 8th, 2026. Agenda item 103, which is legislative file number 94196, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute a contract between the city of Madison and SEH for planning, engineering, and public engagement services for East Washington Avenue, US Highway 30 to Anamark, and Schrader Road, which is Whitney Way to Gammon Road, District 3, 12, 17, 19, and 20. Introduction of new business for referral without debate, update referrals. Transportation Commission, August 12, 2026. Board of Public Works, August 5th, 2026. Finance Committee, August 31st, 2026. And Common Council, September 8th, 2026. Agenda item 104, which is legislative file number 97197, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute a contract between the city of Madison and SEH for planning and engineering services for the system-wide safety improvement project. Citywide introduction of new business for referral without debate / update referrals. Transportation Commission, August 12th, 2026. Board of Public Works, August 5th, 2026. Finance Committee, August 31st, 2026. Common Council, September 8th, 2026. Agenda items excluded by 1, request of alders, or 2, speakers registered by noon on August 4th. Agenda item 2, legislative file number 94186, presentation by Common Council President Madison on next steps regarding the Police Oversight Board and Office of the Independent Monitor. Presentation, speakers registered. Agenda item 80, which is legislative file number 94055, mid-year appropriation resolution amending the 2026 adopted operating budget by taking the following actions. Transferring $500K from the general fund contingent reserve to agencies, making transfers within agency budgets based on projected spending. Oops. Oh. Did someone call me? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. And appropriating revenues and making other adjustments in non-general fund agencies, and amending the 2026 adopted capital budget by taking the following actions. appropriating funding from non-borrowing sources, updating TID proceeds and borrowing based on TID project plans, and authorizing transfers of borrowing across projects. Report of Finance Committee, speakers registered. Items introduced from the floor. Legislative file number 94250 by title only, amending the 2026 Economic Development Division operating budget by blank amount, approving program materials, and authorizing the Economic Development Division to administer a Williamson Street Business Support Program by sponsor is Alder Mayor. It will go to Finance Committee on August 31st, 2026. Business and Economic Resources Committee, August 19th. Back to Common Council on September 8th, 2026. There are no agenda items with corrections in that section.
Thank you, President Madison. Alder Harrington McKinney, did you have a question?
Madam Mayor, please, I need to recuse myself from item 93940. And I will not be able to vote on that because I will be prejudiced.
Thank you, Alder. The clerk will note that recusal, please. All right, so then on the consent agenda, we did have an exchange with the registrant on item 80, which left me thinking perhaps they wanted to speak on item 2. Instead, with the permission of the body, can we just confirm that, because then item 80 could remain on the consent agenda unless somebody from the body wants to exclude it. So maybe let's do that first. Are there requests for exclusion from the body? Alder Pritchett?
Yes. Exclude items 76 and 78.
76 and 78. Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
Are there any other items that council members would like to have excluded from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, then with the body's permission, could tech staff find and unmute Jinx? I believe it's Recchio. And Jinx, could you just clarify if you wanted to speak on item 80 or just on item 2? You should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I wanted to speak on this topic as well as item 2. I was told I could register for both, if that's okay?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you for clarifying that.
No worries.
We'll come back to you in just a minute then.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So then we will, let me just go through the consent agenda again to make sure that everybody has it. The following items will require a supermajority vote. Those are items 64, which requires 14 votes. The following items require 15 votes: 67, 69, 70, 71, an addition of 73, 75, 77, and 80. We have some changes to the recommendation. Thank you. Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda and the recommendations therein pass. So I'm going to suggest that for the sake of finance staff, at least, that we take the, I believe it is the single registrant on item 80. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to clarify that the registrant, and you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Jinx Recchio, resident of Madison, and the justification for moving of certain funds reflects yet another instance of the city not valuing its constituents or hearing their asks. So 2 of the departments who had carryover balances that are being used are libraries and public health. I'm a library member and have had amazing experiences with the employees there and have seen them offer compassion and thoughtful services to everyone in our community, including our homeless neighbors. Public health funding is also being distributed to the other departments. And that public health funding could instead be used to help major causes of homelessness, such as mental health resources. But instead, those funds are being rerouted to other departments, with the 2 I want to discuss being Madison Metro Transit and Police. So over this last year, there have been multiple instances of bus drivers refusing to work overtime that they're normally expected to work. They're severely understaffed and don't receive proper support. Madison Metro is also extremely over budget, and a large portion of the funds being moved are going towards Madison Metro. My issue is that when looking at the projected Madison Metro budget and uses of the money, they cite they'll be going towards supplies and purchased services from contractors. They also cite that their personnel budget is actually under by 1%. So if your public employees are making it clear to you that they're understaffed and the city is rerouting money to their system, why would that funding not go towards hiring more staff and improving pay for our city transportation workers? Then finally, the police budget is also getting money during this move. They are receiving $257 during this budget transfer. And while that may not sound like much money, I do not know of any reason that a single cent more should be given to them when they already have a whopping $98 million budget, the most of the city by far. There's also the surveillance technology report that I saw, and many of the departments are very thorough about reporting exact cameras and locations, even the departments with many cameras. And I noticed that the police department only lists vague categories, does not list the counts of cameras, and also lists that all employees are given access to the camera data, but that they are trained to not use it except for express purposes. I think there's been plenty of instances of police misuse of camera data that we already know that this is not the case. And if they already have an immense budget, do not sufficiently report their surveillance technology use to the standard that other less funded departments do, and their funds are not being used to keep people safe, then why would we ever give them an extra $257? These are both examples, in my opinion, of the city not actually hearing what their constituents want and need and represent a larger failure of Madison as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the registrant on item 80? Alder Matthews, is it a question?
No, sorry.
Let's just see if there's any questions for the registrant on item 80. Seeing none, then Alder Matthews, do you have a point of order? You're muted, Alder.
Thank you. My point of order was to ask if we are able to move to allow the public commenters to have their cameras on when they are giving public comment.
Alder, it's a relevant point, but what I'm told by our technology staff is that because we're in, I'm sorry, I'm going to get this wrong and I might have to ask our tech staff to explain it. Because of the format that we're in is a webinar format, we're not actually able to do that with it. It's technically quite difficult. It's not a regular correct. Zoom meeting. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alder. I appreciate the question. All right, so without objection, then we'll take up item 80. Item 80 is legislative file 94055. It's the mid-year appropriation resolution amending the 2026 adopted operating budget. You'll forgive me if I don't read all the details again. And on item 80, President Madison, a motion, please.
Motion to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Thank you. On item 80, are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions. Oh, Alder Lieberman.
Yeah, just based off of the public comment, I was wondering if somebody either from finance or transportation could speak to what I believe the rising fuel costs and how that is impacting the additional request that's coming in here.
General Manager Acton is here.
Good evening, Jamie Acton, General Manager of Metro Transit. Actually, for the 2026 ask, our diesel fuel prices were locked in and actually at this point are not contributing in a major way to the budget increase that you're just passed tonight. So what we're seeing right now is increases in supplies, increases in purchase of service, which is for our paratransit contracted service. And then the third is overtime for our operators, our Metro operators, and other staff throughout the department that essentially keep us running 24/7, 365.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if we could have a brief explanation of what the carry forward, I think it's like encumbrances are for that category of this mid-year appropriations and what the $257 for MPD would be going to.
Thank you, Alder. Director Schmidtke is here.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for that question, Alder Matthews. So in the mid-year appropriation each year, we look at agencies that have contracts that have been encumbered that carry over from one year to the next. So the agency may have encumbered an amount of money in the previous year's budget, and then they have to have expenditure authority to finish that contract spending in the second year. And so the items that are listed there for the various agencies are related to giving those agencies expenditure authority to meet that those contracts amounts that are carried over from one year to the next. And we just look at each agency and what their carryover amount is. For the library and for public health, since they have fund balances outside the general fund, their amounts, to give them expenditure authority in the current year for carry forward contracts comes from their respective fund balances.
Alder, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff on item 80? Seeing none, item 80 has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, item 80 has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 80. And then that will bring us to the question of taking up items 76 and 78 before item 2, or if you would like to go to public comment on item 2. I'd entertain a recommendation or a motion. Vice President Glenn?
Is there hold on. I'm getting an echo. Is there how many people are registered to speak on that, just for timing purposes, was my question.
Alder, we don't have registrants on items 76 and 78. We have, I believe, questions from Alder Pritchett. So we might be able to dispense with those relatively quickly. Thank you, Alder. President Madison? You're muted, President Madison.
Sorry, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to take up items 76 and 78 before the presentation, just to be able to dispense with them.
Thank you, President Madison. There's a motion on the floor to take up items 76 and 78, and then item 2. Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Alder Okovitz. So is there any objection to that order of business? Seeing no objection to that order of business, then we'll go to item 76. Item 76 is Register 94044, approving the design of a site-specific public artwork for the South Point Public Works Facility at 402 South Point Road. and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into a competitively selected agreement with the Milligan Studio LLC for fabrication, delivery, and installation. On item 76, President Madison, a motion, please.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you. Moved and seconded to adopt item 76. On item 76, Alder Pritchett, do you have questions for staff?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, please.
My concern is this. I'm asking for reconsideration of not moving forward on the design for both the South Park Public Works facility as well as the State Street ramp. The rationale is this. Given the recent incidents here in the Madison area, and even before then, my concern is we're utilizing outside, outstate, out of the country resources that will cost over $500,000. We've all been asked, at least agencies and departments have been asked to reduce budgets, by 2%. When I think about not utilizing the resources as well as the talent that we have here in the Madison area, as well as in the state, I ask the question, why is it we're using or spending money that we really don't have? In so many ways, this amounts to having a champagne taste, but utilizing a beer budget. In addition to that, one of the designers is located in Northern Ireland. And I ask, there is sufficient talent here in Wisconsin, here in Madison, that we can better utilize those funds and not use or spend as much money. For those individuals, for the designer in Northern Ireland, I ask the question, what does this person really, really know about the ebb and flow of Madison? Why can't we use talent that's already here? We have young people who are waiting to get a start, and many times they can get a start right here in their own communities. But absent that, we're using talent from Ireland for one project. The other project, we're utilizing people or an artist, from St. Paul, Minnesota, with offices, I think, in Boston, Massachusetts. Once again, what do they know about Madison? Why can't we have, let's say, for example, young people coming together, deciding what a project should look like? Perhaps instead of having a project that's going to be there forever, have students from high schools, from colleges, from Madison, from MATC, from the university, come up with ideas that can be best represents Madison. In addition to that, you can put it we can utilize, let's say, look at seasonal kinds of ways. Instead of looking at the same thing over and over and over again, why not have something for spring, for summer, for fall? That represents Madison. But no, when we start looking at people from the outside, they don't know Madison. And I really think that it's time we start utilizing the talent that we have.
Thank you, Alder. Our Arts Director, Karen Wolf, is here. Karen, do you want to address the Alder's questions and concerns?
Sure. I'll try to be brief. Thank you, Alder Pritchett, for those important questions. And I think we could do better to make sure we proactively talk to the alders and make sure they understand the way we approach our public art program. So very important that we utilize local talent and also elevate local talent. And we do try to do that. In fact, the model you just described, we just completed a project at Warner Park Community Center, and I would love to share the video of how we made that project, where we utilized a local professor, and he worked with youth. It was a partnership with engineering and the school district and the UW, and we were able to complete a project that way. But our public art program is meant to showcase Madison and have world-class art, and also to elevate local artists. And we work with artists of all levels all the time through our program. and try to have a really healthy mix. In the case of the two projects you talked about where the budgets are a bit higher, those do come from the Percent for Art ordinance that took citizens 30, 40 years to get through. This was a long time effort of many people in the community who really wanted to see a variety of public art, including projects that, I'm not like Cloudgate. When you go to Chicago and you see the giant bean, they wanted some projects that were of a world-class level, and they wanted some projects that were locally made. And so we do try to balance the program. Cheerio, the project that was selected for the State Street Garage, is interestingly, it looks like those artists are from out of town, but they bought a house here and they're moving to Madison. So in this case, we have sold our community on these wonderful world-class artists. They didn't get the local preference that is required by ordinance because this is a more recent development, but they are attached and connected to Madison. The Mulligan Studio, they live in Minnesota. He's an immigrant from Ireland, but they have these Midwest connections and they've already done projects in the area. They've been in Middleton. They're very familiar with our community, and that does give artists an advantage when they're trying to get a project here. So in those two cases, those are Percent for Art projects. The budgets are set by the ordinance, and it allows us to have very, to really aspire and have world-class art. In the case of the State Street Garage, we did save some of the budget, and my colleague Mary Rose Eckberg, who's managing that project, is working with several local artists to do mural art inside the garage where it will be very visible. So there is a mix also in that project. Did I answer your question?
No, you did not.
Okay.
Once again, we're dealing with budget. We have no money. We cannot afford this champagne. You use the word world class. There are individuals who don't have world-class taste. There comes a point in time when we have to think about what can we utilize here. I am quite sure that there are young people who can design murals or whatever it is that you want, and it can still be viewed as world-class because it comes from them. So you're saying the person that's going to design one thing, especially the State Street ramp, is from Ireland. They've moved here, so they recently moved here. They still don't understand Madison. Give those who have not had an opportunity to express what Madison is like to do that. That's all I'm asking. Please consider our young people.
Yes, very good point. And we will and we do. Thank you. Sorry.
But it's not world class.
Thank you, Alder. We're still in questions. All right. Thank you, Alder. Director Tuttle, did you want to respond to the Alder's question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to speak to, I think, a part of the Alder's question and just mention something that Karin briefly touched on, which is that the projects that are on your agenda for tonight are projects that are coming from our Percent for the Arts ordinance. That is an actual city ordinance that requires that 1% of the budget of major capital projects are set aside for the arts. So the team works through the process of, developing the capital budget with whatever agency is doing a project that meets the thresholds, finds out what the 1% amount of money is going to be, and then works with the Madison Arts Commission and sometimes with citizen subcommittees that are established for individual capital projects to identify the number and type of projects that we might be able to facilitate in a project using that budget. And then they help guide us on who we are selecting in terms of the artists that we'll work with for those projects. So just want to make sure that that's really clear. But the dollar amounts that you see attached to these projects are coming from our Percent for the Arts ordinance and are really established by the budgets of those capital projects at their foundation.
Thank you, Director Tuttle. Are there other questions for staff on item 76? Seeing no other questions for staff, item 76 has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Okovitz.
Yes, I just want to mention that this is in my district. I served on the State Street campus ad hoc art committee where we were choosing the art. The artist isn't just moving to Madison. He has a connection to Madison. I don't want to get it wrong, but I believe he grew up in the area. And one of their other, it frequently visits Madison, and one of the other projects they proposed, which is not one that we picked, was Post-it notes of their favorite things to do in Madison. We also received many applications from artists in Madison, and as part of the application process, we ranked artists on their submissions, and we looked at the overall quality of their past work and the quality of the proposal. In addition to, we did take some consideration for whether they were local artists or not, but we ended up not choosing any local artists for the final three. I just want to clear that up, that, there's additional connection beyond that. And additionally, I do think that this is a very good piece of art. This was chosen out of many submissions. We had artists from all over the world, all over the country, and Madison submit high quality proposals. And I think we chose the best one.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Having participated on an ad hoc committee to select an artist for the State Street Library Mall art, I know about the robust process that we go to locate artists and evaluate them and ultimately select one. Also, on behalf of the council, I want to apologize to the artists if they're on this call for that anti-immigrant nativist rhetoric. That has no place here, and I condemn it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Zhang.
Starting off with a few pieces of information. One, I currently have the joy of serving on the Madison Arts Commission. Two, the campus garage will be serving a lot of people in my district as it's across the street. And three, my family immigrated here as students. So I am feeling as if placing students and people who have been here for a long time or immigrants against each other is not necessarily helpful discourse. But Alder Pritchett, I would be happy, as well as anyone else on Arts Commission and art staff, to go through the artist selection process and maybe hear your input in another context. But I would also like to say that it is valuable for the place that we live to be beautiful. And I think there's a way to be fiscally responsible while also having a place worth joyfully living in. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. If no other alders in the queue on item 76, Alder Pritchett.
One last comment. I have nothing against immigrants. I do appreciate art, but I also know that there are numerous individuals who will never, ever, ever benefit from not only seeing, but appreciating that art. So I ask them, when you have a child who is struggling and they see a piece of art, perhaps that maybe one of their classmates, maybe someone in their own neighborhood put together, that is inspirational. That can be aspirational. But to suggest that just because a person is an immigrant, they don't have the right. I'm not saying that at all.
Moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor?
No.
Alder Pritchett would like to be noted as voting no?
Yes.
Thank you, Alder.
Voting no.
So with that exception, is there objection to recording yes votes? Seeing no further objection, we'll record one no vote on that item, and item 76 will pass. That will take us to item 78, which is Legistar 94047, approving the design for the State Street Campus Garage Hawthorne Court Percent for Art project. We have already discussed this, but we do need to properly move and take it up. So a motion, please, on item 78.
Motion to adopt.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt item 78. Alder Pritchett, did you have additional questions?
No.
Thank you, Alder. So on item 78, are there any questions from other members of the body? Seeing none, item 78 has been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on item 78, is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Is Legistar 94186, a presentation by Council President Sabrina Madison on next steps regarding the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Office of the Independent Monitor. President Madison, is it your preference to take public comment first?
To just do the presentation is very brief, just an overview.
Right, so we'll do the presentation and then we'll take public comment.
Yes.
Thank you, President Madison.
Do we need to make a motion to accept, or I can just start?
No, there's no action on this item. You can just start.
Thank you. Okay, so for folks listening, this item or what I'm reading from is just my public statement that was shared on July 27, 2026 at 9:17 in the morning. I believe it's one of the first attachments in Legistar for this item. And so you'll see it's just a statement titled Statement from Common Council President Sabrina Madison on amendments to the Office of the Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board. So I'm just going to give you a quick overview because we've gotten a good amount of emails. I just want to make sure I'm clear with folks listening that we're not taking up a budget item. This is not an item to vote on. So that's not what's before us. So I'm just going to give you an overview of how this item ended up on the agenda. So there were a set of amendments to the Office of the Independent Monitor and the PCOB. Through some back and forth conversations, I ended up meeting with the chair of the Police Civilian Oversight Board, Chair Meyer Pearson. We ended up having a pretty brief conversation Thursday after a press conference down at the City County building. We decided at that conversation that, we would figure out how to work together, how to come to the table, how to have a conversation. That Tuesday, I had invited NACO. NACO is the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. I met with them after attending the PCOBs or the Police Civilian Oversight Board. I think it was a regular meeting, but I'll go back and double check. But I believe it was one of their regular meetings. They invited a person to present from a law group. After scheduling a conversation with her, I decided it would be a good idea for me to also meet with NACO. In my conversation with NACO's leadership, I learned that NACO, again, the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, had not previously presented to the full council. And so you'll see in this attachment in Legistar on this item, on this presentation, you can watch that NACO presentation from Common Council. But in my meeting with them before we got them to Common Council, I learned they had not presented to the body before. And I thought I shouldn't be the only one getting the education. I thought that would be great for the full body to get the education about how, in general, oversight boards work. So NACO presented. I also attached in my statement, attached to Legistar, their presentation slides. Because if you're nerdy like me, you also have the slides to go along with the presentation. So you can see that there too. So part of the conversation with NACO, when we have presenters, they normally, sometimes there's a little bit of Q&A, and we ask some, great questions. Because we were having some conflicts here about, the office in general, I asked a question, I think just in general about, I think it was maybe another audience question I asked on behalf, but in short, my question was around what might we do in order to overcome those challenges, for example, or conflicts. And they suggested everybody basically coming to the table. And so let me just see here. And I'm also using a little iPad as my second screen, so forgive me here. So NACO quoted that night, they said the reality is with the work of oversight, there has to be some level of trust or willingness to come to the table and set aside personal grievances, whatever the issues are. Otherwise, this work can just be stalled and can drastically affect the legitimacy of oversight in the city. And so I thought when I met with Maya and or Chair Pearson in our follow-up conversation on that following Sunday, I used that NACO quote and education as the foundation for our meeting. So in my meeting one-on-one on Teams with Chair Pearson, we had maybe an hour-long conversation, and we came up where there were 3 points that I walked away from. So I was going to read this word for word so I don't get anything incorrect here. So first point was the Police Civilian Oversight Board wants to ensure there is an agenda item that allows members of the public to provide comments specifically regarding the Office of the Independent Monitor. I support that request and will ensure there is an opportunity on the agenda, which is tonight's agenda, for the public to share their perspectives on the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Office of the Independent Monitor. So this item is on the agenda because this came out of that conversation with Chair Pearson. The second point is the Chair Pearson shared that the board would like the current amendment process to come to an end so we can move forward or move toward a more restorative and collaborative path forward. Myself and the other 3 sponsors on those amendments removed ourselves. Alder or Vice President Glenn and Alder Matthews removed themselves from the, I think it was an amendment or an alternate to the amendment. It's all in Legistar. And then Alder Mayer decided not to move his amendment forward either. So that ended all of the amendments or alternates or single item. The third point was Chair Pearson emphasized that the board wants to have a conversation about the best way to strengthen and clarify the city's police oversight ordinances. She shared that the board does not want this work to be reactionary and that members felt they were not all working together, that we were not all working together to address areas needing clarification. Instead, they felt that things were being done to them versus with them. So I appreciate her willingness to share that perspective. And we decided that our Chief of Staff for the Common Council Office, Karen, would reach out to the referrals we got from NACO and schedule an initial conversation with the potential facilitator, myself, and Chair Pearson, and allow that facilitator to help us plan for how to go forward with this conversation or scheduling the time to meet. So, okay, let me just fast forward, or not fast forward, but scroll. Okay, so that really wraps up. So just to reiterate or recap, the amendments that were set to come to the Common Council tonight, those have ended. They are not live anymore. Chair Pearson expressed that they just wanted those things to end, but also expressed with those items ending, they still want an opportunity to share their perspective. So keeping my word, this is why I created a presentation topic, just to have an opportunity for that conversation to happen. I understand the next steps based on a conversation with Chair Pearson is that Chief of Staff for the Common Council, Karen, will reach out to, well, we already have their referrals. She will do a little bit of reaching out to them, schedule a conversation with Chair Pearson and I, and then it will be with that restorative justice facilitator that we would determine some next steps. So that is an update on how we got this agenda item, but I wanted to make sure I'm clear. So, because there was a lot of emails asking us to vote on something tonight, vote on a budget. That is not an item that we're voting on tonight. This is just an overview. It is keeping my word on the 2 conversations that I had with Chair Pearson and ensuring that they can still share their perspectives, or the public can share their perspectives, despite also wanting the amendments to end. So hopefully that makes sense. Thank you. Oh, and let me just make sure I reiterate as a nerd. This item is attached in Legistar. It's literally one of the first items. In my statement, you can click on the link. I encourage folks to watch. There's a lot of conversations about police oversight, of course, now, even more so. That presentation by NACO was very informative. I heard a lot of great feedback that night from community members who were tapped in. And you can also find the presentation slides if you really want to nerd out on it. So that's it now.
Thank you, Alder Madison. So without objection, then we'll proceed to public comment. I'll remind folks that you have 3 minutes. I would like to just tell the council, unless you instruct me otherwise as chair of the meeting, my inclination is to give some pretty broad leeway to the content of the comment tonight. The issue is a broad one as stated, and I expect that we may hear some comment that is not directly on the question of the Office of the Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board. In my estimation, it's probably better to just let that be. But if you want me to try and enforce the rules more strictly, I'm not seeing any desire for that. So, but you could make that request of the chair if you wanted it. So I would say then to folks that are here for public comment, technically the item before us is about the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Office of the Independent Monitor. And we would encourage you to keep your comments on that topic, but if you stray, we're not going to cut you off immediately. Again, 3 minutes. I will try and announce 3 names at a time so people can get ready. I understand there are maybe some people that are sharing a camera at the Social Justice Center, or sharing a microphone, I should say, at the Social Justice Center. And so I would ask just for some patience with our tech staff as they try and find the right person and see where they are. So I know that there's been a lot of work behind the scenes by staff to try and facilitate that. I will say that just because folks that are calling in not from that location are not able to turn their cameras on, we'd like to maintain that consistency for the folks that are all in one place together, and not have them be on camera either, just in fairness to the public comment that's coming from other places. So our first registrant is Amelia Royko-Maurer of Arena, Wisconsin, to be followed by Karen Chacon, to be followed by Steve Verberg. Do we have Amelia?
I see Nathan, but not Amelia, Mayor. Should I let Nathan?
Yes.
Nathan is registered later. So let's go to Karen or Karen Chacon of District 6, to be followed by Steve Verberg, to be followed by Helen Louise Mills. Do we have Karen or Karen? While we're waiting, Alder Matthews.
I just wanted to point out, I think Vice President Glenn unmuted to say that Amelia is at the Social Justice Center.
I'm sorry, Vice President Glenn?
No, I was saying that Amelia's here at SJC.
Oh, okay. So if we can unmute the SJC location for Amelia, please.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
This is Amelia Royko-Maurer. I am co-founder of the community response team. Polly Heenan, my roommate and close friend, was killed by police in front of my home on South Baldwin Street, 2 blocks from where Corey was killed, and that was back in 2012. What I saw over the last 24 hours occur on the corner of Baldwin and Williamson Street was horrifying. I see a city that has sunken. I see leadership that is Machiavellian. I see people grasping to remain powerful and relevant for the spring election. I see a city attorney who is out of control and giving bad information. A city attorney whom we've corrected, I don't know how many times, by going to legislative counsel, who gives bad counsel and operates solely as a risk manager. I saw a video of the independent police monitor being attacked by police officers. I saw blood on her hand. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. My grandparents emigrated to this country last century. I've lived here all of my life, and I just can't believe this. What I saw this morning and today was akin to right-wing authoritarianism. You all look so desperate. What I just saw on the street corner was the number of people was easily a Tuesday afternoon in Michigan Avenue in Chicago, and you have one cop per person. Clearly, you have too many cops in this city. I am asking you to fully fund the Office of the Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board with a minimum of $1.3 million. I'm asking the police department to stop whining about it. Do you ever see people whining about the National Transportation Safety Board reviewing transportation catastrophes? This is unprecedented, this baby act. Stop acting like babies. Oversight is normal. I am asking the council to fully cooperate with the independent monitor investigation into the killing of Corey Ruiz. All evidence, records, footage, and personnel access should be provided immediately.
You have 30 seconds.
Why you're avoiding it, I'll just 2 words, Richard Johnson. Council, we're asking you to order the chief now and the police and the mayor to order the chief now to hand over those records. There's no state law that forbids it. There's an ordinance that requires it. Do your jobs. All use of force recommendations and ad hoc committee report.
And that's time.
That's your time. Thank you very much. Our next registrant is Karan Chacon of District 6, to be followed by Steve Verberg, to be followed by Helen Louisi Mills. Do we have Karan?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Just a moment, I have to pull up my notes. Okay. My name is Karan Chacon. I am a 60-year-old white female named Karen, living in Madison, Wisconsin. I want to thank the City of Madison Council for perpetuating and reinvigorating the Karen meme. It's been lovely to be a Karen lately. I'm here about item 2, file 94186, regarding the future of the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board. I am here because an MPD officer killed Corey Ruiz. I live 2 blocks from where Paul Heenan was killed in 2012. I have worked with disenfranchised and marginalized youth for 35 years. I want to thank the council for affording me 3 minutes of your time to share what I've learned. Due to time constraints, I'm choosing one situation that I experienced directly, which I think supports the need for more oversight from our community. I was a teacher at East High School for 16 plus years. Some months before Tony Robinson was killed, there was a situation at East that required the ERO to arrest a student. Due to safety concerns, other police officers were present. The ERO at the school had earned the trust from the students, and she was removing a student with no major conflict. I was present to de-escalate students who had gathered. Most students left the area at our request, and some remained. One student was yelling MPDK. One of the officers who was present had previously served as the school ERO. He had been removed due to student concerns regarding his temperament and staff concerns, myself of which was one. This officer said he felt threatened by the letters MPDK. The ERO informed him she did not feel threatened, and said to proceed to arrest the student without engaging the student yelling MPDK. I need to digress here to when this officer was the ERO. There were several students and staff who expressed concerns regarding interactions with him. My personal concern
You have about
was that
30
students
seconds left.
referred to him as RoboCop because they felt he lacked compassion and behaved like a robot. I was present in the East Forum where the student was being walked out, and the officer taking him out had no concerns. RoboCop did and proceeded to try to arrest the individual saying the letters MPDK. Subsequently, hands were put on the young man. And I guess
I'm sorry, that's your time. Thank you very much. Our next registrant is Steve Verberg of Wendy Lane, to be followed by Helen Louise Mills, to be followed by Linda Ketchum. Do we have Steve?
Good evening. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. I'm a resident of Madison, and I'm asking you to fully fund the Office of Independent Police Monitor and to do it immediately. But first, what a day. The city government's brutishness and inability to engage constructively with the public was on full display, and it was nothing short of shameful. Back to the Independent Monitor. First, many thanks to President Madison for bringing the NACOL presentation to us and making it available on a continuing basis. The Independent Monitor's investigation into the awful in-custody death of Richard Lee Johnson amply demonstrates how badly we need a fully funded, fully independent, fully empowered monitor. The Monitor's report on Mr. Johnson's death is scrupulously documented. It shows the callous disregard of Madison police officers for human life and their willingness to casually lie. In the absence of this report by the Independent Monitor, we wouldn't know that police commanders lied when they told the public Mr. Johnson died due to drug use. I really urge everybody to reread that report. It clearly demonstrates what's at stake here. The Madison Police Department's counting on you not to read it or to understand its implications. The department, which I guess carelessly provided the Independent Monitor with the dash cam videos and audio that exposed the deceptions, that department's now wise to how capable the Independent Monitor is, and that's why they're dragging their feet on providing documentary evidence in the Corey Ruiz killing, and apparently ignoring her lawful subpoenas. So the creation of the Independent Monitor and Police Civilian Oversight Board was a modest reform, but it's one that can save lives. It can educate the public and finally begin to chip away at Madison's embarrassing racial disparities, if it is finally fully funded. This police department is not being trained or supervised properly.
About 30 seconds left.
Emailed all of you an article by a UW law professor and expert in use of force that I think if you read it, you'll find it pretty persuasive. I did. I guess I'm going to just note that the Independent Monitor was assaulted by police officers today after they fled and tried to not give a badge number to her.
And that's time.
What
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant, sorry, having to jump between screens here. Our next registrant is Helen Louise Mills of District 10, to be followed by Linda Ketchum, to be followed by Sharon Irwin Henry. Do we have Helen?
Yes, she's SJC.
Okay. Go ahead, Helen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, please.
My name is Helen Louise Mills. I live on the west side. Figueroa Cole is disappointingly my alder. I have been living in Madison for 26 years, and every few years is a great article written by an amazing Black man reminding white people how crappy they are and how crappy this city is. I'm using my polite words, Mayor Satya. I would like to draw attention to all of the times that you wear white, Mayor. As a suffragist or a feminist, it's giving a lot of Klan today. So please stop wearing white. I don't understand what happened this morning. We were expecting you. We've been hoping to see you, and we have not seen anyone other than awesome Davey and awesome Glenn at the site, talking with the people, talking with the families, talking with what's happening. This is so much bigger than Corey Ruiz. He was sacrificed on the altar of police execution of this city. You cannot silence the city. You cannot silence us. 3 minutes, that's your polite Midwest nice showing, and it's disgusting. I feel like maybe the rest of it would best be you singing Baby Shark, given the attention that you pay to anyone. Whether I call you a Klansman or sing Baby Shark, how far are we going to get in this conversation? Yeah, fund the PCOB. Yeah, fund the OIM. But have actual meaningful conversations. How are we supposed to build trust with this? How are we supposed to build trust with this? How do you come back from this? How do you come back from this? Baby shark, do 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 do. Baby shark, do 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 do. That's what it feels like. I'm just talking into the air to people who aren't listening, who aren't paying attention. Real harm is happening. People are dying. You are killing people. And I may as well be singing Baby Shark because you're not listening and you're not going to change and you're not going to do anything. So prove me wrong. Next time you wear white, make it be meaningful. I see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties over here, but I think I got it sorted. Our next registrant is Linda Ketchum of District 14, representing Just Dane Incorporated, to be followed by Sharon Irwin Henry, to be followed by Lindy Pigeon. Do you have Linda?
Mary, I don't see Linda.
Do we have Linda?
It's not here.
Okay, so I will come back. Then Sharon Irwin Henry of District 6 to be followed by Lindy Pigeon to be followed by Bronwyn Archwick. Do we have Sharon?
Is that the right Sharon, Mayor?
No. This is Sharon.
Sharon's at SJC.
Kilboy.
Sharon?
Oh,
we're on. We're live. Sharon Irwin is not here at SJC.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll go to Lindy Pigeon of District 18 to be followed by Bronwyn Archwick to be followed by Devin Snyder.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just want to say I prepared this before I seen all that crap that you threw out today there, Satya. Good evening. My name is Lindy Pigeon. I've lived in Madison for about 40 years. I am here today to speak on agenda item 94186 because I believe strengthening the office of the independent monitor and providing greater authority to the Police Civilian Oversight Board is an important step toward meaningful accountability. Over the past 4 decades, I have both witnessed and personally experienced racial profiling, what I believe to be improper investigative practices. For example, an officer looking in my daughter's window while she was getting ready for school, and behavior that I found to be juvenile and unprofessional from members of the MPD. Those experiences have affected my trust in the system that are supposed to protect all of us. Now, after the latest police killing, our community is grieving once again. Families are mourning, neighbors are hurting, and trust has been damaged even further. Accountability cannot stop with individual officers. It must also extend to department leadership, the mayor, and city officials who are responsible for ensuring meaningful oversight and public trust. supporting the Office of the Independent Monitor with adequate funding, and strengthening the Police Civilian Oversight Board are not anti-police measures. They are pro-accountability, pro-transparency, and ultimately pro-community. Strong oversight benefits everybody. This action alone will not solve every problem. There is still much work to do to address systemic bias, rebuild public trust, and ensure transparency when critical incidents occur. But every meaningful change begins with the first step. I urge the council to support Agenda 94186 and to continue building an oversight system that is independent, transparent, and empowered to serve the people of Madison. Our goal should be a city where every resident feels equally safe, equally respected, and protected, not just some of us, but all of us. And finally, to the mayor, I saw you crying around on the news and such about the unsustainability and cost of the encampment and memorial. Maybe if you stop letting MPD hire incompetent, racist killer cops in the streets, you could have a buck or two on, save a buck or two on lawsuits and community outrage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we may have Linda Ketchum now of District 14, and then we'll go to Bronwyn Archwick to be followed by Devin Snyder. Linda, you should be able to unmute. The prompt might be hidden, or if you're on your phone, it's *6. Looks like you're unmuted on our end. But we can't hear you. All right, I'm gonna, yes.
Sorry. Linda Ketchum, Executive Director of Justine. And I served on the MPD Ad Hoc Committee for its entirety as a representative of the LGBTQ plus community. Additionally, at Justine, we interact daily with individuals who are impacted by our criminal legal system. The Office of Independent Police Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board were born out of very real need to ensure public safety and to protect residents from excessive force by police, and to create a mechanism to hold the Madison Police Department and its officers accountable through a transparent, independent review process. In recommending the creation of the PCOB and the Office of Independent Monitor, the Ad Hoc Committee and the Council were clear in their intent that these entities must operate independently and with the authority to fully investigate use of force and complaints against MPD. We cannot presume that the police will adequately monitor their own behavior and hold their members accountable. There's too many examples where MPD has failed to hold its officers accountable for abusive behavior, either against the general public or against its own officers. That's why the independence of the Office of Independent Police Monitor, PCOB, must be protected. Elected officials and the city attorney must stop their constant efforts to weaken the authority in charge of the Independent Monitor and PCOB. The Independent Monitor must be fully funded to fulfill its mandate to our community, and to that end, the Office of Independent Monitor must be funded at least $1.3 million. Additionally, MPD must provide all evidence collected thus far in the killing of Corey Ruiz and in the death of Richard Johnson to the Independent Monitor in order to ensure a thorough, transparent, and independent review of their deaths. MPD must release all evidence related to injuries sustained today by protesters and city officials observing the cruel dismantling of the encampment at Williamson and Baldwin Streets. I'm in recovery from addiction, and in the recovery community, we say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. What we saw in the killing of Corey Ruiz is insanity. What we're seeing in terms of police refusing to fully cooperate with an independent investigation of that killing is insanity. What we're seeing at the corner of Williamson and Baldwin Streets today is insanity. Our other recovery mantra is this: you're only as sick as your secrets. Madison, we're sick. We allow police to withhold evidence, allow secrets to fester, saying one thing and continuing to behave as we always have, obfuscating behind policies and procedures to protect the status quo so that our secrets can continue. It's time that we as a city focus our recovery. It's time that we take responsibility for the harm we've caused, that we lay our secrets open, that we're honest, transparent, accountable so that we can end the insanity and bring about healing, compassion, and restorative justice
fully fund and support the Office of the Independent Police Monitor as a first step in our city's recovery.
Thank you. Our next registrant, I want to try again for Sharon Irwin Henry. I think I saw her in the attendee list. And then we'll go to
here.
Yes. Go ahead. And then after you, we'll go to Bronwyn Archwick and then Devin Snyder and then Reverend Ben Wager. Sharon?
Hi. Man, this is a sad day. There's so many memories floating through me. We had the opportunity to be something different. There were 187 different, the OMI came up with ratification for 187 different changes to the police department in 2017, I think. And we said, okay, yeah, good idea. And not one of them has been implemented. All of them were ratified, but none of them been implemented. What possibility do you think could have happened had any of those changed? Policies and procedures with the Madison Police Department that had 11 years to grow to be something different than what they are now. Because guess what the city's going to do? The city's going to keep paying out and paying out and paying out. Now I'm down there and an officer thinks he has the right to put his hands on the independent monitor because she wants to know a police officer's badge number. We are not the Gestapo and we are not ICE, and this was not necessary. I've been fighting for the right of my grandson for 11 years. Now you fight for everybody, doesn't it seem? There are 10 of them that died just in Ozane's tenure. What about you, Satya? My grandson came up on you. You came up on his death. You're walking out of here on another one. What about you, City Council? Why are you not thinking about what possibilities exist? Just unhouse the homeless again, and that's okay. An officer comes up and put 3 bullets in the head of Corey, or choke out somebody, and then put him in the jail, and he's dead the next day. Richard Johnson. Or how about my boy? 7 bullets as he's coming down the stairs, and nobody has said anything. It's time for the IM to be able to do her job. It's time for the PCOB to be able to do their job, and it's time for you to step back. You've been fighting this, and I don't know why. Because you made promises you didn't keep. You need to keep these promises now, or there's going to be more deaths, and you're going to pay out more money. How much you think you're going to pay this time?
You have about 30 seconds left.
I would hope, Sat, you figure something else out. I would hope you help to figure something out instead of backstabbing and doing what you did last night, this morning. Bye now.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Bronwyn Archwick of District 12, to be followed by Devin Snyder, to be followed by Reverend Ben Wager. We have Bronwyn.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I have never participated in a city council meeting before, but I felt so moved because of the murder that happened of Corey Ruiz. I moved here from Los Angeles. I was 7 years old when the Rodney King riots happened. And now to be sitting in this, at 41 years old, to be sitting in a city, to see another one of our citizens be brutalized by the police is heartbreaking. To know that this person whose life they were just leading until an officer stepped in with no cause. There was no justification for their actions. So I would just like to echo everyone's sentiments about funding the Office of the Independent Civilian Oversight and the PCOB. We need more funding. Power must be checked. We cannot allow the people who are supposed to be keeping us safe, us citizens, to be terrorizing us. I see it every day. I live on the north side of Madison. I have a police station 3 minutes from my apartment building, and I am seeing these police officers rolling through my neighborhood every day because I live in a predominantly Black neighborhood. I know I am privileged. I present white. But my neighbors, the people I care about, they are being terrorized every day by these police officers, and not having enough strong oversight of their actions is causing people to get killed. There is no reason for this. There is no justification for an officer of the law who is supposed to be upholding the law to murder someone. Again, I just want to stress, I want more police oversight. I want funding. I want the 1.3 million funding for the independent police monitor. I want the PCOB to be stronger. We are a community and we are strong. We cannot let an oppressive force.
About 30 seconds left.
Thank you. We cannot let an oppressive force that is supposed to be here to help us, to protect us, and to keep us safe as citizens, to do these actions and get away with it. We need more oversight. I urge the council, I urge you, Mayor, to please fund these offices. It is needed. Thank you. I cede my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Devin Snyder of District 10, to be followed by Reverend Ben Weger, to be followed by Denis Livingston Detienne. We have Devin?
Mayor, I don't see Devin. Oh.
Yeah. Devin at SJC? Yes.
All right. My name is Devin Snyder, and I'm a Black resident, as well as I serve on the Police Civilian Oversight Board. And I want you to hear me loud and clear, since you can't see me because you made this meeting virtual. The Police Civilian Oversight Board and the OIM provides functions that are essential to achieving racial and social equity in this city. Today, I was tear gassed and hit by a Madison Police Department while ensuring my fellow community members were safe. The independent monitor was assaulted by the police. So when you hear us here today and you hear all these stories, this is our livelihoods. This is our everyday life. This is our experiences with the police. And so that's why someone like me joined this board, because I understood that if I want to have actual change, I have to work directly with the police. But you guys have been refusing to work directly with us. And what I saw today, the disregard of property, the disregard of Black lives, community members mourning over excessive force, and then you, Mayor, come in and use excessive force on us community members? So I'm requesting 1% of Madison Police Department's budget, which is $1.3 million. I'm also requesting all records from Madison Police Department given to Mika so she can actually do her investigation. And 3, I'm calling on the resignation of the mayor, because you have shown time and time again that Black lives do not matter to you, and you are detrimental to our lives, and your policies are not helping us. I'm done.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Reverend Ben Weger of District 15, to be followed by Denis Livingston Detienne. And my apologies, I do think I skipped Lindy Pigeon, so we'll go back to Lindy after that. Do we have Reverend Ben Weger?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ben Weger. I live in District 15. I'm a United Methodist pastor at a congregation in Stoughton, but I live here in Madison, just a couple miles from Williamson and Baldwin. I'm speaking as a person of faith, as clergy, not on behalf of my church. 2 weeks ago, Corey Ruiz was shot and killed a short drive from my house by Madison police, just blocks from where Tony Robinson was killed in 2015. And this morning, before most of this city was awake, streets crews, state troopers, police cleared his memorial. Over a dozen people have been arrested. In 2019, this council adopted Recommendation 109, standards for when deadly force is proportionate, necessary, reassessed. It was never implemented. That's not an accusation, it's a fact that you already have. And I want to name what's underneath it because I don't think it's new and I don't think that you do either. Every prophet in my tradition says some version of the same thing. You can tell what a people worship by watching what they protect whenever it costs them something. And this morning, you protected a street. What this community is still waiting for is whether you'll protect the truth of what happened to Corey Ruiz, Tony Robinson, Polly Heenan, and so many others with the same speed. The truth cannot come from the department that killed him. It has to come from the Office of the Independent Monitor. So I'm asking for something specific on the record tonight, even with no vote scheduled. We have to direct MPD to hand Monitor Glass every piece of evidence, unfiltered, unredacted, immediately, and commit publicly that her findings will be published without MPD's legal team getting a pass at them first. Half an investigation isn't independence. It's a delay with better paperwork. I'm not asking you to feel guilty. I'm asking you to notice the pattern that you're building, meeting by meeting, and to interrupt it before it becomes the story of this council's response to a death in our streets. The people who were arrested at that intersection this morning are not your enemy. They are your evidence. The brutality that I have seen displayed today by Madison Police, as well as other agencies that were called in, which is quite convenient as they are not responsible or have to answer to any independent police monitor in the city of Madison, has been brutal, unnecessary, and a complete escalation of a tragic and horrific circumstance. It's been a horrific honor to stand with people at this intersection since July 22nd. None of us should have to be here. None of us should have to be continuing to say the things that have been said in this community for decades. And yet here we are.
15 seconds.
And yet here we are, still asking for the same things. A system that investigates itself, whether you want to give it an acronym of DCI or MPD or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next registrant is Denis Livingston DTN, and then we'll go to Lindy Pigeon.
Yes.
Do we have Denis?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Start off by saying their names. Tony Robinson, Richard Lee Johnson, Corey Ruiz. Say him again. Tony Robinson, Richard Lee Johnson, Corey Ruiz. These were people. These were people from our community. Let's sit with that. Let's sit with their names. Let's say their names. Let's think about their families. We talk about Madison being a performative city. And I ask tonight that we move beyond that performance. Listen to the people, fully fund what Independent Monitor Glass and her team needs, and hand everything over to her to complete the investigation, along with any other investigations. Again, I'll end with saying their names. Tony Robinson, Richard Lee Johnson, and Corey Ruiz deserved better. They deserved better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Lindy Pigeon of District 18, to be followed by Todd Callister, to be followed by Karen Craig.
Hello, can you hear me again?
Yes.
Hi. I just wanted to second what the gentleman from the Independent Monitor said, suggested to you, Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway, that you should just go ahead and resign, get a job with the Metro. You love it
Lindy,
so much.
I'm sorry, you already had your 3 minutes. That was my mistake. So our next registrant is Todd Callister of District 6, to be followed by Karen Craig, to be followed by Gabriella Jenick. We have Todd.
Is Todd with SJC by chance? Because I don't see Todd otherwise.
Do we have Todd at SJC? No. Okay, we can check back. Then Karen Craig of District 6, to be followed by Gabriella Jenick, to be followed by Sharon Kilfoy. Do we have Karen? Karen Craig?
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Karen Craig. I live about 3 blocks from Baldwin and Willie. Our neighborhood has been repeatedly traumatized by police killing our neighbors. I believe that police should be part of and answerable to the community they are supposed to serve. Many people think that the police are here to keep us safe and to serve and protect us. However, I believe that the police are making our community less safe. At this point, I think everyone should seriously hesitate to call the police for any sort of problem. How can we trust them to help protect or serve the people in our community? I imagine that whoever called the police because of what was going on with Corey Ruiz is in shock that their call ended up with a member of our community murdered in the street. Ideally, we'd have grandmas from every community in the city in charge of making sure the police work for us, for our community. Absent that, we need to fully fund the independent oversight. How can we expect the police to serve us with the enormous budget that we have somehow given them? The OIM and the PCOB must be fully funded. This 1% number that is apparently $1.3 million, 1% really of this enormous budget, that seems extremely reasonable. Maybe more would make sense. Corey Ruiz should be alive. He deserves justice. Madison, really, we should do better. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gabriella Jenick of District 15, to be followed by Sharon Kilfoy, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores. Do we have Gabriella?
I don't see Gabriella. Are they at the SJC conference? By chance?
No. Okay. All right. So then we'll go to Sharon Kilfoy of District 6, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores, to be followed by Tristan Mills. Do we have Sharon?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Go ahead. We've got a little bit of an echo.
Sorry about that. I've got an echo here too. I wanted to talk to you.
Sharon, are you on multiple devices?
My phone, I've got a timer on.
Let's try again and see if we can get through at least 3 minutes, even if there's too much of an echo. we get Sharon back or should I go on?
How is this?
Try now, Sharon.
Okay, how is this?
Better.
Okay. I'm not going to turn my timer on, unfortunately. So anyway, I live at 1020 Williamson Street, right down the street from where Tony Robinson was murdered and where the latest Corey Ruiz was murdered. But I'm not here to talk to you about that. I'm actually here to talk to you about my daughter, Shadera Kilfoy Flores, who apparently is following me, and all the work that she has done. I feel that the work that she has done serves to let you know about all of the work that so many in this community have done on the PCOB. She's the person that I've watched all of these years. She was part of the community response team in 2015 after Tony Robinson died. We're friends with good friends with Tony's family. She and Sharon Irwin filed a formal complaint against Chief Koval in 2016, and they won that. Since being part of that community response team, she was part of the ad hoc committee that looked at the MPD police and the policies and their procedures. She testified for the PCOB. Following that, the community response team nominated her to be on the PCOB. That appointment was approved by the Common Council. She became the vice chair, the interim chair, and there's my, sorry about that, there's the timer.
Okay, you've got about another minute left.
Okay, I can't get this thing to turn off. There we go. Okay, in those roles, she was part of NACOL, the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. They came to Madison. They trained the board. She became a member of NACOL. She went to their trainings in 2022, their conference in Texas, 2023, their conference in Chicago, 2024, their conference in Phoenix. She became certified by the Chicago Office of Police Accountability.
About 20 seconds left.
If you go to the PCOB link, you can not only look at the complaint form, you can look at the ordinance that created that. You can look at all of the recommendations. Madison has, the whole Office of Independent Monitor has been built on best practices and standards of oversight, de-escalation, recommendations. And I watched my daughter help to create all of it.
Thank you, Sharon. That's your time. All right. Our next registrant is Shadera Kilfoy Flores to be of District 6, to be followed by Tristan Mills, to be followed by Aleka Parker. Do we have Shadera?
Mayor, I don't see Shadera.
She's at this SJC.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Go ahead.
That was my mama. And if you didn't know, now you know. And if you didn't know what I've done, I was not on the ad hoc committee, but I was at every single meeting. People thought I was on the ad hoc committee because I attended more frequent than people who were chosen for the ad hoc committee. Mayor Satchel, I'm truly disappointed. I met you over 20 years ago, and I was very grateful when you ran against Paul Soglin because of the piss poor job that he did. But I have to say that you're doing worse. Your leadership has failed Madison. People have been hurt and people have been killed because you seem to think that independent investigating and police accountability is not necessary. And I'm here to tell you you're wrong. You're really, really wrong. And you absolutely should resign. Because you're not going to be our mayor for very much longer. So I hope you have a plan in place. Because you could have come down to the memorial. At any given point, I would have escorted you, I would have showed you around, and you should have shown a bit of compassion with a name like Satya for your community, your constituents. And instead, you added trauma to trauma to trauma. Shame on you. And shame on the council for letting this happen in closed quarters, virtually online, instead of being at the Common Council, where taxpayers have paid, not only with their money, but now with our lives. I was there and I watched MPD not follow any of their own standard operating procedures for de-escalation. Instead, they chased a man on a bicycle with their vehicles around crowded streets with pedestrians. I saw 3 officers who followed procedures and 3 who didn't. What we saw was not only excessive use of force, it was excessive use of deadly force.
You have about 20 seconds left.
Thank you. If those officers would have followed their own procedures, their own protocols, Corey Ruiz, Tony Robinson,
And that's time.
and Robert Johnson Lee would be alive.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tristan Mills of District 6, to be followed by Aleka Parker, to be followed by Andrew Glickman. Do we have Tristan?
Mayor, I don't see Tristan.
Is Tristan at SJC?
What was the name?
Tristan Mills. No. Okay. Then Aleka Parker of District 15, to be followed by Andrew Glickman, to be followed by Jill Pfeiffer. Do we have Aleka?
Good evening, Mayor.
Go ahead.
And Alders. My name is Aleka Parker. I'm a community outreach specialist, a certified peer support, and a certified parent peer support specialist with NAMI-Dane County. I'm not here representing NAMI. I am here representing the people I work with every day. I work alongside people living with serious mental illness, people experiencing homelessness, families in crisis, and law enforcement. My life's work is helping people believe that systems can be trusted, that when something goes wrong, someone will listen and someone will be held accountable. Today, I'm struggling to believe that myself. Corey should still be alive. His death has shaken our community, devastated those who knew and loved him, and reopened wounds for countless people who have spent years wondering whether their lives truly matter to this city. And then, instead of leading with compassion and accountability, this city allowed the memorial honoring Corey to be torn down. A place where people were grieving was taken away. At the same time, the independent monitor, whose job it is to seek truth, accountability, and public trust, was attacked by officers instead of supported. What message does that send? It tells grieving families that their pain is inconvenient. It tells people living with mental illness and those experiencing homelessness that their lives are disposable. It tells communities of color that accountability is negotiable. And it tells the public that independent oversight is something this city values only when it is politically convenient. I work with police officers. I educate police officers. I believe officers deserve the training and support to do their jobs well. But I also believe that true police safety requires independent accountability. Those two beliefs are not in conflict. They depend on each other. An office of independent monitor that is underfunded cannot fully do its job. Oversight without resources is not oversight. It is a problem without substance. That is why I support increasing the independent monitor's budget to more than 1% of the police budget. I have to say this plainly. I am disappointed. I expected leadership. I expected courage. I expected our elected officials to stand beside a grieving community and strengthen independent oversight, not weaken it. Tonight, we have the accountability in Madison.
And that's time.
Thank you. That's your time. Alder Matthews, did you want to pause?
I just wanted to ask, I thought that everyone could see our faces at least. We can't see anyone else's faces, but I have been informed that, the speaker name is what shows when a speaker is speaking on the webinar and everything. And I was just wondering if it would be possible for us to instead show the grid view so that folks can see our faces when they're speaking to us.
We can relay that to the tech staff. I'm not sure what's possible on their end to change the view, but I'm sure they're listening, and I can Teams them as well.
Yeah, I will check on that, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Alder. All right. So our next registrant is Andrew Glickman of District 14, to be followed by Jill Pfeiffer, to be followed by Maisel Ginsburg. Do we have Andrew?
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mayor. Yeah, it's been quite a few weeks going on. Quite a tumultuous time. Yeah, I think the independent monitor, I'd be in favor of that. Like you said, it's not a budget item, it sounds like yet, but just kind of disappointed. I think there needs to be more grieving process going on. Just like a period where people can really get more help with grieving, with everything. Mental health doesn't just have to be mental health, but it can be, just people need to have more of a grieving time for all this. So that's pretty much my input. Yep.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jill Pfeiffer of District 13, to be followed by Maisel Ginsburg, to be followed by Tessa Jade Price. Do we have Jill?
Hello, yes. My name is Jill Pfeiffer. This has been another difficult day, and despite all that has transpired, I'm speaking today in regards to file 94186. I've been in the social services sector and lived in Madison for over 2 decades and feel a deep responsibility to do my part to help dismantle the deep, shameful racial disparities that plague our city and beyond. As you can see, our community is hurting, and we need to see meaningful, authentic, and sustained action at all levels. Action needs to be seen from people like me, and it needs to be seen from institutions like yours. Recently, many of us heard remarks from Corey's daughter, who asked a question about who does she call when she does not feel safe. I can't stop thinking about this question. I'm literally haunted by it. We all need to be haunted by it and acting accordingly. I ask you to demonstrate that you are listening by fully funding the OIPM. Build a real-time racial equity dashboard so this community can see MPD data in public. We need accountability for Corey, for Tony, for their families and loved ones, for the belief that we should never experience this sorrow again. Thank you for hearing me. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Maisel Ginsburg of District 10, to be followed by Tessa Jade Price, to be followed by Diana Wheeler. Do we have Maisel?
I don't see Maisel.
Not at SJC. All right, then Tessa Jade Price of District 12, to be followed by Diana Wheeler, to be followed by Michelle Martin. Do we have Tessa?
I don't see Tessa either.
Do we have Tessa at SJC? No. Okay, then Diana Wheeler of District 15 to be followed by Michelle Martin to be followed by T. Banks. Do we have Diana?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Diana. I am a Madison resident, and I'm here to talk about what the council committed to but hasn't done. I'm speaking about next steps for the Office of the Independent Monitor and Police Civilian Oversight Board. In 2019, this council adopted the full report of the Madison Police Department Policy and Procedure Review Committee. Recommendation 109 required necessity, proportionality, and reassessment standards for deadly force. MPD did not implement it. On July 22nd, Corey Ruiz was killed 1 block from where Tony Robinson was killed in 2015. In 2024, this council nearly cut 42% of the OIPM's budget. Tonight, I am asking you to stop treating oversight as optional. Fund the Office of the Independent Police Monitor at $1.3 million and require the MPD to share all documentation, all evidence with the Office of the Independent Monitor. In general, I want to say that the police should embrace transparency if they want to regain the trust of the community. Trust is earned through demonstrated commitment to best practices and training for de-escalation. And here's the council's chance to do the right thing. If the Madison Police Department is willing to learn from the Office of the Independent Monitor, the OIPM is a valuable resource with expert researchers, and it can help to make the MPD less vulnerable itself to committing murder by police. I would think that the MPD would like to be as excellent as it can be. And I just don't understand why the mayor and certain members of the council and the MPD have been so obstructionist to what actually could be a really good resource for improving.
About 30 seconds left.
Thank you. So I just wanted to encourage a spirit of inquiry, a spirit of learning on the part of the MPD and the mayor and the council, and take advantage of this valuable resource, the expert data. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next registrant. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to refresh the registration report. My apologies. While I'm doing that, could we have the tech staff check for Todd Callister, Gabriella Jenick, Tristan Mills, Maisel Ginsburg, or Tessa Jade Price, the people that were not present when we called them?
I don't see any of them, Mayor, but there's someone labeled P that has their hand raised. I'm not sure.
I think Tessa is still in jail this morning.
Thank you, Alder. All right. So we'll circle back just for new alders that maybe haven't experienced this before. When we do have people who are not present for when their name is called for public comment, we do tend to give them a couple of opportunities to see if they come into the meeting. So we'll continue to circle back and see if folks join us. But that said, our next registrant is Michelle Martin, to be followed by T. Banks, to be followed by Catherine Culbertson. Do we have Michelle?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I am a resident of Madison, Wisconsin. I live literally around the corner from where Corey Ruiz was killed in the street by a Madison police officer. I am deeply ashamed of my city. I am ashamed by how we treat our poor. I am ashamed of how we treat our unhoused. I am ashamed by the lack of police oversight and accountability. This city should hang its head for the way we treat our citizens of color and our unhoused and the most vulnerable that live among us. We have broken trust with these communities again and again and again in the form of police violence. And the minimum that this city needs to do is fully fund the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the offices of the Independent Police Monitor. They should be completely independent of the city of Madison, the MMPD, Madison Police Department. That is the very least you can do to begin the slow and painful process of healing and rebuilding trust. I stood on Williamson Street today and watched a 7-year-old girl cry at police officers because she understood as a Black child her life mattered less. The fact that we have children internalizing that message because of the way the police devalue the lives of our Black citizens is shameful. You should look at the photos of that little girl and you should remember them. I want you to burn them into your mind and know what we are striving for and who we need to protect. Fully fund police transparency and stop hiring racist killer cops. I cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is T. Banks of District 14, to be followed by Catherine Culbertson, to be followed by Gregory Golembiak. Do we have T?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is T. Banks, and I want to fully fund the Office of Independent Monitor and Police Civilian Oversight Board and to respect their independence as it is defined by the original ordinance and its legislative intent. Because Corey Ruiz should still be alive today. Because the police do not get to shoot Corey or anyone else and not be held accountable, because we need community control over the police. Not holding the police accountable is what got us here. Corey Ruiz was publicly executed by Officer Kill Peterson and other cops watching 2 blocks from the murder of Tony Robinson by Officer Matt Kinney. We fought for the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Office of Independent Monitor after the brutal murder of Tony. We need community control over the police so the police don't think they can just murder us, abuse us, and use excessive force and not be dealt with. That's why we need to fully fund the OIM and the PCOB. The Office of Independent Monitor should have more money so that they can have the resources to do their best work and fully fund the positions of people who actually care and will go toe-to-toe with the racist, murderous, lying cops. The independent investigation initiated by the Office of Independent Monitor is why we know that Richard Lee Johnson died not because of a drug overdose that the police lied about, but because of the excessive force and restraint and neglect and lack of medical intervention. The Office of Independent Monitor and Police Civilian Oversight Board need to be fully independent and not controlled by the state. This is the only way that we can get the truth out about what happened to Corey Ruiz and prevent it from happening again. The OIM monitor proven that the OIM has proven that they will do what it takes for the truth and advocate for justice of Corey Ruiz. His family deserves the truth, the community deserves the truth, and Officer Kill Peterson and the police and all the state offices that seek to cover up police's murder and excessive force need to be held accountable. Corey Ruiz should still be here. He should be alive. Justice for Corey Ruiz. Tonight, I am asking the council to do these things on record. MPD is directed to fully cooperate with the OIM independent investigation into the killing of Corey Ruiz. 2, all evidence, records, footage, and personnel access requested by the OIPM shall be provided immediately without condition. I am also saying that the Office of Independent Monitor and that the findings of the investigation should be published publicly and without censorship by the MPD administration. Fully fund the OIM and the PCOB and listen to the family, the community, and houseless neighbors and fund housing and other services needed that we deem necessary and control over how it is and
that's time.
But funding is spent.
Thank you. Alder Glenn? Yes, Tessa has just walked in. Okay. Well, we can go to Tessa then, Tessa Jade Price of District 12 at SJC. And then we'll come to Catherine Culbertson, to be followed by Gregory Galembiak, to be followed by Kiela Franklin. Tessa?
Hey there. You good?
Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Yeah, my name is Tessa. I apologize I'm late. I was helping bail out some people. I've heard we have about 25 people we've needed to bail out today, about $10,000 in bail, which is interesting because I was there at 4:30 a.m. when the peaceful protest was raided violently by MPD, by the Wisconsin State Patrol, and by various forces that were hurting the people who are peacefully protesting, hurting the people who are trying to keep that memorial there to honor Corey Ruiz's life. And I'm here to just say that we need to fund the independent monitor. We need to bring police accountability. We need to fully cooperate with the independent monitor. We need to make that accountability that's executable, that's real. We can't have theoretical accountability. We can't have on paper accountability. It's got to be real. It's got to be, we got to have teeth, because without teeth, this is going to keep happening. That's why it's been happening for, forever now. And it's on us to end this. It's on us to fix this, because it's completely preventable. The murder, the public execution of Corey Ruiz was completely preventable. And that's something that should be investigated by anybody who's involved in police accountability in this city and probably beyond. We need people who are ready to hold the police accountable. We need them in various boards. We need them wherever we can find them, because otherwise we're ending up in these standoffs with the police. They're completely unnecessary. We have a peaceful protest. We have people asking for justice. We have people giving free food to each other, people offering clothes, people offering these things. And we're trying to bring the community together, and we did. It was a beautiful camp for 2 weeks almost. And, seeing it crushed as it was this morning was unforgivable, frankly. I think it demonstrates underlying white supremacy in the city. I think it demonstrates a lack of accountability for the various police that were involved. And I think it demonstrates a lack of respect for life of Corey Ruiz, who deserved so much better. That's about it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Catherine Culbertson of Westport Road, to be followed by Gregory Galembiak, to be followed by Kiela Franklin. Do we have Catherine?
Mayor, I don't see Catherine Culbertson online.
Do we have Catherine Culbertson? No. Okay. So then Gregory Galembiak of 2nd Street, to be followed by Kiela Franklin, to be followed by Kevin Williams. Do we have Greg? He's here. Right. So Greg at the SJC.
Now.
Go ahead.
This is the camera. I'm speaking as an individual, not on behalf of OIPM. Today, I witnessed out-of-control MPD officers shoved and attacked independent police monitor Mika Glass and badly cut and injured her hand, seeking to arrest her after she simply asked an officer for his badge number. The instigating officers were already under investigation by our office and knew who Monitor Glass is, and there's so little accountability in MPD that they felt free to physically attack the monitor. I got pepper sprayed by an MPD officer while filming arrests, not interfering, and clearly identified as OIPM staff. And what is happening right now, including the assault on Mika, the pepper spraying of myself while carrying out the lawful duties of our office, the use of excessive force against peaceful protesters mourning excessive force, the refusal of MPD to provide our office with records and evidence in the Corey Ruiz shooting that we are entitled to, and the broken promises to clergy, our mayor is entirely complicit. I hope everyone takes that into account in the upcoming election and that alders reconsider their current endorsements. A few key points. First, OIPM is far from having the funding needed for its mission. As you would have all seen in NACOL's presentation for police oversight agencies that perform investigations, such as us, they recommend one investigator for every 80 police officers. Under that standard, we should have 6 to 7 full-time investigators, given the size of the MPD. In reality, there's only me, a 0.6 FTE position. I do data analysis, forensic analysis, case management and investigation, and monitor Glass, who heads our office and has a large set of responsibilities separate from investigation. In other words, we are impossibly understaffed, and we lack funding for a lot of other crucial things as well. Second, OIPM and PCB have been under constant attack by city officials up until the shooting of Corey. The oversight mechanism has been sabotaged, undermined, and attacked in so many creative ways, many, I believe, flowing from the mayor's office. And having to defend against hostile ordinance amendments has eaten up a huge amount of OIPM and PCB time. The attacks in our office have to stop now, cannot be allowed to resume once the spotlight fades. Third, I'm asking the council to direct MPD to fully cooperate with our independent investigation into the killing of Corey Ruiz. All evidence, records, footage, and personal access requested by OPM should be provided immediately and without condition. We are investigating concurrently with DCI and our findings may prove important when the DA makes a decision about whether or not to prosecute. I will also note that the city attorney's offices have a structural conflict of interest with police oversight agencies, and the intrinsic affiliation of our city attorney's office with MPD has manifested many times, sometimes resulting in highly biased, erroneous legal opinions. For example, when the city attorney's office sent alders a memo incorrectly claiming that the council cannot give MPD specific orders of policy. So I would suggest that any adverse city attorney's office opinions on our
30
right
seconds left.
to be treated skeptically, and that ultimately we wish to seek opinions from the legislative council.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kayla Franklin of Prairie du Sac, to be followed by Kevin Williams, to be followed by Stacy Gabarski. Do we have Kayla? Not there.
No, I don't see Kayla Franklin.
Okay. So then Kevin Williams of indeterminate address in Madison. District 4 in Madison, to be followed by Stacy Garbarski, to be followed by Justin Lewis. Do we have Kevin?
I don't see Kevin either.
Nope. Okay. Then Stacy Garbarski of District 12, to be followed by Justin Lewis, to be followed by Sarah Chodro. Do we have Stacy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let me just pull up my notes. My name is Stacy Garbarski. I've been a Madison resident for the past 15 years and have resided in District 12 for the past 5 years. I wrote what I was going to say before today's utter lunacy, and I wrote it quickly because, unlike the police, I actually have a job that services the community and saves lives. I'm here regarding item 2, file 94186, the future of the OIM and PCOB. I'm in support of a strong and fully funded independent oversight of the police because I love and respect my community, and the people I love and respect are treated with care, humanity, and reverence. Corey Ruiz was murdered by the Madison Police Department, July 22nd, 2026. And it's the community that is saving each other during this time with no help from local government. Allocating money to the community will save people's lives. When a tragedy, even one as negligent, barbarous, and preventable, such as the murder of Corey Ruiz, happens, we see movement and money from our neighbors. How many unhoused people are being fed at this time because of us? Incalculable. How many times did the mayor set foot at Corey Memorial before or after condemning it? A predictable 0. The point being, when we invest resources, money into the community, then people are safer. When we keep investing in parties, people, and constructs that are a disservice, then people will keep dying, and in another few years, it will go by and then we'll be in this same meeting again. I'm asking that this council do their job and serve the people. If you need me to list out what everyone else has said before me, then you're not listening. You're being blessed with actionable items set out by Black and brown voices in the community. You don't even have to think or speculate about what to do next. Thank them for the answers and do it. Defund the police, justice for Corey and his family, Black Lives Matter. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to pause just a minute because I've been going back and forth with the tech staff on Alder Matthews' request. It is possible for the tech staff to switch the public view rather than being just whoever is speaking at the moment to being the full grid. But because we haven't done that before, I just wanted to get a sense of the body. So is there any objection to showing the full grid? Seeing no objection, then can the tech staff switch that over, please? We'll just give them a minute to do that while I call the next speakers. All right, so our next speaker is Justin Lewis of District 1, to be followed by Sarah Chodorow, to be followed by Stephanie Rearick. Do we have Justin?
I don't see Justin, Mayor.
All right. Then do we have Sarah Chodorow of District 15, to be followed by Stephanie Rearick, to be followed by Megan McGlone? We have Sarah. Looks like Sarah is here.
I should be able to unmute.
Sarah, it looked like you were unmuted on our end, but we couldn't hear you. Might be a problem with a headset. Now you look like you're muted again. All right, just in interest of time, Sarah, I'm going to come back to you. Do we have Stephanie Rearick of District 6? Yes, at SJC. Thank you. Stephanie?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you very much to the alders for withdrawing your names from the amendments to the ordinance that created the Police Civilian Oversight Board. I'm in District 6. I live and work on Willie Street. I work at the Social Justice Center, and I co-own a small business, and I serve on the PCOB because the police have killed 6 people now in my neighborhood since I've been aware of this. So I didn't set out to be focused on policing, but as my friend Sherry Maples at the time said, when Paul Heenan was shot and we helped with the community response team, that we can't let this be the standard on the little Leary side of Madison. If we let this be the standard for policing here in what people believe to be a friendly, or I hate the word at this point, but progressive community, we can't pretend to care about justice anywhere. So I'm here to say that with all these previous police shootings, people have rallied to do the tiresome grunt work to create situations that can institutionalize a better circumstance here. And we have it now. This is the first time that the police have killed someone in my neighborhood where we have the infrastructure to have an independent investigation. So the bare minimum is provide all the evidence to the independent monitor and fully fund the independent monitor with 1% or more of what the police budget is. And I just need to say, this city and county have had racial disparity task forces and disproportionate minority confinement task forces for at least 20 years since I've been doing these things, and keep spending money the same way, where all the money goes to the police and the money is taken more and more away from restorative justice, from community building, from housing access. You have stated a commitment to equity in this city, and you stated a commitment to actually humane policing, and now you need to put the money where your mouth is and your actions.
You have about 30 seconds.
In that area. So all of Madison really needs this. And please engage in some collaborative actions toward these things, as you also stated that you want to. And the actions to date have really been about pitting us against each other and exercising more command and control. So I hope this is a turning point for Madison, and please demonstrate that you're going to commit to equity and justice and community for real in this city.
And that's time.
Thank you. I do just want to ask for the people who are registered on Zoom, if you're able to change your name to the name that you registered with, that will help the tech staff find you when we call you. So that would be very helpful if you're able to do that. All right, can we try again for Sarah Chodorow, who I know is here, but was having trouble with unmuting?
Looks like we lost Sarah.
Okay, we'll come back again. Then our next registrant is Megan McGlone of District 6, to be followed by David Sturkin, to be followed by Sam Nesovanovic. Do we have Megan?
Mayor, I don't see Megan either.
No, okay. Do we have then David Sturkin of District 4, to be followed by Sam Nesovanovic, to be followed by David Wilcher? Do we have David?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, my name is David Sturkin and I live in Alder Revere's district. I have 3 requests to make. Number 1, MPD should immediately provide all evidence in the investigation of Corey Ruiz's killing to the Office of the Independent Monitor. The Independent Monitor should also be given all evidence needed to investigate the police actions that have occurred today. As the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, or NACOL, told you all in a presentation the day before Corey Ruiz was killed, unfettered access to records is one of the most important necessities for effective civilian oversight of law enforcement. Moreover, NACOL told you that 68.8% of the oversight agencies in the 100 largest U.S. cities do in fact have unfettered access to records, so our independent monitor's lack of access is an outlier. MPD claims that they are prohibited by law from sharing this evidence with the independent monitor, but they refuse to cite a statute for this claim. In particular, Wisconsin Statute 175.47 does not prohibit this, so there really is no excuse, and I cannot think of any good reason why the independent monitor should not be given this evidence. The Common Council should pass a resolution pressuring MPD to voluntarily comply with the independent monitor's subpoena. Number 2, increase the funding of the Office of the Independent Monitor and link that funding to the size of MPD's budget. The Independent Monitor's current budget is about $400,000 per year, while MPD's budget is about $100 million. So our Independent Monitor's funding is at about 0.4% the size of the police budget, which would make it the second lowest percentage out of the Independent Monitors in NACOL's presentation. To be effective, our Independent Monitor should get at least 1% as much funding as the police get. Not taking 1% from the police budget, but rather 1% the size of the police budget. This would not violate Wisconsin Statute 66.0608, as some alders disingenuously claim. Fully funding the Independent Monitor would also be far cheaper than body cameras, which former Chief Sean Barnes estimated would cost taxpayers between $3.2 million and $6.7 million. As a meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials showed in 2016, wearing body cameras increases assaults against officers and does not reduce police use of force. There may still be some arguments for body cameras, but in this instance, I believe that the mayor's offer to buy body cameras is an expensive distraction meant to placate the public without angering the police union before her 2027 mayoral election. That taxpayer money would be better spent on the Independent Monitor, the CARES program, and permanent supportive housing. Number 3, do not reintroduce amendments to limit the independence of the Independent Monitor in the future. We appreciate that alders dropped the amendments that were previously going to be voted on at this meeting, but the cynical interpretation of that is that alders will simply wait until public attention dies down, then reintroduce similar amendments at a later date. You are all elected officials, so to strategically schedule votes when the public is not paying attention would go against the democratic process. Whatever you want to say about the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Office of the Independent Monitor, say it today while the community is engaged, not when you think no one is listening. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sam Nesivanovic of District 15, to be followed by David Wilcher, to be followed by Julie McDougall. Do we have Sam?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. My name is Sam. I'm a youth worker here in the city of Madison, and I've lived here for almost exactly a decade now. While it's a place that I've called home for years, that pride has been eroded, especially so since July 22nd. Madison has a deep-seated racism problem. We can look as far back as the displacement of the Ho-Chunk. We can look to UW-Madison housing a chapter of the KKK in the 1920s. We can look to the urban renewal that happened in the Greenbush neighborhood, pushing Jewish and Black residents out. Or we can look to the killing of Tony Robinson, or the death of Richard Johnson, or to the killing of Corey Ruiz. As a white person myself, this is a city where white people confuse disruptions as threats, confuse inconvenience with chaos, confuse earnest calls to self-reflect from fellow community members as personal attacks, as taking things too far, taking things too emotional, or making things too antagonizing. The willingness to sit in the discomfort of confronting our biases and values is not even on the table for most white people in this city, and that's got to change. I echo the calls for the arrest of Keel Battinger Peterson, the officer who shot and killed Corey Ruiz, and for the other officers who were involved in his death to be placed on unpaid leave during this investigation. I also call on the city and this council to ensure that the Office of Independent Police Monitor and the Civilian Oversight Board have the financial and institutional support that they need to properly conduct an investigation of Corey's murder. That means that OIM needs to be better funded and MPD must comply with their requests for records and information. And as mentioned before, the city has an operating budget of $452 million, and the MPD receives over $98 million of that money, roughly 22% of the city's operating funds. As a previous registrant stated, more of this funding needs to be redirected to permanent supportive housing, substance use recovery programming, and mental health resources. This is what's needed to care for unhoused neighbors, not brutalizing them, not throwing them in jail, and not turning a blind eye to their needs. And finally, I want to call on all of the alders in this meeting, and I want to call on the mayor to do better, to embody a stronger leadership. The fact that y'all moved this meeting to be virtual instead of meeting face-to-face with residents feels like an insult. I'm just incredibly disappointed. And as a lot of folks have said, there are elections coming up next year, so please be on notice. We need you to change. You are the leadership that the future of the city, the kids of the city are supposed to look up to. Do better.
Thank you. Our next registrant is David Wilcher of District 11, to be followed by Julie McDougall, to be followed by Eleanor Gagnon. Do we have David?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is David in District 11. This morning, I watched the memorial to Corey Ruiz come apart. Our fellow citizens stood in front of it because it was the last thing they had left. And as our civic leaders, what else did you give them? For 2 weeks, this city has explained everything that they can't do. They can't charge the officer. They can't control the DOJ's timeline. They can't give the MPD records to OIPM. They cannot fix the national housing crisis. They cannot fix substance abuse or mental health alone. But only some of that is true, and the previous David to me just explained why. I have watched Madison hide behind what it can't do until that has become the whole of what it does. So let's talk about what you can do. You fund the Office of the Independent Police Monitor, not the governor, not the district attorney, not the state, not the president. You. That office gets 0.4% of MPD's budget. 3 people carrying an office bill to do 5 jobs. No statute did that to us. You did, and you can fix it by fully funding them to 5% of the MPD budget as a permanent budget for. This week, the monitor says your own ordinance gives her unfettered access to police records, that she subpoenaed them on the 27th, and that MPD has not complied. The mayor says the department will hand things over when state laws allows, but that they can't do it right now. Both can't be true. The lawyer who would normally settle that represents MPD, the mayor, and all of you at once. The need for OIPM to have independent counsel is staring us in the face. Dr. King warned us about a preference for a negative peace in the absence of tension to the presence of justice. We sit here tonight and Willie Street is clear and the traffic moves, but nothing has been made right. If that feels like peace, you need to ask yourself why. Corey's family is going to spend years asking what happened to their son, trying to find justice. OIPM, the office built to help them after Tony, has too few people, no records, no independent lawyer, and no budget up to the task. This isn't the DA's doing, it isn't the state's, and it isn't the governor. It's a budget that you all write and an ordinance you control. If we can have 1% for the arts, maybe we can get 10% for human life, 5% for OIPM, and 5% more for CARES. Whatever you fund this fall and what you do to give this city real oversight in practice is the answer you're giving Corey's family, and every person in this city who watched that video of Corey's death should read it as what you think their life is worth.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Julie McDougall of, says Atwood, but also Janesville. So perhaps Janesville, Wisconsin, to be followed by Eleanor Gagnon, to be followed by Deborah Newlander. Do we have Julie?
Mary, I don't see Julie. I see a Jules.
Okay. Then Eleanor Gagnon of District 15 to be followed by Deborah Newlander to be followed by Kira Milanich. Do we have Eleanor?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm new to this city. I moved here from Alaska and before that Berlin. And in Berlin, a city of over 3 million people, no one has been shot by the cops in over 2 years. 3 million people, no one's ever been shot. Their police officers don't even carry guns. So there's that. I just want to talk about how we have experienced as a community. Someone was shot point blank range in the middle of the day at a busy intersection. And the fact that this happened is insane. And the fact that nothing has been done and the fact that the officer has not been arrested while 10 at least of our protesters have been arrested for doing nothing but protesting is absurd. He should have been arrested immediately. He shouldn't be on paid leave. He should be in jail waiting for trial. He should not be at home eating food, watching TV. He should be in jail, and no protesters should be, in fact. We have video evidence from multiple angles and eyewitnesses. Again, this happened at a busy intersection in the middle of the day. And the murderer is allowed to enjoy a paid vacation while we breathe. And this isn't the first time. I'm new to this city, but I've already learned about 3 other deaths at the hands of the cops here. I've never felt safe from cops, but I definitely don't feel safe anymore. I had to look at the blood splatter of a dead man for over 2 hours while the cops stared us down and threatened us. And it took them an entire a power hose to try and spray it off. And that stain will never move. We had to watch as the cops violently dismantled a peaceful sanctuary that offered real support to our unhoused neighbors that our city should be offering. That support should be offered by our city. So for demands, I'm asking that you guys fund the OIM and the PCOB, release all the footage and information so that they can conduct an investigation, staff the police and staff these places with people who are not part of our police, connected with the cops, and please ask the Attorney General to arrest Keel Peterson. Our city will not be safe until he and those who helped him execute our neighbor are held accountable. And our city will not be safe until we have clear ways for the people of Madison to check the violent abuse of power by police officers. No one should be pepper sprayed by the cops. No one should ever fear being shot by the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Deborah Newlander, to be followed by Kira Milanich, to be followed by Autumn Jerkis. And just noting for the body that I'm counting at least 100 more registrants. So if at some point you wanted to pause for a brief break, somebody could raise their hand and move that. Otherwise, we'll just keep going. So Alder Harrington McKinney, I see you. We'll get through these three and then I'll come to you. Thank you, Alder. All right, do we have Deborah?
I don't see Deborah.
Do we have Deborah at SJC? No, thank you. Do we have Kira Milanich of District 15?
Hi, my name is Kira Milanich, and I'm a white 65-year-old woman who has lived in Madison for 40 years and own a home in the Eastmoreland neighborhood for the last 28 years. I'm here tonight to speak about item 2, but first I need to speak about what happened earlier this morning at the Memorial Site on Baldwin and Willie Street. I am deeply saddened and enraged that the city chose to re-traumatize our marginalized community. The times that I went to the site, I witnessed a community that had created a peaceful gathering place to grieve and care for unhoused folks. There should have been a respectful way to deal with this situation, one that prioritized compassion and open communication instead of the unjustified use of force that happened. And to the mayor, I still remember when you first campaigned to be mayor, you spoke passionately about the unhoused community and your commitment to make their lives better. Your words moved me. So I am so very saddened and disappointed in your lack of follow-through on your commitment. In fact, your office has been downright hostile to those facing homelessness. And to all the alders and mayor, I am tired of hearing you say that you are willing to have conversations around this and all the well-documented horrific racial disparities in Madison. It is way past time to stop talking and to take real concrete actions, including fully funding the Office of Independent Police Monitor by redirecting at least 1% of MPD's budget. This needs to happen now so that the Independent Monitor can do the work she should be doing. And 2, to direct the MPD to give Monitor Glass full access to all records related to Corey Ruiz's death. A Black man was unjustly killed by police on the streets of Madison on your watch. This wasn't the first police killing, but I hope it is the last. And now you have chosen to escalate the situation by raiding the memorial site. You could have chosen to do what many in the community have been asking of you for years. If you would have acted on these demands earlier, it is very likely that Corey would still be alive today. Please have the compassion and courage to do what is right for our community, enact these demands, and help prevent more unnecessary deaths and violence on the people in our community who are the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Autumn Jerkis of District 6, to be followed by Scarlett Olson, to be followed by Megan Sochimel. Do we have Autumn?
Mayor, I don't see Autumn.
Is Autumn at SJC? No. Thank you. Then our next registrant is Scarlett Olson of District 8, to be followed by Megan Sochimel, to be followed by Tiara Strotter. Do we have Scarlett? No, Scarlett?
They should have ability to unmute.
Scarlett, you should be able to unmute yourself if there might be a prompt hidden behind a window on your desktop. All right, well, while we're waiting, Alder Harrington McKinney, did you wish to move a brief recess?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to give us a recess. This is hard to hear, and I think that we need to take a break, and then I'm going to say 10 minutes. I don't want to push it because we have. Did you say we have over 100 still in place? So,
That's correct.
So I request a 10-minute break, a recess, and then we'll come back, and then we'll go through all this together.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney moves a 10-minute recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded for a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection to taking a 10-minute recess? Seeing no objection, it's 9:16. We'll be back at 9:26. We're about 2 minutes out from returning.
Mayor too, I just wanna let you know, Adam Yosef is now here.
Sorry, Vice President Glenn, can you say that name again? I don't have that name on the list of people we skipped.
Autumn Jokis?
Oh, Autumn. Yes, thank you. Okay, it's 9:26, so I would ask the council members to return and turn your cameras back on. And I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Matthews.
Here, sorry.
Alder Matthews is present. Alder Mayor. Oh, get back. Alder Mayor. Alder O'Brien.
Present.
Alder O'Brien is present. Alder Ohovich.
Here.
Alder Ohovich is present. Alder Pritchett.
Here.
Alder Pritchett is present. Alder Tischler.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere is present. Alder Vitever.
Here.
Alder Vitever is present. Alder Zhang.
Present.
Alder Zhang is present. Alder Evers. Alder Field.
Alder Evers is here, but his mic isn't working.
Understood. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field.
Here.
Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Get back. Alder Glenn.
Here.
Alder Glenn is present. Alder Uguer.
Here.
Alder Uguer is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
I'm present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Lankella.
Here.
Alder Lankella is present. Alder Lieberman.
Here.
Alder Lieberman is present. Alder Madison.
Here.
Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Present.
Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Alder Mayor.
Here.
Alder Mayor is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. All righty. Madam Mayor, we still have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, I would like to begin by going back through some of the names that we missed to see if they're present. And if my memory serves, we're at Scarlett Olson in the list. So we'll come back there once we run through these names that we passed over before. And I just would note for folks who are waiting, We do have a large number of folks still in the queue, so if you think we maybe missed you, we probably did not. We've got a lot of folks yet to come. So I would ask that we check for Todd Callister, Gabriella Jenick, Tristan Mills, Maisel Ginsburg, Catherine Culbertson, Kiela Franklin, Kevin Williams, Sarah Chodorow, Justin Lewis.
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
I don't see it. I was just gonna say I don't see any of those people in attendance still.
Okay. Justin Lewis, Megan McGlobe, Julie McDougall, Deborah Newlander, and Autumn Jarkus. We have Autumn at the Social Justice Center. And it looks like we might have Sarah as well. So we'll go to Autumn and then Sarah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. My name is Autumn Yotzis. I'm a Madison resident. I live in the Marquette neighborhood just off Willie Street. I'm here about item 2, file 94186. I'm speaking to advocate for the full funding and independence of the OIPM because we need to hold our government employees accountable. The interim police monitor has accused the MPD of obstructing their investigation into the homicide of Corey Ruiz. In the face of these obstructions, alongside the end of trust between my community and the MPD and you, Satya, I urge the council to provide at least 1% of the Madison Police Department's ridiculously high budget to the Office of the Independent Monitor, to give the monitor subpoena power, to conduct its investigations, and mandate that the chief of police follow monitor and citizen oversight board policy recommendations. Satya, this morning you had the cops violently arrest people I love in my neighborhood. Peaceful people who were protesting a murder. Their bodies were slammed on the pavement and dragged across broken glass. I saw cops with batons, assault rifles, and riot gear take my neighbors away. I have to walk down that street with that in my memory now, a street you refused to visit for the past 2 weeks. Satya, you might think you're above the fascists in our federal government, but you've shown yourself to be wearing the same skin as them. Your actions are no different than the tyranny we are collectively facing. As a queer woman, I'm disgusted in your behavior and your dog whistles and your disingenuous language. As a service industry worker, our livelihoods are not your excuse for desecrating the memorial. We are not stupid, but we are enraged. I won't ever forget the sound of vigil candles shattering or the sight of flowers being shoveled into a bulldozer. Satya, you have lost your empathy. So I will speak in terms of money. Throw money at this problem since you want it to go away so much. You never even came to see the ground where Corey was slain. Fully fund and empower the OIPM. And to all the people of Madison listening tonight, I am crying with you and I love you. And remember that we have shown each other these past 2 weeks that we are better than the offices and systems which siphon off our money and claim to serve us. Amen. That's my time. Shay.
Thank you. Let's try for Sarah Chodorow of District 15. I think it's the Sarah name in the attendee list.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sarah Chodorow and I live in District 15. It is imperative that we as a city fully fund and empower both the OIPM and the PCOB. The amount of time and energy that has been spent hashing and rehashing the accountability measures for the OIPM and their $400,000 budget is astonishing and frankly absolutely infuriating when we continue to pour $90 million into the police department that has killed multiple people on Willie Street alone and most recently shot our neighbor Corey Ruiz in broad daylight. I have been a mental health professional since 2017 and worked in the Children's Wraparound Program for 7 years. And I can say that the murder of Corey Ruiz and the violent arrests of unarmed protesters earlier today disgusts me and infuriates me, but unfortunately does not surprise me. When I worked with families of kids in significant mental health crisis, I witnessed the same pattern again and again. Parents call police to help them in an overwhelming situation because they don't know who else to call, and police come in and subdue. I've witnessed and heard stories of this playing out multiple ways. Sometimes a child ends up handcuffed and crying. Sometimes a kid runs away in fight or flight because of past experiences with police and they are chased down. And we all know stories of police intervening with people in mental health crisis and them ending up dead. All of this is to say the murder of Corey Ruiz was shocking. But that same approach of subdue by whatever means necessary takes shape in police encounters all over our city. None of us should be okay with that. We have to fund the accountability system that so many members of our community have fought so long and hard for. Additionally, what if instead of pouring $90 million into more weapons that kill our neighbors, we use some of that to fund the agencies that provide food and housing and healthcare and unarmed nonviolent crisis intervention, because that is possible. I provided it and I know many people who do. In one of the many conversations I have had with my children recently about the murder of Corey Ruiz, I explained to them that the police were chasing him because someone said Corey took their bike. So we talked about what we could do in the event someone were to take something that isn't theirs besides chasing them and hurting them. My older child said, maybe Corey needed a bike, and maybe we could find a new bike for the other person too. So if my 3- and 5-year-old can understand that the way to have a safe community and deal with harm is to ensure that people have the resources that they need to live, what is stopping the rest of us, Madison, from wrapping our minds around that? So in closing, we are looking to you, Mayor and Council, to fund accountability for MPD and to start using our dollars to keep our neighbors fed and housed.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Scarlett Olson of District 8, to be followed by Megan Suchamal, to be followed by Tiara Straughter. Do we have Scarlett?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Scarlett Olson, and I'm here to speak in favor of an independent and fully funded independent police monitor and police civilian oversight board. These demands are a basic requirement for justice and a city that intends to provide for all of its residents. Anything less than arresting the killer cop, defunding and disarming MPD, and stripping their legal immunity is a disgrace. The immense and aggressive raid of the encampment and vigil, not even 24 hours before today's meeting, is a clear escalation of violence by the city towards our community. It is no surprise that the murder of Corey Ruiz has occurred so close to the previous murder of Tony Robinson by the very same department. The police exist solely to defend the wealthy and uphold a status quo built on racism and violence. A status quo which you fully support and violence which you can clearly see as inevitable. We are told that the police are here to keep us safe, and Corey's memorial had to be destroyed for safety, our own safety. How are the police keeping us safe when they murder us in the street? How is sending nearly dozens of the same police and state troopers with rifles into a vigil keeping us safe? Why is it that we sit here less than a year after Dairy Drive was torn down, that you only now offer the unhoused within the encampment housing? You are only willing to help those who you violently oppress if you believe it will break the solidarity that this community has built, and that help is only offered with the threat of violence behind it. The corruption of this council and the police is undeniable when we are unable to arrest an officer who is on video shooting a man in the back of the head. But we are perfectly capable of arresting a man who refused to talk to the police. The police will never keep our community safe while they are armed, unaccountable, and view the very community they are sworn to protect as an enemy to fear. I demand that both the Independent Police Monitor and Police Civil Oversight Board be independent and fully funded.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Megan Suchamal of Westport Road, to be followed by Tiara Straughter, to be followed by Elizabeth Whalen. Do we have Megan?
Mayor, I don't see Megan.
Megan at SJC? No? Okay. Then Tiara Strotter of District 12 to be followed by Elizabeth Whalen to be followed by Samantha Bosco. Do we have Tiara?
Mayor, I don't see Tiara.
Do we have Tiara at SJC? No. Okay. Then Elizabeth Whalen of District 15 to be followed by Samantha Bosco to be followed by Alex Lindenmeyer. Do we have Elizabeth?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I just have registered to speak in support of fully funding the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Independent Monitor. I think it's the least that we can do in this community. I think much larger changes on all levels of government are absolutely necessary in terms of how we look at and enact justice. But for the short term, fully funding these two small checks on policing in the community would help aid along the way to a larger change. What happened today at Willie Street was unacceptable and really sad. And watching people be arrested for doing nothing was terrifying. And so I think that any power the city has, which will be allocating some funding, they should use to make a change so this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Samantha Bosco of District to be followed by Alex Lindenmeyer to be followed by Mia Masak. Do we have Samantha?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Bosco. I live in Marsha Rummel's district, and I am here speaking in support of fully funding the OIPM and the Office of the Independent Monitor. I also just want to say I am tuning in during a celebration of my 40th birthday in a different time zone. That's how important this issue is to me. And I think that this body should really be ashamed of itself. You all have voted to close shelters. You have proposed amendments to try to reduce funding for the Office of the Independent Monitor. And then this is what happens. You're trying to undercut our community's ability to protect itself. And please, you need to fully fund at least 5% of the police budget for the Office of the Independent Monitor and the Community Police Oversight Board. And ensure that the police are fully cooperating with every single piece of evidence, every report, every communication, every record gets turned over to the OIPM directly. It is horribly shameful that you talk out of one side of your mouth about peace, a peaceful resolution of this, and then to send in riot police, horses, our comrades being brutalized in the street with tear gas, being dragged through broken glass. It's awful. It's horrible what you have allowed in the name of business as usual. And so, yeah, you need to, at a minimum, fund this accountability office. And you know that we're going to, when the elections come around, that's going to be your referendum, and we're gonna fight. We're going to work at the state level to defund the police. You all should be so ashamed of yourself that you have let this happen time and time again over decades. We need to protect our homeless people. We need to value Black lives. We need to disarm police officers We need to completely change the way that they are trained so that they do not ever resort to violence when it is not needed and is often never needed. That is all I have to say. I see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alex Lindenmeyer of District 6, to be followed by Mia Masak, to be followed by Mary Boone. Do we have Alex?
Yeah, hi everybody.
Go ahead.
I missed shout out to whoever turned the screens on to see y'all's face. I wish you guys could see your constituents' faces too. Gosh, we've lost the humanity in all of this, haven't we? I'm not going to sit here and say you should be ashamed of yourselves because the majority of us already know the reality. And you know what you need to do. You know the right thing to do. You've known it all along. You knew it when we found out about Richard Johnson. You knew it when Tony Robinson was murdered. You knew it when you saw that video of a guy getting executed in the street in the middle of the day. Fund the Independent Monitor. Fund the PCOB. You know the right thing to do. You do. All of us are embarrassed. And if you're thinking about your political career, well, of course you are. But shout out to the people that aren't thinking about their political career. Stop being strategic. Stop playing politics. You know the right thing to do. Shout out to the people who are being courageous. Courage is something your constituents value and they will vote accordingly. So to the alders that continue to show up and be courageous, thank you. You know who you are. You know the people that are showing humanity and courage and love in a time like this in a city that should be just so embarrassed and ashamed. But it's just business as usual, so we need to do better. We all know that police find ways to de-escalate and not shoot white people all the time. Stop hiding behind what you can't do and start getting creative about what you can do.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Madison is watching you for your political career right now. So if you're trying to be strategic about what re-election feels like, that's shameful in itself, and you know it. We all know it. If you haven't been sitting on this council very long, you at least know Richard Johnson's name. All of it is bullshit. You know it.
That's your time.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mia Masak, to be followed by Mary Boone, to be followed by Elizabeth Light. Mia is from Williamson Street. Do we have Mia?
Mayor, I do see Catherine, just as a heads up. It looks like they joined.
Thank you. Okay, we'll circle back around.
And I don't see Mia.
Okay. Do we have Mia at SJC? No. All right, then let's go to Catherine Culbertson of Westport Road.
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hello, my name is Catherine Culbertson. I'm a Madison resident. I'm in full support and demanding the full funding of the OIPM. Everything that has come to light yet again through the absolute execution of Corey Ruiz is appalling. The lack of response and upholding the agreements with the Independent Monitor speaks volumes about what you all are protecting. It is self-serving, racist, and violent. The patterns are beyond blatant. Let's not continue to move as if all of us are not seeing this for exactly what it is. Mayor, you are an absolute disgrace. You claimed you have no power when it comes to arresting the officer that executed Corey Ruiz in the middle of the street, in the middle of the day, in the middle of our community. The history leading up to this murder is blood-soaked. Your language, rhetoric, and actions have exposed your lacking humanity, empathy, accountability, and sense of reality. You took it upon yourself to make an incredibly aggressive call for armed officers to clear the vigil site in the middle of the fucking morning, in the middle of the morning in the most disrespectful way imaginable. You have shown us all that you care more about addressing the inconveniences of a few versus the lives of many. One life is too much. You are actively engaging in behavior and practices that put people's lives in danger every single day. Beyond the immediate dangers you are actively maintaining, the ripple effect is massive and will continue to span generations if you continue as you are now. This is absolutely appalling, and I do not understand how you could possibly be continuing in this way. We're talking about people's lives. I just do not understand how you come to a point of power in politics and you can just so blatantly disregard lives. Please fund the OIPM completely. Please work with the independent monitor. Please do better. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mary Boone of District 14, to be followed by Elizabeth Light, to be followed by Tamar Zick. Do we have Mary?
I don't see Mary Boone. I see Mary Kate. Well, it looks like Megan is also joined as well.
Okay, thank you. Do we have Mary Boone at SJC? No. All right, let's do Elizabeth Light of District 12, to be followed by Tamar Zick, to be followed by Megan Suchamel. Do we have Elizabeth?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
My name is Liz Light and I live in District 12 on the north side of Madison. I'm in support of funding the Office of the Independent Police Monitor to the fullest extent possible. I'm in support of this council and the mayor using their authority to demand the MPD's cooperation with the OIM, as well as using their authority to demand MPD's implementation and compliance with the 177 recommendations of the Madison Police Department Policy and Procedure Ad Hoc Committee. In lieu of the life-saving systemic overhaul that our community desperately needs by way of abolition, our only tool to hold police accountable is the OIM. Since the mayor has been unwilling to do so, why has this council not ordered the chief of police to implement the recommendations of the ad hoc committee, including being in full compliance and collaboration with the PCOB and the OIM? This mayor and this council have a responsibility to protect our community from harm. The research-backed recommendations that include the development and ongoing compliance with the OIM are the people's access point to justice. We all have access to the data. If this office and these data-driven recommendations are minimized or dismissed by this council, this message the body sends our community, especially to the Black and brown kids in Madison, a population that very likely holds MPD's next victim of extrajudicial killing. We know how to protect you. You tell us we know how to protect you. You have the data, you've had it the whole time. And what do you say with this? You say, we know how to protect you and we choose to not protect you. Your willfulness is astounding. Every day you sit on your hands and you throw away the years of research and collaboration of the Madison Police Department Policy and Procedure Ad Hoc Committee. Do your jobs. Follow the ordinance that demands you rein in the violent occupying force that is MPD. If this body or any attendants have not yet watched the drone footage of the independent monitor, Aramika Glass being assaulted by multiple MPD officers at the Corey Ruiz Memorial today, please do so. As we meet here, MPD is actively pepper spraying and arresting protesters attempting to protect the sacred site of Corey's murder. This is so shameful. Justice for Corey Ruiz, justice for Richard Lee Johnson, and justice for Tony Terrell Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tamar Zick of District 15, to be followed by Megan Suchamel, to be followed by Amy Basil. Do we have Tamar?
Mayor, I don't see Tamara.
Do we have Tamar at SJC? No. All right, then let's go to Megan Suchamel of Westport Road. Megan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
No?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I am Megan Suchamel. I have been out there all week taking care of the community, the most neglected in our community, ones that don't seem to have the care nor support of anyone who claim to be leaders of the city. It is deeply shameful. It is so deeply embarrassing. I'm calling for the full support of the IOPM. Corey Ruiz and his family do not deserve to be treated this way. None of us in the community deserve to be treated this way. These are our neighbors. This is our community. These are human beings. And the disregard today for human life, for all of the donations of the resources that have been given to help these human lives, is nothing but shameful. I ask that you do better, that you actually do something to care for the people that you claim to care for, the people that you claim to lead. I'm so full of rage, I don't even know what to say. Today was so deeply shameful. Justice for Corey Ruiz, justice for Tony Robinson, justice for every life who has been stolen by Madison Police Department. This won't end unless you make it end. Justice for the martyrs. We will not stop until we get justice for the martyrs. That's all I have to say. Shame on you. Shame on all of you.
Our next registrant is Amy Basil of District 15, to be followed by Amanda Jane Hoffman, to be followed by Sam Chance. Do we have Amy?
Amy is here.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amy Basil. I'm an East Side Madison resident. I don't need to say what everybody else has been saying. Megan, I 100% hear you, and Eleanor and a lot of other folks have said what we're asking for is complete funding of the Office of Independent Police Monitor, and letting them have the authority that you've given them to conduct an independent investigation, giving them the resources to do that. The Madison Police Department, you know, their budget, I'm thinking that they can take some cutbacks on things like the rest of us, like cuts to housing and nutrition resources and other community resources, and cuts that you all have had to vote on. Redirect that and hold the police department accountable. The police need to be accountable for their actions. Any officer that discharges their weapon shouldn't be paid unpaid administrative leave. Why not issue body cameras to police officers instead of weapons? You know, if you're going to do body cameras. But any officer who's involved in a use of force incident shouldn't be given paid administrative leave. And I guess I'm wondering why we're not trying to be a leader in the country here, since we're in the spotlight. There has been a lot of healing going on down at the memorial site, and a week and a half, almost 2 weeks without police there, without the mayor there, without a lot of community leaders, but others who were there trying to heal. I was there with them on some days, and I didn't have to be on a lot of other days. But there were people down there taking care of our community. And I ask that we all do better and all try to be a better member of our community. Let's admit, Mayor, admit you were wrong in how you responded to this. Instead of ordering the police to destroy a memorial and protect property in that perpetual systemic racism that policing has been built on, try to be professional. Try to be collaborative.
About 30 seconds left.
About what your thoughts are. Involve the youth. All of the alders have great ideas of involving our youth here in Madison, I'm sure. Bring those people in who are doing the work. And as a quote from someone, what we run from pursues us.
And that's time.
And what we face transforms us.
That's your time. Thank you very much. Our next registrant is Amanda Jane Hoffman of District 6, to be followed by Sam Chance, to be followed by Madeline Manning. Do we have Amanda?
Mayor, I don't see Amanda, but I see a Jane.
Okay. Can you check on the Jane?
Jane should be able to unmute.
Jane, are you Amanda Jane Hoffman? You should be able to unmute yourself. And to whoever is the main account, if you could rename yourself to the name that you registered under, that would be very helpful. In general, and anybody who's on the Zoom that is wishing to speak, if you can rename yourself to the name you registered under, it will help the staff find you.
This is a different person.
Okay, thank you so much, Jane. Appreciate it. All right, so no Amanda Jane at SJC. So then Sam Chance of District 15, to be followed by Madeline Manning, to be followed by Dwayne Washington. Do we have Sam Chance?
Yes.
Yep, great, go ahead.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Sam Chance. I am a Madison resident in the Sassy neighborhood of District 15, represented by Alder Martinez Rutherford. I have lived in this neighborhood most of my life. I attended O'Keefe Middle School, blocks from the place where Corey Ruiz was killed by the Madison Police Department on July 22nd. I still live less than a mile away. I'm here to speak about item 2 on next steps regarding the Police Civilian Oversight Board and Office of the Independent Monitor. Madison is among the most racially disproportionate policing and arrest outcomes in the United States. Last year in Madison, nearly half of adult physical arrests involved Black people, 3/4 of youth physical arrests involved Black youth, and more than half of all recorded police uses of force were against Black people. This is based on MPD's own 2025 annual report, and the actual numbers may be even worse. In this context, it's absurd for the state to consider defunding and curtailing the independence of the OIPM. To that end, I urge the council to fully fund the Police Civilian Oversight Board and Office of the Independent Monitor, create a real-time racial equity dashboard for MPD activity, commit to a timeline for body-worn cameras and a financial audit of MPD, and direct MPD to direct all records to the OIPM. I prepared my remarks so far last night before the events of this morning. Before going to sleep, I listened to a statement from Corey's family, which called for peacefully downsizing and relocating the memorial site and beginning to reopen the streets and surrounding area, which would respect the trauma experienced by Corey's family and our community. I knew it was only a matter of time before the city cracked down, but I was hopeful that maybe there was a path forward that didn't involve state violence. This morning, I woke up to images of Madison police terrorizing and arresting community members peacefully gathered and brutalizing the Independent Monitor, protecting their property, protecting traffic. This is shameful, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Madeline Manning of District 15, to be followed by Dwayne Washington, to be followed by Aaron Fisher. Do we have Madeline?
Yes, can you?
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, hold on. Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Madeline Manning and I am a Madison resident. I first want to ask that the alders that are on their phone or looking at other computer tabs to please be present for this meeting. And thank you to the alders giving their attention to their community. Thank you. The Office of the Independent Monitor has the authority to conduct an independent investigation. I'm asking the council to immediately fully fund the OIM at the minimum of 1% of MPD's budget, which is 1.3 million. There's no state law that prevents the MPD from handing over all this evidence. The OIM must be protected and not censored by the state. All evidence should be provided immediately for the independent review of the death of Corey Ruiz by Kyle Peterson and MPD's killing of Richard Johnson. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dwayne Washington of District 5, to be followed by Aaron Fisher, to be followed by Melissa King. Do we have Dwayne?
I don't see Dwayne in attendance.
Not at SJC either. So then Aaron Fisher of District 15, to be followed by Melissa King, to be followed by David Blaska. Do we have Aaron Fisher? Aaron, you should be able to unmute yourself. The prompt might be, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Aaron Fisher. I've lived in Madison for 37 years. I'm a resident of District 15. I registered to ask that you fund and support and cooperate with the Independent Monitor and the PCOB. And now I have to ask for the safety of the Independent Monitor from law enforcement officers who've assaulted her. I don't have any faith or hope that anyone else is going to give us any police accountability. There is no one else I expect to do that. I have the Independent Monitor, I have the PCOB, and if they don't get funding, if they can't do their job, there's no one else I have any trust in or any expectation of anything improving. I'd like to also echo earlier requests for the mayor's resignation. That's how I feel as well. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Melissa King of District 6, to be followed by David Blaska, to be followed by Alicia Steele. Do we have Melissa?
I see Melissa Isbell, but not Melissa King.
Do we have a Melissa King at SJC? No. And then David Blaska of District 10, to be followed by Alicia Steele, to be followed by Jamie Hawkins. Do we have David?
I don't see David.
I assume David's not at SJC. Then what about Alicia Steele of District 12, to be followed by Jamie Hawkins, to be followed by Michelle Ellinger Lindley? Do we have Alicia? Yes.
Okay, I think you can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Alicia Steele, and I live on the north side of Madison. I've been paying attention to the problems with the Madison Police Department, and since Paulie Heenan was shot in while he was staying at my good friend's house, and then not long after that was the killing of Tony Robinson. These were unnecessary and obvious excessive uses of violence on the part of Madison Police Department. Madison has a huge problem with racism. We try to act like we're all, Midwest nice progressive. And behind that, what we have like 9% of Black people in the population who constitute around 50% of the use of force incident reports from MPD. Okay, let's focus. What I'm asking here for today and every day moving forward, and what I've been asking for previously, is to protect the PCOB, their independence, and also fully fund them and fully fund the Office of the Independent Monitor. They need to have many more people working to be able to do this investigation. Right now, we need to have emergency funding to them. We need to have emergency funding to the Office of the Independent Monitor now, because we can't wait till the next budget cycle. This is a very emergent problem in our city, and tensions have been increased by the actions this morning. And Mayor Satya, our city has a lot of problems, and you are one of them. We need you to step down. We do not need you as mayor. This has been a problem with trying to sweep things under the rug for this whole time. And at this point, it's coming to light to people who never saw it before. All right, so we need to keep the PCOB completely independent. We are not having the mayor put people on there or have any of those things happen. I'm glad that some of the alders took back the initiatives that they were trying to propose that would have taken power from the PCOB and done shady things with that. We are watching. I'm continuing to watch, okay? We are not going to stand idly by while this body or the mayor or MPD or the city attorney
You have about 30
slow
seconds.
walk this while hoping they can gloss it over, misinform, and ultimately sweep it under the rug. What happened this morning created more chaos and violence and an unstable situation where it was not necessary, because I believe we were close to being able to do something similar peacefully. Fully fund the OIM now and give them complete access to all of the evidence right now. There's nothing holding that back. Just say it and get it done.
And that's time.
it.
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Jamie S. Hawkins of District 12, to be followed by Michelle Ellinger Lindley, to be followed by Edward Kuharski. Do we have Jamie?
Mayor, I don't see Jamie.
Do we have Jamie Hawkins at SJC? No. All right, then Michelle Ellinger Lindley of District 18, to be followed by Edward Kuharski, to be followed by Sarah Tossing. Do we have Michelle?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Well, I prepared these comments before this morning's awfulness. I am angry. I'm angry about the actions of the city, of this mayor. I'm angry. Madam Mayor, I may not have always agreed with you, but I respected you, and I will never forgive what I witnessed today. You continue to undermine any efforts to center community and public safety and center yourself and your hunger for power and control. Shame on you, and shame on this council for not calling it out. I hope that those who stood behind you at that campaign press conference a couple of weeks ago will reconsider their endorsements, because no one should be supporting this mayor right now. And I agree with what someone else just said. This is an emergency. This city is not just horrible for Black people in terms of our massive inequities, but it was proven on July 22nd that it's been proven again today that this mayor, this city, this council, with the exception of a few, are not acting in the best interest of all residents. But regarding the next steps, because this item is about the Office of Independent Monitor and the Police Oversight, Police Civilian Oversight Board, I'm speaking directly to what this council is already committed to, and more importantly, what has failed to get done. This council adopted the full report of the MPD Policy and Procedure Review Committee in 2019, which required strict necessity, proportionality, and assessment standards for deadly force, and MPD simply did not implement it. And now we're here again. We have to stop treating police oversight as if it's optional and not mandatory. In 2024, this council nearly slashed 42% of the OIPM's budget, and I spoke out then. And tonight, I'm asking you again to shift your priorities and redirect at least 1% of MPD's budget, $900,000, straight to the OIPM so it actually has the resources to conduct real independent investigations. When people are killed in our community, we we cannot stand by. We need to independently investigate. And while I'm relieved that the ordinance changes that would have forced OIPM to share legal counsel with MPD were withdrawn.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Thank you. We need to strengthen what is left by protecting OIPM's budget in law and in building a real-time racial equity dashboard so that the public can track MPD's traffic stops, use of force incidents, and arrests by race, district, and officer. But that is not enough because this city does not want transparency, what they want translucency at best. And the opacity that we have seen is absolutely abhorrent.
And that's time.
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Edward Kuharski of District 6, to be followed by Sarah Tossing, to be followed by Diana Souls. Do we have Ed? Ed, you're unmuted on our end.
I'm unmuted on my end. I don't know why you can't hear me.
Nope, we can now. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Yeah, my name's Edward Kuharski. I'm an architect and homeless and housing advocate in the east side of Madison. And the Marquette neighborhood and Willie Street are a core part of where I do my work. And for 15 years, I've been working on advocacy for the homeless. And if we had been being adequate about serving those homeless people, we have failed. We are doing it at great extra cost to the community, by the way. We would not have had this situation. This was a targeted killing. And I think you all need to know something that I learned the afternoon after the shooting, which is that MPD officers visited the Occupy Madison Village on 304 North 3rd Street on Tuesday, the day before this whole episode, looking for a homeless guy with a knife. So this was not just something that arose out of a citizen call of somebody checking car doors on Willie Street. This was a targeted, planned thing, which kind of helps explain how there were 6 officers involved all of a sudden. This is not okay. And this is way too more to this. And I have great hope for John Patterson because he's old enough to remember when we had a decent, humane police department under David Cooper, and he trained someone under him. But he has not disclosed this. Nobody's disclosed this. And we have to fight the idea of framing this whole discussion of what went on from the moment that Mr. Ruiz was checking a car door, and that this whole thing rolled out on the basis of a not even probable cause, but just an unverified report of somebody doing something like that, which happens on my street every Friday night sometimes. So what? It's ordinary behavior. It's certainly no more than a civil forfeiture, and that is not subject to a death penalty in my state. So I would want to just advocate, as many have here, that we need a complete restart here. We have 17 years of Mike Koval doing aggressive police training to our force, and then being chief for a number of years and advocating aggressive policing, despite the written policy for de-escalation. So we say one thing on paper and we do exactly the opposite thing. And this is an absolutely extreme example of what happens when you let that culture thrive.
You have about 30 seconds.
And this is stingy to let people not complete a complete thought either. But, which side were you going to be on the Edmund Pettus Bridge? That was obstructing traffic. But sometimes you do that. And our right to have peaceably assemble to address grievances of our government is beyond just not inconveniencing some store owner or a mayor's election concern.
And that's time.
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Sarah Tossing of District 14, to be followed by Diane Souls, to be followed by Deborah Newlander. Do we have Sarah?
I don't see Sarah Tossing there.
Do we have Sarah at SJC? No. Adriana, will you see who the user named main account is? Because it seems like they can't rename themselves.
Yeah, that's me.
Sarah. I'm Sarah Tossing.
Oh, Sarah. Okay, excellent.
Sorry, I
It's okay.
don't use this. So
Yeah,
here we
so
are.
this is Sarah Tossing of District 14. Go ahead.
Look at us all. We're being human together. So I'm in District 14 with Alder Lieberman. I sent you an email over the weekend. I really look forward to your response. I'm here also echoing the voices of those before me with Agenda 2 that the OMPI should be fully funded, and that all of the requests that she's made through like legal ways, those shouldn't be obstructed. She should be able to have that material so that she can write a report and we can understand more of what's happening in the city. I am curious what the state law that keeps being talked about that is prohibiting all of that. So I'll continue to do my research. And the other thing I heard someone else say too was like the trust within the community and the police. That's absolutely true. It's really something that I hope that we can all work forward to making that trust again or ever. And that's my time.
Thank you. All right, our next registrant is Diane Souls of District 15, to be followed by Deborah Newlander, to be followed by Joanna Corden Hill. Do we have Diane?
I don't see Diane.
Do we have Diane at SJC? No. All right, then I think I saw Deborah Newlander in the list. To be followed by Joanna Corden Hill, to be followed by Pamela Minden. Deborah, you should be able to talk. But it looks like maybe your audio isn't working.
Yeah, there's no microphone icon next to her name, so.
You might need to choose in the bottom left corner of the Zoom screen, there's a audio function. You might need to choose your microphone, Deborah. While you figure that out, I'm gonna see if we have Joanna Corden Hill from Main Street, to be followed by Deborah, if we can, and then Pamela Minden.
I don't see Joanna in attendance.
Not there either, okay. And then do we have, yes, Pamela Minden?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have to say that everything I've heard tonight speaks my mind and speaks my heart. We lost a community member, and I don't want to forget that. While the loss is most acutely affecting his family, we all feel it. When any one of us is taken away by violence, it diminishes all of humanity. I had thought I was going to call to support channeling 1% of funding from the police into all these important efforts to monitor the police. But now I realize how incredibly ludicrous it is that we spend the money we do to arm people to kill innocent civilians. We have militarized our police. When I first moved to Madison over 3 decades ago, I remember reading the works of the then police chief, David Cooper, and having the pleasure of talking directly with Sherry Maples, who was the director of the police academy. And their vision of policing for Madison was that the police would be officers of the peace. What we are seeing now is so far from that vision. It just riles me that we are spending the amount of money we are on weapons. A budget is a statement of our values. And what the budget of this city says is that we value reactive, violent response to conflict rather than proactive, preventive approaches to providing people with their basic needs. So thank you, everyone, tonight. Thank you, Mayor and Alders, for listening. I cannot wait for your response. Thank you for community members for being here tonight, for speaking up, because we are going to have to do this continuously. We need to turn the police into officers of the peace. Thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you. Let's try again for Deborah Newlander of District 15 to be followed by Aaron Scaravoda to be followed by Lisbeth Morzonek.
Deborah's
Deborah?
gone.
Deborah's gone. Okay, we'll come back. Then Aaron Scaravoda from District 12 to be followed by Lisbeth Warzonek, to be followed by Jason Furman. Do we have Aaron?
No, I do not see Aaron Scaravoda.
Do we have Aaron at SJC? No.
No, Mayor, but do we have a Mary Boone?
Yes, we did. Is Mary Boone there?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's just having a hard time unmuting.
Yes, we did. We do have a Mary Boone.
She's not here. She's
okay. She's having a hard time. We can come back to her. Thank you for noting that. All right, so not Aaron. Do we have Lisbeth Warzonek of District 14 to be followed by Jason Furman to be followed by Kathy Seiden-Thomas? Do we have Lisbeth?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Just a note, all of the constituents have valid forms and various ways we should be applauding them. Not even able to see our faces if we want to. Another way you can shut us down. But there are things that I can add. And I'll quickly say that I'm in District 14. Lieberman is Alder, and the neighborhood is on the south side with the Common Council. Also, Mayor, the decision to tear down the memorial and telling the community, the protesters, those who walk in solidarity with them, the artists, the homeless people, the encampments, the chefs, the volunteers, you led us to be enraged. And we're ready for the upward battle. Thanks, officers. I almost forgot. For deciding to tear down people, for arresting those that do not agree with you, to continue to arrest and stand ground as we sit here and have this conversation. Great. Have you seen that the office executing point blank Corey Ruiz in the video? It's not been named. Where is that? This is a direct result of what leads to a target for surveillance, policing, and more. This is very authoritative for you. Well, we have a long list of demands and a huge group of people that are ready and waiting, so get ready. Many of the communication here tonight believe that that we can't be free until all of us are free. Not just the white people or upper class, for example. As a member of the disabled and mentally ill community, I hurt when another is hurt, especially in our home, four corners of Williamson and Baldwin. We've seen anger, enragement, tension, frustration, and more, and death is never the answer for us. This is why collective liberation needs to be front and center now. Who keeps us safe? We keep ourselves safe. Corey Ruiz was killed by Madison police
20 seconds
July 22nd, 13. It is on this city, on this street, with community members that watched it happen. And now a riot has started. Members are not just arresting, but beating more and more. And we still wait for the most pressing issue, that the police are arrested and hurting people right
And that's
now.
time.
Thank you. That's your time. All right. Our next registrant is Jason Furman of District 6. And then let's try for Mary Boone and Deborah Newlander. And then we'll go to Kathy Seiden-Thomas. Do we have Jason?
Mayor, I don't see Jason.
Okay. Is Jason at SJC? Don't think so. Then let's try for Mary Boone of District 14.
I don't see Mary either.
Okay. Then what about Deborah Newlander?
I don't see Deborah.
Okay. Then Kathy Seiden-Thomas of District 13, to be followed by Jennifer Wojcik, to be followed by Harry Richardson. Do we have Kathy?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thanks. So my name is Kathy Seiden-Thomas, and I'm a 52-year-old white woman living in South Madison, District 13. Before I share the comments that I prepared, I want to note the importance of reflecting on history and our shared history and what has been celebrated in our country's history. I'm so thankful for the neighbor who shared the sorry, I thought I lost my audio, who shared the comment about the march on the Edmund Pettit Bridge. And I think of, the great Congressman John Lewis telling us to get in good trouble, and how we celebrate that. We celebrate civil disobedience and blocking roads and blocking bridges to fight for the rights and the justice of people. And today that was shut down. I was reflecting on how the police system is rooted in a system created by white people to arrest and brutalize enslaved people who were just trying to escape to freedom. And early this morning, our neighbors grieving on Corey Street, finding their own freedom, were arrested and brutalized. Saying we can do better is an understatement. And as a white woman, I feel it's my responsibility to be part of a movement to dismantle these systems of oppression built by people who look like me. And speaking to you tonight is one small part. Corey Ruiz was killed by a Madison police officer on July 22nd, killed 1 block from where Tony Robinson was killed, and others were killed in that same neighborhood. Our community watched this tragedy happen and is still waiting for the truth. Our city ranks #1 among 35 major U.S. cities for racial disparities and traffic stops. Black residents are 9% of our population, but represent 43 to 57% of all MPD use of force incidents. As many others have mentioned, the MPD's budget is $90 to $100 million, and the Office of the Independent Monitor has $400,000 and only 1 analyst. We need to put our funding and our decisions where our priorities are and our values are and our words are. So I'm agreeing with others who have asked to fully fund
the Office of the Independent Police Monitor to create a real-time racial equity dashboard and commit tonight to a timeline for body-worn cameras and financial audits. Corey Ruiz deserved accountability. The community deserves it. We need to fund the office that provides it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next registrant is Jennifer Wojcik of District 15, to be followed by Harry Richardson, and then we'll try for Mary Boone. Do we have Jennifer?
Mayor, I don't see Jennifer.
We have Jen Wojcik at SJC? No? Thank you. Then Harry Richardson of District 6, to be followed by Mary Boone, to be followed by Hazel Belling. Do we have
Mayor,
Harry?
I don't see.
We have Harry Richardson at SJC.
Mary Boone is gone. She got disconnected and she said she emailed to.
Okay, thank you. She did pop back in. She's got her hand up, so we could try for her. But you don't have Harry at
Hello, can you hear
SJC?
me? Can you hear me?
Okay. Mary?
Yes, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Mary Boone. Finally, I've waited 4 hours because this is important to me. My name is Mary Boone, and I'm a lifelong resident of 68 years. This is my first time attending a Common Council meeting. I'm here regarding the future of the Office of the Independent Monitor. Corey Reyes was killed by a Madison police officer on July 22nd. The Office of Independent Police Monitor has authority to investigate, though they don't have the resources. They need more staff. I do respect the Madison Police Department. They have great officers, but then there are those who are not, that need to be accountable and trained to follow the rules on how to de-escalate properly. I want my Black daughters and my grandchildren to not fear for their life when they're approached by a Madison Police Department. I want my great-grandchildren to be able to trust police officers and not be afraid of them. So I ask you to please do these 3 things. Please fully fund the OPMI office in the POCB and direct 1 to 5% of the police budget to the office. Don't treat this oversight as an option because it is not. Please commit to a timeline to provide body cameras to a financial audit of the Madison Police Department. And lastly, from the words that I read from a Madison 365 article, the words of David Hart, quote, Madison wraps itself in a blanket of liberal righteousness, a city of lakes, farmers markets, bike paths, concerts on the square, and yet it remains haunted by the same racial and economic fault lines that define the republic, end quote. I thank you that I got in for this time to voice my opinion, and no justice, no peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for overcoming the tech difficulties.
Thank you.
Our next registrant is Hazel Belling of District 12. But before we go to Hazel, there's a number of folks who have their hands raised in the the attendee list. I just ask that you make sure that the name that you have on Zoom is the name that you registered with. And we still have a number of folks that we haven't gotten to yet, so please be patient, but we really need, you have to be registered to speak, and we need the name in Zoom to reflect the name that you registered with so that we can find you. Our next registrant is Hazel Belling of District 12, to be followed by Eric Howland, to be followed by Nico Magayon. Do we have Hazel?
I don't see Hazel.
You have Hazel at SJC? No. All right, then how about Eric Howland of District 13 to be followed by Nico Magayan, to be followed by Jacob Lang. Do we have Eric?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. I'll try and skip over some of what I prepared today. I wanted to talk a little bit about the depth of the movement to get police, to get police reform, and particularly about the way there's so much emphasis, particularly now as people see the way that Corey Ruiz was handled before he was shot, that there's such an impulse to have de-escalation. And even though the Madison Police Department has a great statement endorsing de-escalation, you wonder why, we don't see it in any of the videos. We don't hear about it, although hopefully it goes on somewhere. But I got an insight from listening to Professor Ian Main on WRT, what he described as force-first policing. And one of the earlier speakers said that maybe that came in with Koval as first a trainer. And then, of course, the person that killed Tony Robinson was also made into a trainer. But force-first policing, which is just the opposite of de-escalation. It includes, according to Professor Main, always retain a tactical advantage over the civilian. Reaction is slower than action, so act first. Only the civilian can de-escalate the situation. So the police can't do that. Only the civilian can de-escalate the situation by choosing to comply. So if the training is like that, so Madison needs to grapple with the difference between the training and the sort of culture of Madison policing and the aspirations and the great statement about how Madison Police Department endorses de-escalation. Fortunately, there is a solution to this with the creation of the Office of the Independent Police Monitor. Madison Ordinance 5.197A says tasks the independent police monitor with monitoring compliance with the 2019 report, which several people have referred to. That's the 177 recommendations. And Madison Police Department's own standard operating procedures, their goals, and their mission statement. So that's a big job because it's going to require going back. If you're going to try and change this culture that's grown up through the training of force-first training, then it's going to have to be
I'm sorry, that's your time.
Oh, okay.
Thank
so
you.
I want 1%.
I just want to say that for most of the folks that have your hands up in the attendee list, you are on the list, but we just haven't gotten to you yet. We have a lot of people wishing to speak tonight. And if you are able to change your Zoom name to the name that you're registered under, it will greatly help. Our next registrant is Nico Magayan of District 6, to be followed by Jacob Lang, to be followed by Barbie Jackson. Do we have Nico?
Present.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Nico Magayan, and I'm a Madison resident of nearly 20 years. I've been a proud resident of 1205 Jennifer Street for the past 6. Now, I'm here about the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and about what independent oversight means when a man is dead, again, at the hands of Madison Police. Corey Ruiz was killed by a Madison police officer on July 22nd on Williamson Street near my house in the city, in a community that watched it happen and is still waiting for justice and reconciliation to begin, a community praying to God that we don't have to experience this nightmare of injustice again after the murders of Tony Robinson and Paulie Heenan at the hands of MPD officers Matt Kenny and Stephen Heimsness, respectively. The Office of the Independent Police Monitor has the authority to conduct an independent investigation. Monitor Glass can examine whether MPD's policies were followed, whether de-escalation was attempted, whether the use of force standards this council adopted in 2019 and MPD never implemented guided what happened that day. But that investigation requires something this council must guarantee tonight: unfettered access. Every piece of evidence, every report, every communication, every record turned over to the OIPM directly, fully, and immediately, not filtered through MPD's legal team, not delayed, not redacted before the monitor even sees it. No independent investigation is truly independent if the department being investigated controls what the investigator can see. We've already seen what happens when MPD disagrees with findings. Earlier this year, Monitor Glass published an annual report documenting the most extreme police disparities on record in this city. MPD objected. The report was pulled from the city website. No public accountability. That cannot happen with this investigation, not again. A man is dead. He was killed in broad daylight. We all saw what happened. So tonight, I'm asking this council to say 3 things on the record. 1, MPD is directed to fully cooperate with the OIPM's independent investigation into the killing of Corey Ruiz. 2, all evidence, records, footage, and personnel access requested by the OIPM shall be provided immediately and without condition. And 3, the findings of that investigation shall be published publicly and without censorship by MPD or the city's administration.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Corey Ruiz's family deserves the truth. This community deserves the truth. The truth cannot come from the department responsible for what happened. It has to come from Monitor Glass. Give her everything she needs to find it. Now. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jacob Lang of District 12, to be followed by Barbie Jackson. And then we're going to try again for Joanna Corden-Hill. Do we have Jacob?
Hello.
Go ahead.
My name is Jacob Lang. I'm a resident of Madison District 12, and I am speaking in support of strengthening the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and Police Civilian Oversight Board. In fact, I call upon my alder, Julia Matthews, to make a motion to that effect, if not tonight, then in the very near future. The murder of Corey Ruiz is not an isolated incident. It is the culmination of years of Madison police misconduct, obstruction, and outright illegal practices. The police union, Mayor Satya, District Attorney Ozan, as well as some Madison alders are aware of these practices and have refused to do anything about it. Instead, they delay, deny, and redirect. We know this. Mika Glass of the OIM said so herself. Just today, she released a statement saying, quote, "Instead of confronting the warning signs coming out of their own police department, city officials have poured their energy into undermining, manipulating, and working around this office, our mandate, our authority, and our work." She has also said that Madison PD has refused to share any evidence of the shooting of Corey Ruiz with the OIM, despite a lawful mandate in our ordinances. They have also ignored a direct subpoena from the OIM. They are violating the law today. Madison police need to respond to these inquiries now, and the OIM and/or PCOB needs to be granted the funds, but more importantly, the authority to hold these corrupt institutions accountable. They need to be granted direct and unfettered access to all police misconduct cases and any other cases they deem relevant to an investigation. They need to be granted the authority to restrict police budgets and the ability to fire police officers without needing to go through a police union, a police chief, a district attorney, or any other political body. Only then will we start to see some level of accountability among our police force. And if any of that is impossible due to state law, then we need each and every one of you to join us in the streets when we escalate our call for justice to the state capitol. Oh, and Mayor Satya needs to stop lying about how she is cooperating with the OIM investigation in public statements. There's also been talk of implementing police body cameras tonight. I would only support such a proposal if the budget, data, cameras, and all other materials were housed under the OIM, PCOB, or similar civilian body. We will not approve an increase in police budgets so they and third-party data mining corporations can surveil us even further. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Barbie Jackson of District 7, to be followed by Joanna Corden Hill, to be followed by Carol Jenkins. Do we have Barbie?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Good evening, President Madison and Alders. I am grieved by the killing of Corey Ruiz by a Madison police officer in broad daylight. As you can hear, our entire community is grieving, outraged, and demands transparency, accountability, and consequences for this tragic killing. I am appalled by today's events as graphically described by so many here tonight. My name is Barbie Jackson. I am a 59-year white and privileged resident of Madison who has a 30-year mentoring relationship with a wide range of low-income, primarily Black children, youth, and young adults, which has given me a deep and visceral awareness of their life challenges and the harms and traumas many of them have suffered. I'm passionate about these dear people. We must accomplish systemic change together. As a young student, I arrived on campus in September 1967. Within a month of my arrival, the campus and the city were in flames, following Madison police tear gassing and brutally clubbing protesters, including Paul Soglin, who were trying to block recruitment by Dow Chemical, the manufacturer of napalm and Agent Orange, which were devastating the people of Vietnam and the U.S. soldiers drafted and sent to war. The impact of this time period, documented as the war at home, left an indelible mark on my understanding of power imbalance and on my life personally. The tactics you, Mayor, use today to destroy the memorial for Corey and against the people holding vigil for him are reminiscent of that time. It was a rapidly evolving situation then. How will this situation evolve? If you think the current direction is unacceptable, then make it stop. There must be accountability for this tragedy. The Office of the Independent Police Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board are a critical component of the systemic change that must occur in Madison. I am thankful, President Madison, for your statement to the Common Council, which effectively removes all existing proposals to amend the carefully constructed ordinances that establish the OIPM and the PCOB. I am thankful for your public commitment to Chair Pearson to pursue restorative justice, to rebuild trust, and create a stronger foundation for the important work of police oversight. How will that be accomplished in light of today's events? I call on the full Common Council to respect a restorative process toward assurance that there will be no future efforts to interfere with the independence and authority of the OIPM and the PCOB.
About 30 seconds.
We will be watching you as the 2027 elections approach. In the wake of the tragic killing of Corey Ruiz, there are many calls to fund body-worn cameras. I call on you to assure that any such future funding shall not impact full $1.3 million funding of the OIPM and PCOB in the upcoming budget. We will be watching.
Thank you. Our next registrant, let's see if the Joe C in the attendee list is Joanna Corden Hill of East Main Street.
That's me, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome, thanks. Hi, my name is Johanna Corden Hill. I'm a lifelong resident of Madison. I'm really grateful to be able to speak tonight and that everyone has stayed on for so long. And I'm especially grateful to everyone who has spoken and shared. I'm in alignment with much of what's been said very eloquently. It's really sad to me that we can't be in person and that you can't look into our faces and we can't look into yours while we're saying this, because if we were, I would really want to engage with you as fellow humans and residents of Madison, and just implore you to do the right thing. Like I know you want to, all of you, and I think we all do, but I think a lot of fear gets in our way, and I know that you care and don't want murder to be happening on your watch. And so I just, on top of everything that's been said and the desires to fund these really important offices and boards, I just implore you to look inside your hearts and think, what is that thing that I'm scared to do, but I could make huge impact if I did it? And be brave, like a lot of us are being now in this time, and join us and stand with all of us. I'm so proud of everyone who's speaking and showing up, and we can all do this together. Thank you. I cede my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Carol Jenkins of District 15. And then we're going to try again for Deborah Newlander and see if the Jules in the attendee list is Julie McDougall. But let's first see if we have Carol Jenkins.
I don't see Carol Jenkins, maybe.
Not at SJC either. Okay. So then can we try for Deborah Newlander of District 15? Deborah, you should be able to unmute yourself. If you're on a computer, the prompt might be hidden behind a window. If you're on a phone, it might be *6. I'm sorry, Deborah, we can't unmute you on our side any more than we already have. All right, I'm gonna have to keep going. Then can we see if the Jules in the attendee list is Julie McDougall from Janesville?
I'm Julie Wood-Toure. I'm later on the list. Also,
okay.
I can't change my name, just so you know. I don't
That's
think anyone
fine.
else can change their names.
Well, now we know who you are, so thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for letting us know. All right, so then we're gonna go, oh, sorry, Julie, you're next. You should read a little farther down the list. So if we can get Jules back, this is Julie Wood-Toure from District 12, to be followed by Nicholas Watt, to be followed by Sydney Lawson.
Hi, my name is Julie Wood-Toure. I am a almost lifelong member of Madison. Moved here in 1979 when I was 3 years old. I also have 2 adult children who are Black. I am white. I grew up in privilege, and then I had Black children. And Madison has broke my heart over and over again when it comes to racial issues, specifically around, well, all kinds of ways that Madison underserves Black folks. My children are watching this. Their hearts are breaking, or they don't feel like they belong in Madison because of the ongoing systemic deafness to yet another time. I do think that this has built on top of the Tony Robinson protests, and it is louder this time, and it's more organized this time, and it's more in people's faces this time, because guess what? The Madison has not changed its response. The actions are there for you to take. Their actions are there for the police department to take, and they're not taking them. And the way to make that change happen is to have an independent police monitor. This is the way that change actually happens. Rather than doing another study, rather than having another subcommittee, rather than having another listening session, what you need to do is actually put some teeth into action and fund an independent police monitor who has an ability to make suggestions, and when the suggestions are made, make those changes. And that's what everyone's asking. Change what's going on. We're tired of officers from Madison treating Black and brown people differently. We are tired of seeing that the right way to respond, the way that we see the police officers respond to armed white people, the way that we see police officers respond to white boys downtown fighting with knives, is not the same response that is given to a marginalized, yes, probably mentally ill, yes, probably maybe using drugs, homeless man on Willie Street, who, there's privilege and then there's lack of privilege. And what we saw as Madisonites was, hey, maybe no one will pay attention to this one.
You have
Guess
about
what?
30 seconds left.
People paid attention. I'm paying attention. People who are in my sphere and my parents who are so middle of the road, they're paying attention. They're saying, wow, I'm really surprised. They're paying attention. My parents, they don't like to rock boats. They've never been activists. They're from the hippie generation. Guess what? They walked out, but they're paying attention to this because
And that's time.
they understand it's their grandchildren.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Nicholas Watt of District 15, to be followed by Sydney Lawson, to be followed by Heidi Wegleitner. Do we have Nicholas?
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, alders, for taking the time here to listen tonight. This is what democracy looks like, huh? Where we sit in our individual rooms away from each other, where you listen to faceless voices, in which the state controls those voices. I'm pretty disheartened, obviously, that we can't be in person to have this discussion, a much needed and overlong discussion. I've been a resident of Madison for nearly 20 years. I am a small business owner. I'm an attorney. I have put in my time organizing in politics and for social justice. And from what I've seen in the city of liberals and progressives is disheartening. Apparently, it's also what democracy looks like to gun down a man for allegedly stealing a bike, allegedly checking car doors that didn't belong to him. A man, Corey Ruiz, has been failed by the system, the criminal justice system, the mental health system, the housing system, at every level, and it ended his life. And that's not fair. I come from a life of privilege. I grew up in a small town in Southern Illinois, practically in Kentucky. I've definitely seen overt and outward racism in my life, but the racism I see in Madison, the quiet racism, the insidious racism, is tough. So I would ask today that the city and you all show some leadership, fund the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Office of Independent Monitor at 1% of the police budget for transparency, for community trust, for the purposes that you all voted for it to be. And make sure that Monitor Glass has the authority and the power to ask and receive the documents she's been demanding so we can get to the bottom of this investigation of the killing of Corey Ruiz. It's not that you all passed an ordinance for a reason. Now you need to back it up. And so, again, let's fund it at that 1% level. Let's give the Office of Independent Monitor what it needs, its resources and its staff to litigate the subpoena that it's provided to MPD if necessary.
30 seconds.
Thank you. But let's not stand in the way any longer. Just finally, what happened this morning, Mayor, you opened this meeting 4 hours plus ago, asking for grace for the community, yet you show none. What happened this morning, instead of engaging in the community, you just tried to remove them. And from my understanding is that there's still activity at Corey's Corner tonight, and I hope it continues until we get justice.
And that's time.
Thank you.
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Sydney Lawson of District 12, to be followed by Heidi Wegleitner, to be followed by Iris Fisher. Do we have Sydney?
I don't see Sydney in attendance.
No. Okay. Then Heidi Wegleitner of District 12, to be followed by Iris Fisher, to be followed by Ian Koscheck. Go ahead, Heidi.
Thank you, Mayor and Common Council. I represent District 2 on the Dane County Board, and for over 20 years, I've represented low-income folks in housing cases, folks facing housing insecurity, homelessness, families, individuals, people with disabilities, many folks who are Black and brown. And I've seen over and over again how low income and Black and brown and communities and people with disabilities are over policed, are disproportionately harmed by police. and how so many more resources go towards causing that harm than go to supporting them, meeting their basic needs and ensuring their stability. I was really proud of the Madison City Council when it adopted the ordinance to create the independent monitor and the police civilian oversight board. It is a model and it is so needed, and it provides the opportunity for truth for people in our community who have been unfairly treated to have their experience, their truth out there, available for you, for policymakers, for the community, and not be denied. And while I know that the power of the city and the council can't do everything to change our broken criminal justice system, our harmful criminal justice system, you can't do everything to correct that. But you can do this, as other commenters have stated, you can provide the minimum sort of funding needed, the $1.3 million that is essential for monitoring and accountability of this huge police force. Please do what you can and use your power to fund and support this office. I hope you've read each and every word that Aramika Glass has put out since she has taken this position, and I am so grateful for what she is doing. It is, it takes tremendous courage, even when people are constantly putting up roadblocks. When she's putting her body on the line just to get the most basic information. She all deserves your public support and defense. Please stand up and do what's right. Please work with us on the county board. We can do better together, but we have to talk. We have to listen.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Iris Fisher, to be followed by Ian Kozacek, to be followed by Rebecca Jameson. Do we have Iris?
I don't see
Sorry,
Iris.
of Sun Prairie. No Iris at Social Justice Center. Okay. Then Ian Kozacek of District 12, to be followed by Rebecca Jameson, to be followed by Kayla Shaw. Do we have Ian?
I don't see Ian either.
No Ian at Social Justice Center? No. All right. And then Rebecca Jameson of District 18, to be followed by Kayla Shaw, to be followed by Keena Atkinson. Do we have Rebecca?
I don't see a Rebecca.
Nope. Okay. And then Kayla Shaw of District 1, to be followed by Keena Atkinson, to be followed by Brenna Kautz. Do we have Kayla? Go ahead, Kayla.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kayla and I live in Madison. I am here about my story and what independent police oversight means in real life. In 2018, my parents called MPD because I was actively suicidal. Instead of helping me, they put me in a position where I was able to harm myself further, laughed at my severe distress, arrested me, and threw me in jail overnight. I was not taken to an emergency room or given medical care. They didn't even allow me to clean the blood off my body. The charges may have been dropped, but this only worsened my mental health, and I attempted suicide shortly after. While my experience was awful, I know it could have turned out much worse if I was a person of color. People aren't just treated unfairly by police, they get injured, they die. MPD has a pattern of approaching people in mental health crises with ignorance. A man is dead. His life is gone. This isn't just another day of work. This is a tragic loss. His death deserves to be treated that way. Corey was already apprehended by the time he was shot. He was not a threat. Healthcare workers are 5 times more likely to experience workplace violence than any other profession. That includes police. We do not use weapons. Police need more accountability. They need to use de-escalation techniques in the same way healthcare professionals do. Lethal weapons should be the absolute last resort, in the same way police or medications are in healthcare settings. Clearly, the way things are being done is not working. There has to be another way, whether that's cross-training paramedics or firefighters or allowing them to come to certain calls with police if they volunteer. The less people with deadly weapons, the better. I ask that you do not let Corey Ruiz's death be investigated by the same department that took his life. All the evidence should be handed over to the independent investigators and the officer arrested. Please consider other avenues of apprehension in the future as well. No one deserves to die. Thank you for hearing me and everyone else. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Keena Atkinson of District 6, to be followed by Brenna Kautz, to be followed by Tana Shermer. Just note that I think we still have about 80 folks' names on the list. Obviously, they're not all here, but that's sort of what we're looking at. Do we have Keena?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Keena Atkinson. I live in Madison, Wisconsin, District 6, a block over from where my former classmate Corey Ruiz was murdered 2 weeks ago. And in the same city where my childhood friend and classmate Ashley DiPiazza was killed by the police. This month would have been both of their 20th year class reunion. The police stole their futures and to this day have not been held accountable for murder due to the irresponsible MPD internal review process. I am calling for the city to fund the OIPM at $900,000, build a real-time racial equity dashboard so that this community can see MPD data in public, and to disarm the police. I am here to tell my story about what independent police oversight means in real life. I am a part of the 75% of people who have taken the steps to file complaints that were ruled invalid. The first time that I ever in my life had a gun to my head was 2 months after the police killed Ashley. On July the 14th, 2014, on East Washington 1st Street, I was surrounded by the police when I was 7 months pregnant and held at gunpoint. There were multiple guns pointed at me with my son, my best friend, and her children in the car with me, and our hearts were pounding through our chest, and the threat to our lives was real. And the police said they wouldn't give me any ticket, and they just wanted to talk because I fit the description. They wanted to talk to me with their guns drawn. He saw my UW-Madison ID and my wallet, and then they told me they were not going to document the interaction, as if that did me a favor. And when this happened, and the only thing they gave us was a sticker at the end of this interaction. And when this happened, I wondered to myself, how many times do I have to conveniently fit the description? Because I've been racially profiled by the police on multiple occasions, and I supposedly always fit the description. If 1 in 4 people file, then I'm one of the 75% of people, because I have filed a complaint before, and I was informed by the lieutenant that the officers were within their duties or authority. So when I was 25, I didn't get a proper external review. No one knew about what happened, and no one from the police department felt like it was wrong. So not only did we not get a review or justice, we didn't even get an apology. We got a sticker. It was their word against mine. I was nothing but a Black woman who supposedly fit the description. They followed me from the neighborhood I lived in, Darbo, where the population is at or below poverty levels. People urged me to file a complaint. Economically, I was one of the lowest people on the totem pole, and no one who was supposed to protect and serve me served or protected. They actually caused unnecessary harm, terror, and trauma. As a Black woman, we're statistically disproportionate worse prenatal complications.
That's your time. Thank you. Alder Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a constituent, Johanna Corden Hill, who said she missed her time to speak. Is she still in the queue?
No, she spoke.
She did. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. All right, our next registrant is Brenna Kautz of District 10, to be followed by Tana Shermer, to be followed by Amy Mondlock. Do we have Brenna?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Brenna Kautz, and I'm a Madison resident.
I have lived here since 2023, but I've lived in Wisconsin my whole life. I am appalled at the events that have transpired and the reactions of those involved and policymakers and officials. Police and other government employees cannot be immune from consequences. Why is it that laws are enforced on civilians with violence and murder if, the officers feel like it, I guess, but those quote unquote enforcing those laws are not held to any standard of accountability or moral code. There must be a robust system to hold police officers to the consequences of their abhorrent actions. We should not have to beg for fair treatment and accountability. It's embarrassing. It's a disgrace. It feels like I'm a little kid trying to talk over, someone that they don't even notice me. Independent oversight is absolutely needed. It's obviously needed. You can train police officers all you want, with de-escalation and the body cams if you want, whatever. But when a racist officer is trigger happy, it doesn't matter. That training, it doesn't matter. So the accountability, at least the accountability has to be there. I see very little emotion on the authority members' faces tonight. I fear that that you are ignoring our words, and I feel very powerless even being able to speak. Being restricted to polite words, no swearing, because it's the polite thing to do. Would it be too aggressive to swear? Would it be too violent or, impolite? I feel like it's more violent to murder, but maybe that's just me. I'm not sure if you are listening. At best, I think you might be taking notes on how many angry Madisonians there are so you can do damage control on the city's opinion of you.
You have about 30 seconds left.
If you cared about the people's well-being, there would already be accountability for police. Clearly, there has not been so far. Please change that. I implore you, please change that. We will not stop. We will continue fighting, and we will stay angry and try to continue holding people accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to apologize. I didn't realize that in a webinar, the attendees can't actually rename themselves. So sorry for telling you to do a thing that you couldn't do. Apparently, the only way to change your Zoom name is when you first enter the webinar. So if you don't have the correct name, you could try exiting and coming back into the webinar and entering the name that you're registered under, if that would help. And again, my apologies. I didn't realize that that was a technical restriction. Our next registrant is Tara Shermer of District 14, to be followed by Amy Mondlock, to be followed by Jerry Paredes Vasquez. It's Tana Shermer. Do we have Tana?
Yep, I'm here. It's Tana.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So I want to thank you guys for giving me the moment to speak and to give my opinion on everything going on. I know there's a lot of controversy with everything. And if people are saying, oh, it's Corey, it's Tony, it's Richard, there's several others. One of them specifically was my friend Ashley DiPiazza. The Madison police officers knew she was going through a mental health crisis because of her boyfriend and her, whatever was going on with them. She's having a mental health crisis, didn't point that gun at nobody else but herself, didn't threaten anybody. And she was shot 14 times by Madison police officers that I personally know because of growing up in Madison. I've lived in Madison for almost 30 years, usually all on the east side. I personally have called the police numerous times. Like I have several kids. My 5-year-old, her father had no custody and placement of our child. 3 out of the 4 times that he took my daughter with no custody and placement, the Madison police did not do anything. And they've done things like my son and his friends where they're being boys and made a mistake. They were speeding. They didn't get pulled over. The officer pulled out and they saw him and they pulled into wherever and parked. My son's only black friend in the vehicle was followed by not one, but 5 officers. He got his face slammed into a door. Man, all the white kids walked off. They didn't even try to stop them. Okay. The Madison police are doing these things that they should be protecting us, and we should feel like we can't call them, you know, to if there's a situation. It's gotten to be pathetic, and I can't sit and watch this happen and do nothing. You know, I'm raising my kids here. I should be able to feel okay and feel like if we need to call the police, that we'll be safe. I've personally had one incident myself where I was the only one that called. After my niece's 21st birthday, I was basically physically assaulted by one of her boyfriend's friends. They were all drunk. We were, you know, having a great time at first, got left there. This man physically assaulted me, called me some very racial, nasty names. And then I literally took my pocket knife because I'm a female. I have a small pocket knife. I put it in between my feet. I called 911. Again, the only person that called 911, only report.
You have about 30
Why did
seconds.
I get arrested? Why did I get arrested that day? This guy just has to stop, Sasha. This has to stop. This is our city, and we're taking back over. If that's what it is, you know, you should do it the right way. Y'all didn't spend no money on this fund on this stuff. I cleaned up. I brought food. I brought clothes that were donated. The city didn't do nothing but stand around today, and that's what the thousands of dollars you're talking about. Today, it's the only day they've been there, other than the first day. I've been there every day with other people.
And that's time.
I'm tired of it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Amy Monlock of District 12, to be followed by Jerry Paredes Vasquez, to be followed by Matt Flom. Do we have Amy? Not at Social Justice Center.
Mayor, we're wondering if it's this person named Asmon.
Yeah.
Is this Amy? Is that you, Amy?
This is Amy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So, good evening, Alders and Mayor. My name is Amy Monlock. I am a City of Madison resident with a long history of community involvement as an organizer, activist, and educator, which includes having coordinated the Peaceful and Prepared team that played a key role in maintaining nonviolence during the 2011 takeover of the state capitol. I am extremely disappointed at how our city and our police force operates in regards to serving communities of color as well as communities in need. What I have seen is Madisonians who are calling out simply to be recognized and respected as people, and people who are asking for support and help. People who need housing, mental health support, jobs, and simply to be allowed the opportunity to survive and thrive, and are instead being met with a wall of police who are there to control them rather than to listen and support. We need to change this. Peaceful and successful communities come through communicating, respecting people as people, and assuring that everyone has the resources to survive and thrive. They do not come through violence and control. I am requesting the full funding of the Office of the Independent Police Monitor, OIPM, and the Police Community Oversight Board, PCOB. I'm also requesting that the Madison Police Department be required to work with both OIPM and PCOB, including supplying any and all requested information on the recent killing of Corey Ruiz and all incidents on which the OIPM or PCOB request information. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jerry Perez Vasquez of District 14, to be followed by Matt Flom, to be followed by Dana Colosi Lind. Do we have Jerry?
Buenas noches, can you hear me?
Sí.
Buenas noches. My name is Jerry Paredes Vasquez, and at 11:23, I am one more very concerned Madison resident speaking on file 94186 tonight. I want to thank everyone who has shared their testimony and thank every council member who's listening deeply enough to be transformed by the gift of the breadth and the depth of the testimonies that we're hearing today. I know I am. Unfortunately, we are having this meeting in the midst of a disgraceful day in our city, one that reveals that we clearly have different understandings of what we mean by reasonable use of force, humanity, dignity, care, restoration, and accountability. Today has shown us that we have drastically different understandings of how to support our community through grief, as well as to how to transform the longer history and larger pattern of trust repeatedly being broken between community and police. In a country and a time when Black and brown bodies, migrant, women, trans, and queer, as well as poor and unhoused communities are often under attack. Corey Reese killing and the aftermath of today is disgraceful and speak volumes about the need for this council to secure that our community has a well-funded, resourced, and independent Office of Independent Police Monitoring in our city to prevent and stop what seems to be a growing pattern of unreasonable use of force by the police. Madison, as we know, ranks #1 among 35 major U.S. cities for racial disparities in traffic stops. Black residents are 43 to 57% of all MPD use of force incidents, while being only 9% of the population. 6 years ago, the ask the community had for the council was the creation of the PCOB. In 2019, this council adopted the full MPD Policy and Procedure Review Committee. Recommendation 109 required necessity, proportionality, and reassessment standards for deadly force. MPD did not implement this. If anything, today, as well as these past weeks and months, have increased the need for a well-funded resource and independent OIPM in our city to make sure that what is stated in policies meets the ground with implementation and avoids more violent incidents like the killing of Corey Reese, Richard Johnson, or Tony Robinson. In the violence events of today, the independent monitor Arimike Glass was disgracefully intimidated and injured by Madison police officers, as we learned, proving again the deep necessity for real structures of accountability for the use of force by the police. The Office of the Independent Police Monitor has the authority to conduct an independent investigation, and it needs these councils and federal support and resourcing, and we, our community, need you to do so for the well-being and safety of every resident in our city. As everyone else has stated today, I am asking you to redirect at least 1% of MPD's requested budget to better fund the OIPM, create a real-time racial disparity dashboard for MPD data to track traffic stops, use of force, and arrest public to arrest district and officer.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Matt Flom of District 3, to be followed by Dana Colosi Lind, to be followed by Heather Anderson. Do we have Matt?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Just good evening to everybody at home. I'm really sorry we couldn't actually be together tonight. I can hear that a lot of us are still in a lot of pain, and it's unfortunate that they decided to try and keep us as separated and faceless as possible. I'm just here because I'm in agreement with getting everything fully funded. The Police Civilian Oversight Board. We don't need any more studies. We don't need any more votes about it. It just needs to get done at this point. I went to school with Corey, and it just keeps happening, and I don't see an end to it until we actually change things. Seeing the monitor assaulted today feels right in line with what should be expected, unfortunately. The fact that the person that murdered Robinson is training people is just absurd. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dana Colosi Lind of District 3, to be followed by Heather Anderson, to be followed by Anik Dupati. Do we have Dana?
I'm here.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I am Dana Colosi Lind, and I am a resident of District 3. I'm here in support of strong, fully funded, independent oversight of the Madison Police Department. Corey Ruiz was killed by a Madison police officer on July 22nd. The OIPM has the authority to conduct an independent investigation, but does not have the resources to do so. The thought that stuck with me over the weeks that followed Corey's killing was the fact that very little had changed with policing in this city since Tony Robinson's murder. Community leaders worked tirelessly to get the OIPM and PCOB created, but they were not given the resources to be successful. They are still in this fight, but without the authority to influence the behaviors of the police department, nor hold them accountable, it was only a matter of time before this situation repeated. You have the opportunity to change the course of our future by fully funding the OIPM, using a portion of the police budget, and enacting the recommendations made by the group for Group 109. Corey Ruiz deserved accountability. This community deserves accountability. Please fund the office that provides it. As a final note, I am deeply disturbed by what occurred during the raid on the Memorial encampment and the subsequent police presence this afternoon and tonight. The folks that were camped out overnight were surprised by the abrupt presence of heavily armed police and state patrol, and then had to scramble to pack their belongings under the cover of darkness and fear. While most officers were respectful this morning, the sheer number and presence had the potential to inflame existing tensions. We saw that escalate this afternoon. There was a clear lack of communication between the city officials and the leaders at the site, which caused confusion, chaos, and harm to the inhabitants. This was not the way to resolve a delicate issue, and I urge you to do better for a city that is still grieving and angry. You can begin to make it right by adopting the proposals from the community regarding the OIPM. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Heather Anderson of District 15, to be followed by Anik Dupati, to be followed by Kylie Timler. Do we have Heather?
Mayor, I don't see Heather.
Do we have a Heather at the Social Justice Center? No. All right. Then Anik Dupati of District 12, to be followed by Kylie Timler, to be followed by Jessica Armbruster. Do we have Anik?
I don't see Anik.
Okay, thank you. Then Kylie Timler of Stoughton, Wisconsin, to be followed by. Do you have Kylie? Yes. Okay, so to be followed by Jessica Armbruster, to be followed by Heather Stapleman. So we'll go to Kylie of Stoughton.
Hi, my name is Kylie Timler, and I'm here to speak on item 2, file 94186, regarding the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and what independent oversight means. Corey Ruiz was killed by a member of the Madison Police Department while the community was grieving and awaiting the truth. Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway, you ordered the removal of a memorial in the darkness of the morning from the comfort of your office while justice has still not been served. Justice can take many forms, but today I'm speaking specifically about ensuring that Madison's independent police monitor, Monitor Glass, who was assaulted by your police officers, is given the full cooperation and unrestricted access necessary to determine whether MPD followed its own policies. Was de-escalation attempted? Was the use of force consistent with the use of force standards this council adopted in 2019? Were the department policies followed? Those questions cannot be answered unless this council guarantees an unobstructed investigation. Every unfiltered piece of evidence and every relevant document must be turned over to the Office of the Independent Police Monitor immediately, completely, and without redaction or alteration. MPD's objections to Monitor Glass's racial disparity report led to its removal from the city's website? Why? Does the city that claims to value transparency, inclusion, and equity believe that the public should not see data about the racial disparities in policing? Transparency can not only exist when it is politically convenient for you. I am demanding that we become a community that values human life over property and institutional protection. Look at the incarceration statistics and explain why Black members of our community make up over half of the jail population while representing only about 6% of the overall county population. The legacy of slavery lives on through the policing of Black bodies today. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery except as a punishment for a crime, creating a system that has disproportionately impacted Black communities for generations. And if this council is serious about racial justice, then be a part of the solution tonight. I am asking that this council commit on public record to 3 specific actions. First, direct the Madison Police Department to fully cooperate with the Office of Independent Police Monitor's investigation into killing Corey Ruiz. Second, require that all records, communications, footage, reports, and personnel access requested by the Office of the Independent Police Monitor be provided immediately and without conditions. And third, commit that the findings of the Independent Police Monitor will be released publicly without censorship, interference, or suppression by the Madison Police Department or the city of
30 seconds.
Corey Ruiz's family deserves the truth, our community deserves the truth, and every resident deserves transparency about what happens when Black men die at the hands of the Madison Police Department. And if this council truly believes in accountability, then prove it tonight. And Satya, we see the video of you crying over the police in 2020, and I want to know where those tears are for the Black men who die at the hands.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Jessica Armbruster of Wanakee, to be followed by Heather Stapleman, to be followed by Alyssa Strafe. Do we have Jessica?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jessica Armbruster. I am a social worker here in Madison for well over 15 years. I do community mental health with adults in Dane County. Many of our adults who are in the Willie Street and Baldwin area where this tragedy occurred. My entire career, my entire life in Madison, I've seen and witnessed these disparities for the people that I serve. Aggressive police interactions, clients being tased in their own front yards, clients being followed, chased, physically assaulted by police when they were doing nothing but trying to survive and trying to manage an illness. That can also be so incredibly cruel in a community where we continue to just defund the resources that could help them, could house them, that could show their worth and dignity as people and how much we actually love them. I've already been scared in my career anytime the police have to get called for my people or that they have to have an interaction with them. And now after the killing of Corey Ruiz, I am terrified. My staff is terrified. My clients are terrified. Why is it that us as healthcare workers and social workers, other staff that supports our unhoused community members, caregivers, so many others can deal with de-escalating situations every day and nobody is hurt, yet the people who are supposedly here to serve and protect us cannot manage to do the same? Why is MPD allowed to agitate, aggress, and kill our community members in the street? Why is our Madison jail disproportionately filled with our Black and brown members of our community? These people are my clients. These are my people. These are my friends and family. And that is why we have to have the OIPM fully funded. It has to be independent. It has to be staffed and have the resources to do the job it was set up to do. I am asking you to fully fund the OIPM with at least 1% of the police budget. I want the council going on record to tell MPD they need to fully cooperate with the OIM's independent investigation into the killing of Corey Ruiz. Corey's death should not be handled by the same department and the people that are responsible for it. It needs independent review. Any evidence, records, footage, any information that Ms. Glass in this position needs should be handed to them and her immediately. And then findings should be published publicly so that we know what the recommendations are, and it should be published without censorship from MPD or administration. Corey and his family especially, as well as
30 seconds left.
the community member that's been mistreated or terrorized by MPD deserves to have this. They deserve a department that has independent oversight and accountability. Lastly, just what happened today on William Baldwin was abhorrent. To continue to traumatize the community with more brutality is abhorrent. And I would ask this council and the mayor to use your power to support community.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Heather Stapleman of District 15, to be followed by Alyssa Strafe, or Yes, and then to be followed by Marcy Fritz Newberry. Do we have Heather?
I don't see Heather in attendance.
Do we have, nope, okay. Then Alyssa Streif of District 17 to be followed by Marcy Fritz Newberry, to be followed by Darletha Williams. Do we have Alyssa?
I don't see Alyssa either.
Okay. And then Marcy Fritz Newberry of District 6 to be followed by Darletha Williams, to be followed by Lisa Marie Outer. Do we have Marcy?
I don't see Marcy.
Doesn't look like we have Marcy. No. Okay. Then Darletha Williams of District 16 to be followed by Lisa Marie Outer, to be followed by Peter Newell. Do we have Darletha?
I don't see Darletha.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep track here. Then Lisa Marie Outer of District 7 to be followed by Peter Newell, to be followed by April Kagea. Do we have Lisa?
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Marie, and I know it's been a long day and a long night. I've prepared my 3 minutes, but speakers before me have expertly stated what I demand. Police oversight, Monica Glass having complete access to do her job, and the MPD to be held accountable for the lives they've stolen from us. You have heard nearly identical demands and requests. And aren't you tired? Don't you want to go home and with your family and not be hearing nearly identical demands from hundreds of your constituents, your voters? Yeah, we would like to go home too. We would like to be with our families. Corey would like to be with his family, and his family would like to have him back. We have been here time and time again, and we are saying the same thing, and you are hearing the same thing tonight, this many hours later. You might even be desensitized to these demands by now. It looks like you have become desensitized to the killing of the Black and Brown community, desensitized to a city being destroyed, lives being destroyed. I know that you can't comment to our comments right now, and you shouldn't even show much on your face. You have to stay professional. But I do hope this can hit the personal. I hope that this can hit your soul and that you take us home with you. Prove that you're listening and taking this in. And frankly, I don't trust you to hear us. I don't trust you to follow rules to keep us safe, especially when you decide out of an abundance of caution to hear your constituents virtually only. Why are you so afraid, Mayor Sadia? You have an opportunity yet again. And how many more times do Corey and Tony and Victor and Paul and Richard have to give you this opportunity to do the humane thing? Like so many people before me have told you, all of you, you know what to do now. Put life before money. Put humanity before politics. The whole country is watching. Not just your voters.
We have about 30 seconds left.
Is watching Madison. What will you do now?
Thank you. Our next registrant is Peter Newell of District 4, to be followed by April Kagea, to be followed by Brian Standing. Do we have Peter?
I see Peter in attendance.
Okay. And you see if Solstice House is Peter?
That would be me.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Peter, and I'm a resident of downtown Madison. I worked with the unhoused community Firstly, Madam Mayor, your treatment of the most vulnerable Madison residents today was an abhorrent and unnecessary escalation. The erosion of trust will be difficult to repair and is a severe impediment to your relationship with the people you purport to represent. I pray, yet I'm not hopeful this situation will change. I was present for the murder of Victor Montero Diaz, a situation irritatingly similar to that of Corey Ruiz 20 years ago. No change. The clock is ticking towards the next extrajudicial police execution in Madison. Every few years, we find ourselves in the same place. Absent substantial change, we will find ourselves there again all too soon. There can be no more Coreys or Tonys or Richards or Victors. We will no longer pay for oppressive white supremacist law enforcement policy with our Black and brown children. My suggestion, fully cooperate with the independent monitor's investigation into the killing of Corey Ruiz and release all of the evidence requested immediately and unedited by MPD. Yes, the same independent monitor assaulted by police this very afternoon, a fact that should give you, Madam Mayor, serious pause. Again, community prays for your better judgment despite evidence of your lack of compassion or connection with your constituents.
Thank you. Our next registrant is April Kagea of District 16, to be followed by Brian Standing, to be followed by Nathan Royko Maurer. Do we have April?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is April Kigea and I live in District 16. I'm here tonight regarding the future of the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and the PCOB. Like many in our community, I have spent the past 2 weeks grieving, listening, and asking hard questions regarding the death of Corey Ruiz. And today, Madison residents and the world who was also watching woke up to find that the Willie Street encampment had been cleared starting around 5:30 a.m. Whether people supported the encampment or not, many of us were left asking the same question we've been asking these past 2 weeks. How are decisions that deeply impact our community being made, and are the people most affected being heard? Trust is built through transparency, communication, and accountability, not after the fact, but before decisions are carried out. As a Black woman raising 2 Black sons and 4 Black children in Madison, I know that fear has consequences. Too often, Black families carry the weight of knowing that someone else's fear can change our lives forever. History has shown us that white fear can become a powerful and dangerous weapon when it influences policing. That is exactly why the independent oversight exists, to ensure that fear never outweighs facts, transparency, or accountability. Independent oversight isn't about being anti-police. It's about ensuring that when government exercises its authority, the public has confidence that there is an independent system in place to review actions, ask difficult questions, and promote accountability. Right now, the Office of the Independent Police Monitor has an important responsibility, but it lacks the resources to fully carry out that responsibility. And at that same time, Madison continues to experience significant racial disparities in policing. Those realities make independent oversight more important, not less. I'm asking the council to do 3 things. First, fully fund the Office of the Independent Police Monitor so that it has the staff and capacity to fulfill the mission the council created. Second, commit to greater transparency by making policing data, including traffic stops, use of force, and arrests, easily accessible and understandable to the public. Third, continue strengthening civilian oversight because accountability should not be something we invest in only after a tragedy. It should be a core value of how we govern every day. As a resident in District 16, I want to live in a Madison where people trust their government because they know they are being heard, where accountability is more than a promise, and where transparency is not optional. The events of the past 2 weeks, from the death of Corey Ruiz to today's encampment removal, have reminded us that trust is fragile. We cannot rebuild trust without meaningful accountability and genuine community engagement. I want to urge you to fully fund the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and to demonstrate that Madison is committed to not only public safety, but to build public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brian Standing of District 15, to be followed by Nathan Royko Maurer, to be followed by Siddiqa Deshazer. Do we have Brian?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right.
there's been a lot of talk about Corey Ruiz. I want to talk about another incident. On the afternoon of Monday, July 20th, at the corner of Pinckney and King Streets, I witnessed approximately a half dozen Madison police officers restraining a man on the sidewalk. The man was already handcuffed. He had his hands behind his back. He was yelling inarticulately. About 6 officers surrounded him, kneeling down. One officer was pressing the man's head firmly into the concrete sidewalk. I asked the officers, why are you pushing this man's head into the sidewalk? The officer said the man resisted and broke the officer's finger. The officer showed me his finger, which was indeed swollen and red. The officer went on to say that the man had attempted to smash his own head into a wall. The officer said he thought he was having a mental health episode and explained to me that police officers were restraining the man's head to try to keep him from hurting himself. As we were talking, another officer approached with a foam helmet, which I understood was intended to protect the man's head. I asked the officer where the CARES team was. The officer said, "The what?" I said, "The specially trained mental health professionals who are supposed to respond to mental health crises." The officer replied, "Oh, I don't know anything about that. The ambulance is on its way." I left before the ambulance arrived. 2 days later, Madison police shot and killed Corey Ruiz. This raises a lot of really troubling questions to me. How were the Madison police able to avoid a lethal, although still very violent, response with respect to the man on Pinckney and King, yet felt it necessary to use lethal force on Corey Ruiz? I can tell you one difference between the two. The man on Pinckney Street was a white man, and Corey Ruiz was black. Where was the community alternatives? Where was the CARES team in either incident? Why didn't the 911 center dispatch CARES personnel instead of armed police? Why did the officer at the Pinckney Street incident have no idea what CARES was? What kind of nonviolent de-escalation training do Madison police officers receive? Do they know anything other than violence? How many current officers were trained by noted de-escalation critic Mike Koval? How many have been trained by Matt Kenny, the Madison police officer who shot Tony Robinson? Yes, fund the monitor. I do not trust the Madison police. I don't trust any other entity.
About 30 seconds left.
And protect our own mentality is too deeply embedded. Until that monitor is fully supported, I can tell you personally, I will never call the police again. I don't trust them to respond appropriately to any situation, and I cannot live with the idea that I might be responsible for someone's death. I am filled with so much anger, shame, and despair. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Nathan Reichelmauer of Arena, Wisconsin, to be followed by Sadika DeShazer, to be followed by Peter Haney. Do we have Nathan?
I don't see Nathan.
Is he at SJC? We could have SJC, please.
Mayor and members of the Common Council, my name is Nathan Reichelmauer. I grew up in Madison, my parents still live in Madison, and I have lived and worked in Madison for decades. I'm here to remind you that we see you. We see your values expressed in how you act. We see your politics play out in the covert deals you make, the backroom trades you orchestrate, the Gestapo-style raids you lie to clergy and community about planning. We see the fires you start just so you can put them out and play the hero. We see the way you condescend, belittle, scold, lecture, and ignore. We see the casual cruelty, the petty personal vendettas, and the character assassinations. Just today, we saw your police physically assault the independent monitor, Arameek Glass. We saw them pepper spray the OIM data analyst, Greg Galembic, and the PCOB board member, Devin Snyder. That feels targeted. That's on video. We see it all. We also see all the people who have spent hours upon hours waiting for their 3 minutes at the microphone just to tell you how much they want a fully funded, fully independent Office of the Independent Monitor and a PCOB that isn't constantly distracted by your meddling, time-wasting ordinance amendments. Your elected status, contrary to how some of you act, makes you more accountable, not less. Accountability isn't an abstract concept. It's the bar you hold yourself to, and the standard of conduct you expect to be set for you by the people who elect you. Or else, you've got to go. Consider these last few weeks when someone had to lose their life at the hands of a City of Madison employee under your watch, under your control, as a tragic lesson in accountability. Boy, things sure moved fast then. Amendments and administrative harassments that have been eating away at the productivity and the very limited resources of the OIM and PCOB for close to a year suddenly got dropped. What changed? Why did you suddenly decide to abandon the cause? Did something about how the OIM and PCOB operate suddenly improve in the eyes of the amendment sponsors? Was it because Corey Ruiz had his brains literally blown out in broad daylight on a Madison street in front of God and everyone? Or was it because the hot lights of the media caught some of you looking completely unprepared to defend your past actions? The timing is pretty suspicious. What changed? I know what changed. The political strategy of meddling with the only uncompromised independent investigative body in all of the City of Madison government suddenly had more downside for you than up.
You have about 30
Cognitive
seconds.
dissonance between stated values and observed actions finally became too hard to ignore. I've been at this podium so many times, my demands should not be a mystery. Fund the OIM with at least 1% of the police annual budget or $1.3 million, whichever's higher. Make it law. Demand the creation of an MPD data dashboard so we can see what they are doing to whom with our money. And leave the damn PCOB alone to do the work the people needed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Siddiqa Deshazer of District 17, to be followed by Peter Haney, to be followed by Nicholas Davies. Do we have Siddiqa? Go ahead.
Apologize. Losing my voice from the exchanges today. Fortunately. Good evening, Mayor and Common Council. My name is Siddiqa Deshazer. I've been president in community care capacity at the Corey Ruiz District. We've managed to confliction, ensure people were safe during the night in which the was present. We did this without police support. Today, the city cleared that camp. Despite the administration's claims to the media, there was no adequate notice. Street citizens vehicles breached the barricade in short order. Sidewalk plow was driven over a curb where a person had just completed. They drove unbelievably close to occupied tent. One son held a resident with mobility concerns, desperately trying to gather his belongings. Another held an individual having a severe anxiety attack while trying to get dressed. We had to scream at the driver to stop because there were human beings inside those tents. Streets almost caught bodies today. Joining the fucking police. Excuse me, I apologize. It's been a long day, as you know. This is failure of leadership. The mayor publicly takes credit for peaceful transitions that have been needed by community members, while behind the scenes, she's threatening organizations. That simply provided resources for human dignity. You did not pretend to want peaceful transition, spending heavy material to abuse unhealthy people. It is deeply shameful to watch this city misinform the public and media, pretending to do good work while deploying plows inches away from occupied fence. We need true oversight to intercept harm. We can do better as a community than abusing our unselfish neighbors. We've talked a lot about oversight tonight. My request tonight is under Agenda 2. You fully fund the office for the infinite monitor. Let's do 10% of the police budget. You want the OPIM to have less than the police, must have less. Stop starving the oversight that we have. You have the capacity to actually be great. Do not just pretend to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Peter Haney of District 12, to be followed by Nicholas Davies, to be followed by Paige Hemphill. Do we have Peter?
I see someone that's P, but I think they spoke earlier, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Peter at SJC.
I'm about to switch over to my phone. Everyone at SJC has finished.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. So then Nicholas Davies of District 15. to be followed by Paige Hemphill, to be followed by Allie Bates. Do we have Nicholas?
I don't see Nicholas.
All right, Paige Hemphill of District 14, to be followed by Allie Bates, to be followed by Brianna Eleni.
I don't see Paige.
All right, Allie Bates of District 6, to be followed by Brianna Eleni, to be followed by Molly Porter.
I don't see Allie either.
Okay, Brianna Eleni of District 15, to be followed by Molly Porter, to be followed by Tara Wood Taylor. Do you have Brianna?
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Brianna Eleni. I am a resident of Madison. I work at the Wisconsin Council of Churches, but speak here in my personal capacity. I am one of the 50+ clergy in our city who've been in our streets, in our neighborhoods, in our congregations to provide community care and support following the murder of Corey Ruiz. We learn as clergy that we are not good at monitoring our own health. We need accountability buddies. We are accountable to colleagues and people in our churches and denominations. We are held accountable to promises we make to care for people in some of their most vulnerable moments. In my arena, we are healthiest when there are multiple checks and balances. We are not simply accountable to ourselves or our own professional guild. We are deeply committed to community care, and therefore we engage a wide network of church and community members to hold us accountable. I see the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board as these sorts of accountability buddies for our city and our law enforcement. In order to do this work, the Office of the Independent Police Monitor needs to be independent and fully funded. And I'm asking the council to cooperate with these bodies to help make our city safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Molly Porter of District 1, to be followed by Tara Wood Taylor, to be followed by Nicholas Biglin. Do we have Molly?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
My name is Molly Porter. I'm addressing you today regarding File 94186 and urge you to support the full and complete funding of OIPM. The murder of Corey Ruiz on July 22nd was a horrific tragedy, and while many have been taken by surprise, the fact that a Black man was gunned down in our streets by a police officer was not the least bit surprising to me. I've been a resident and full-time Uber driver here in Madison for the last 2.5 years, and in that time I've provided over 7,000 rides to residents, students, and visitors in our city. And I've had thousands of conversations with my customers about this city and the problems we all face here. One of those conversations was about a Black woman who'd been pushed to the ground by police officers after having been stopped because she had a beer in her hand on a public sidewalk. I've personally witnessed 5 police cars speeding up to the Derby Apartments, a building inhabited predominantly by Black residents, lights and sirens blaring and multiple officers rushing into the building with their hands on their weapons as if they were rushing into a dangerous situation, because a white leasing agent accused a Black man of having alcohol on his breath when he left his apartment to meet his daughter at the school bus. Well, on the same day, I drive West Washington and Langdon streets and witness multiple white underage college students openly playing beer pong in their front yards without a single officer stopping to issue warnings or citations for public intoxication or underage drinking. Racism is not just a part of our city. It is the foundation that our city was built on, the same foundation that our country was built on. The excessive punishment of Black people over minor infractions. The same infractions white people commit daily without consequence, using fear and trauma as a control tactic rather than solving the economic problems that were systemically created for the purpose of targeting the Black community. I am not surprised that a police officer in our city took it upon himself to be Corey Ruiz's judge, jury, and executioner that day. As someone who's seen the city from every neighborhood and every street corner, it's more evident that Madison's law enforcement has always had the power to decide who is a criminal, not based on their actions or criminal activity, but based on their skin color alone. Members of the City Council, the power our police officers carry is not written into their job description. The power is determined by you. That power lies in your decision as to whether you will hold them accountable to enforce the laws with equity and fairness, as well as holding them accountable when they break the law themselves. support the full funding of OIPM, limit the power of our law enforcement to upholding the law with fairness and equity, and hold them fully accountable for their own unlawful actions
About 30
that are
seconds.
causing harm within our community. I yield my time.
Thank you. Alder Lieberman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move for a 10-minute recess.
Alder, I see that there's seconds for that, maybe?
I have a question also.
Okay, so firstly, there's a motion for a recess. I would maybe suggest that we take the two people whose names I called at least, but
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
thank you, Alder. Alder Zhang, question?
How many more registrants are there?
Alder, I was trying to count and I couldn't quite get there in between everything, but there's quite a
Ballpark?
few still.
Is there a ballpark, or if not, that's fine.
Yeah, I can try and count.
Sorry
and
to
let you
interrupt,
know.
Mayor. There's about 50.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
Alder Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out, I think we've gotten maybe 4 or 5 emails in the last couple minutes that there are more armed police officers advancing down Willie Street right now as we are in this meeting.
Yes, Alder, there's multiple dumpsters on fire on Willie Street.
I just want to give everybody a head up if I lose time. I'm trying to get everyone out of the SJC because it's on fire over here. Okay.
Thank you, Vice President Glenn. Be safe. All right, so no objection to the next 2 registrants, and then we'll move for a recess. Okay, so then Tara Wood Taylor of District 12 to be followed by Nicholas Biglin. Do we have Tara? You should be able to unmute yourself, Tara.
Sorry, there was a F-35 going over my apartment. I'm in a flight path. That's the only place I can afford to live. Thank you for taking me before your recess. It has now actually been 2 weeks because it is now after midnight. I have grown up in Madison. I'm from here. In fact, I lived in California for 14 years and I moved back here because I love this city so much. When my brother brought me to a Ford Madison match, and just blocks from that match, I have been every day helping my community, helping pick up trash, serve food, take care of people who our society has criminalized. The world is now watching us. This is no longer about the nation. And you're really gonna let that happen after everything that happened after Scott Walker? I was not living here during that, but I am a proud IATSE local union member. And I don't care where somebody stands. Everybody saw what they saw because of phone cameras on people's phones. If we had actually had video evidence, which I'm sure we have, because we have them all over Madison, we have flock cameras still. We have cameras that you are not showing us. We know what happened. We saw the truth. You need to acknowledge it. Yes, there is brutality happening right now because people are taking back their corner. You are taking away the people's right to mourn. You are taking apart a site that has become a cemetery, but we made it alive with life. You took life away and we brought life back, and now you're taking it away again from the people? How can you do that? How can you sleep at night? I've got no sleep. I am going to work because I care, because I give an F about my community. I can't afford to live down on Willie Street, but you're damn right I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna help people. And yes, I am a queer white woman and I'm disabled and I am neurodivergent, and I still make it a point to stand up for my BIPOC people. We are there for each other. Why are you not there for us? Why are you backing people in uniform? You are not taking care of the schools. You are not taking care of the community. We elected you to do a job, so why are you not doing your job? You are not doing your job. and we elected you to do so. This is not the Madison that I grew up in. This is not the Madison I know. Our hearts are broken.
You have about 30 seconds.
Thank you. Corey's family is broken. You took away a father. We already have broken families. And now you have broken a whole city, but we're only going to rise stronger because the tide does rise stronger. And as a proud Shabazz graduate, where I learned about service learning and I saw where Emmett Till was murdered, well, you murdered him here. You murdered Corey. And we're going to make sure that everybody always knows and we do not forget
And that's
justice
time.
for Corey.
Thank you. That's your time. All right. Next registrant is Nicholas Biglin of District 2. Do we have Nicholas?
There's a Nicholas. Oh, never mind. No, we don't.
Okay. Thank you. And then Alder Lieberman, a 10-minute recess?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded for 10 minutes. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, we'll do 10 minutes. It's 9 after midnight, so at 19 after, we'll be back. We're about a minute from coming back. If I can get the alders to return and turn their cameras back on, please. And ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Matthews. Okay. Alder Mayor.
Here.
Alder Mayor is present. Alder O'Brien.
Present.
Alder O'Brien is present. Alder Hovich.
Present.
Alder Hovich is present. Alder Pritchett.
Here.
Alder Pritchett is present. Alder Tischler.
Yeah, I'm still awake.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Verveer. Alder Vitterer.
Here.
Alder Vitterer is present. Alder Zhang.
Present.
Alder Zhang is present. Alder Duncan. Scratch that. Alder Evers. Get back. Alder Field.
Here.
Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Glenn. Is not with us right now. Alder Uguer.
Here.
Alder Uguer is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Lankella.
Here.
Alder Lankella is present. Alder Lieberman.
Here. I also just
Alder
want to
Lieberman.
note that Alder Evers is here. He's just can't get on mic.
Outstanding. Alder Evers is present. Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
I'm here.
Martinez Rutherford is present. Alder Matthews.
Here.
Alder Matthews is present. Alder Verveer. And Alder Glenn is in doing other things right now. So, Madam Mayor, we do have a quorum.
Thank you. If there's no objection, I'd like to just one last time run through the names that weren't present to make sure that none of them have showed up. And then President Madison, I'm going to pass the chair over to you. By my count, we are at Sarah Lutzow as the first person that we haven't called. So let me just run through my list of names just to make sure that none of them are here. Todd Callister, Gabriella Jenick, Tristan Mills, Maisel Ginsburg, Kiela Franklin, Kevin Williams, Justin Lewis, Megan McGlone, Julie McDougall, Deborah Newlander.
None of those people are here in attendance, Mayor.
Thank you. Next page, Tiara Strader, Mia Masek, Tamar Zick, Amanda Jane Hoffman, Dwayne Washington, Melissa King, David Blaska, Jamie Hawkins, Diane Solves, maybe? I have very bad handwriting. Aaron Scarvita, Jason Furman, Harry Richardson.
None of those people are in attendance.
Okay, last page, Jen Wojcik, Hazel Belling, Carol Jenkins, Sydney Lawson, Iris Fisher, Ian Kozacek, Rebecca Jameson, Heather Anderson, Anik Dupati, Alyssa Strafe, Marcy Fritz Newbury, Darletha Williams, Peter Haney, Nicholas Dawes, Paige Hemphill, Allie Bates, and Nicholas Biglin.
I see an Allie B.
Let's try then Allie from District 6, and then we'll go to Sarah Lutzow and then Aaron Fuller. And President Madison, I'll pass you the chair now. Allie, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am frankly baffled in this moment. You are all sitting there listlessly, not reacting to the news that there are riot police marching down Willie Street to further brutalize people. Like, do something. Call off your dogs. Every bit of violence and bloodshed in this moment can be laid at all of your feet. This city killed Corey. This city was already slowly killing Corey before he was murdered through poverty and the criminalization of homelessness and lack of access to resources. You created further instability by actively working against the vigil grieving him, and then even more instability by sweeping it this morning. Everything happening right now is on your hands. You created this. The police are clearly out of control, so we absolutely need more oversight of them because they absolutely should not be trusted to control ourselves.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, Alder Harrington McKitty?
Thank you very much. Is the attorney present? Because I want to ask the question, is there any Robert's rules that will allow us to suspend, because there is craziness in the streets, and I am sitting at my house and I'm worried about the vice president who is also in the streets. And I wanted to know if there is anything in Robert's rules that allow us to suspend this meeting and pick it up tomorrow, and to really see what's happening in the streets of around Willie Street. So that's my question. I don't know if there's anything in order that I can put forward. Madam Mayor, I see you there.
Alder Harrington McKinney, any alder has the option to make a motion to adjourn and end the meeting. You could also make a motion. I think the proper motion would be to recess the meeting until a future time. The issue with that is notice. We have to have, I believe it's 24-hour notice posted of a council meeting. So I defer to the attorney or the chief of staff on how soon you could reconvene. But that is, the motion to recess is a motion that would be in order, but I see Attorney Haas is on.
Yeah, just to confirm, Mayor, we would need 24 hours notice.
Okay, so count me absent because I am going down to support Carmella. Okay, I'm logging off now.
Alder Glenn just joined. Alder Harrington.
Is she there?
Yeah. You're muted, Alder.
All right.
I'm here. I'm here.
Alder Glenn is in the meeting, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Are you safe?
I think she's driving,
Yes,
Alder.
I'm in the car. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And did you have a question, Alder Lieberman?
I was just going to ask if Alder Harrington McKinney was still trying to put forward a motion to adjourn until a future date.
It was my understanding that it's a 24-hour notice of the reconvened meeting. Is that what that is?
Yeah, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Haas, but if we did put forward a motion of adjournment, it would be, we could reconvene starting 24 hours from now or at a more reasonable time more than 24 hours from now. I just want to make sure I have that.
Let's allow Attorney Haas to reply, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Alder, we would need 24 hours from the time a notice is posted.
Thank you. And just, does that answer your question, Alder Lieberman?
That does. I'm sorry. I'm not
Thank
thinking
you.
straight right now.
Alder Zhang, followed by Alder Matthews.
I don't think we're in discussion of a motion right now, but I would say that I think we have a responsibility to continue listening to the people who have already volunteered their time to speak tonight. And I also would like to call for de-escalation, especially tonight, given the circumstances of the past 24 hours and of the past 2 weeks. Yeah, this is me calling to listen to people and to de-escalate publicly.
Thanks, Alder Zhang. Alder Matthews?
I also just wanted to say, as long as folks are here to keep giving comment, I think we need to listen to them. And I also don't necessarily see how riot police are going to put out the dumpster fires that are currently.
And so, Madam President, I was responding to the statement that the caller just made in terms of, I know understand the listening, but it's really hard and very difficult to continue the listening when there is chaos in the streets. And so, so reporting of if we can get a way of reporting what's happening on the streets, we can put that request in. That's what I need right now.
Gotcha. So if someone who's listening, I'm confident, just wants to ensure we get an update, hopefully by the time we get through a couple more speakers. David, or I was going to make sure we get, because we did have someone in the middle of speaking when we started asking questions. Alder Mayor, are you turning your mic on in order to sort of give an update?
Yeah, I'm just watching some live feeds if anyone's interested. There were a number of dumpster fires, and police came in, looked like State Patrol and MPD, to escort firefighters in. I believe they put all the fires out now, and it's kind of a face-off. Just to kind of update what's going on there.
Thanks, Alderman. If you wouldn't mind, as you get updates, just raise your hand and,
Sure.
periodic updates that are verified updates.
You got it.
Thank you. So I want to go back to, I believe the speaker who was in the middle of speaking, I'm not sure if their time was cut off or if they finished, but it was, I believe, Allie B.
Yep, they should have permission to unmute.
Okay. And I'm sorry, before you start, Allie, I'll need somebody to help me keep time. I'm not sure how the mayor tracks the time, but if someone can give that 30-second warning.
I can do that.
Thank you. All right, Allie, if you want to finish your comments.
I just would like to reiterate that there is escalating police presence because every single situation in which the police are brought in escalates it. Police are violent, and they have been violent against us for the last 2 weeks, but also for years and kind of the entire time they've existed. Why in the world does a government employee even have a gun to kill someone with? We need to divest ourselves from all of these entities and all of this ability to create violence, because that is the only thing these police officers do. Do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Allie. Sarah Lutzow, followed by Aaron Fuller, followed by Michael Patrick Sharp. Is Sarah Lutzow available?
There's no Sarah in attendance.
And I do see you, VP Glenn. Is there Aaron Fuller available? While we wait for Aaron, Vice President Glenn?
I'm here.
Yeah, sorry, Aaron, just 1 second. I can give you all update. It just took me 5 blocks to be able to cross to get to the street. I don't know who called in State Patrol or task force, but they're lined up on the street and it doesn't look good over there. Just wanted to
Thank
update.
you. Thank you. Aaron Fuller, do you want to go ahead and start, please?
Yes. Thank you. My name is Erin Fuller. I'm a resident of Madison. Been here my whole life, born and raised. I am here tonight angry, tired, and concerned. Just a few hours ago, I stood on Willie Street where I witnessed Madison police use pepper spray against members of our community. Until a little while ago, I could still taste it. I witnessed a level of force and aggression that we should never expect from officers sworn to protect our city, including attacking the independent police monitor herself earlier today. I watched police prevent people from lawfully crossing in marked crosswalks, telling people that they could not cross, that the streets were closed while traffic was still going. And then targeting people for jaywalking violently. Today was a failure of leadership, and if this is what can happen in front of hundreds of witnesses and countless cameras, imagine how important independent oversight is in moments when the public isn't watching. Leadership should welcome accountability, not fear it, not avoid it. Public trust is earned through transparency, not secrecy, through independent review and investigation. Oversight only works when it's truly adequately funded and free from outside influence. Whenever any public institution has the power to investigate itself, public trust erodes, and that's why we have checks and balances. We don't expect judges to decide their own appeals. We don't ask auditors to audit themselves. Likewise, we should not expect the police department to be the sole judge of its own actions. Corey Ruiz was killed in Madison by a police officer on July 22nd, and we all witnessed it. And now the Office of the Independent Police Monitor has the responsibility to independently examine what happened. But the Office of the Independent Police Monitor must be more than just a title. It must have the authority, the staffing, and the resources to do the work this community expects of it. An office responsible for overseeing a department with a budget of more than $90 million cannot effectively fulfill its mission while only a fraction of 1% of that budget. And tonight I ask this council to do three things. First, appoint Arika Glass as the permanent independent police monitor.
30 seconds.
I know she has been interim. She's demonstrated integrity, professionalism, and independence, and the courage this office was created to embody. Second, to ensure that complete transparency and full cooperation with the OIPM by requiring all evidence, reports, records, and other materials requested during independent investigations are provided promptly and without necessary barriers. And third, fully fund the OIPM with the full $1.3 million it needs so it can have access to investigators, independent legal counsel,
And that's
technology,
time.
data systems, and staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Next, Michael Patrick Sharp, followed by Kate Velguth, followed by Hannah Saxman. Is Michael available?
I don't see Michael.
What about Kate Velguth?
I don't see Kate either.
Just write these down. And then what about Hannah Saxman?
Don't see a Hannah Saxman.
All right, so we have V. Williams, followed by Linnell Parker, followed by Cabal Gathman. Is Vi Williams on?
I don't see Vi Williams.
And Linnell Parker?
Don't see Linnell.
And Cabal
I don't see
Gothman?
Cabal.
All right, Keitra Burnett, followed by Lawrence Mead. Is Keitra available?
I do not see Keitra.
Lawrence Mead.
Neither Lawrence.
Lawrence Mead. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's
No,
not available, or they're not available?
I don't see anyone.
Okay. A.M. Goodhart.
I'm not seeing that person either.
Alexander Sharp.
No, but I'm seeing a Patrick Sharp. I'm not sure.
Can we unmute Patrick Sharp to see if that's actually Alexander Sharp?
Or is it Michael Patrick Sharp?
That's my whole name. That's me. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
It's
So
Patrick
Alexander Sharp.
No, that's my brother.
Is
my brother.
There
you
was a
both?
Michael Patrick Sharp
I
earlier
don't.
that we skipped 'cause they weren't here.
Oh, okay. I got you. My bad. Okay. Let's go ahead with Michael
thank
Sharp
you.
then. Sorry.
Yeah, Patrick, what folks know me as. I'm actually in District 17 myself. I've been in Madison for 23 years. I've served the disabled community in our town that entire time. I do crisis work, diversion intervention for folks that have disabilities. And I gotta say, I've been proud of my city in the past, and today I'm really not proud of my city. I'm gonna have pause when I'm helping folks. If I don't know who the officer responding is gonna be, and I don't know them by reputation moving forward. Seeing Corey Ruiz killed in the street the way he was in this town is gonna give me pause about how I can trust my government moving forward. I want to know that my government will fund this independent monitor to do their job properly, to give them the capacity to oversee the police in this city. And I want everyone to know that me and my friends vote every single time, and I will pay attention to who supported that. And I will tell everybody that I know who did and did not support that, and support transparency in this case as we seek justice for Corey Ruiz. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Wendy Brooke Pluchak, followed by Margaret Bergami, followed by Rachel Rovinsky. Is Wendy on?
I don't see Wendy.
Is Margaret on?
Yes, it looks like Margaret B.
Yes, can you hear me?
Margaret? Yes,
Okay,
you have 3
very good.
minutes.
I don't want to repeat what's already been said, especially since so much of it has been so eloquently said by my fellow citizens. Long night. And I'm wondering why we're here again. I'm wondering why I'm wondering why those amendments to the structure of the Office of the Police Monitor and the Oversight Board were made and allowed to sit out there and sit out there and sit out there. I mention this just because I want to make sure that council understands that what's going on is also on their hands. And Sacha, I'm sorry, it's definitely on yours. What happens tonight? You own this. You own this. If you guys had spent 10% of the time that you spent messing around blocking the adequate functioning of the Office of the Police Monitor and underfunding it and harrying it with these procedural interventions, if you spent 10% of that time actually studying police procedure and police relationship with community, we would not be here tonight. I don't think. I don't know, but I don't think we would. We need your leadership. If you can't lead, get the out of the way. And Sacha, that means, frankly, I'm not sure that people are going to accept you as a leader from this point forward. Just as how many of us have any trust for the police department at this point. I want to acknowledge the experiences of people before me who testified. And
30
And
seconds.
I'm sorry, because I get a little broken up about this because I've had similar experiences in my family. So, in any case, I think you know what you have to do. I don't need to spell it out anymore. Fund the office. Hire Aramika if she'll even have us. Do your jobs. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Margaret. Is Rachel Rovinsky on?
Hello.
Hi, Rachel. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rachel Ravinsky. I am a PhD student at UW-Madison and a current resident of Madison. I'm speaking today to ask the Common Council and the mayor to request an independent and fully funded office of the Independent Police Monitor and Police Civilian Oversight Board with at least $1.3 million or 1% of the police budget. I'm also asking the mayor to appoint someone to the Police and Fire Commission that is trained in police accountability. The Common Council must give the monitor secure and direct access to MPD-held records. The Common Council must provide conflict-free legal counsel, investigative staff, case management capacity, and public outreach. I think all of us here understand that there is no budget to vote on today, as President Madison was saying. So, and I hope this is very obvious, the ask here from us today is to get a budget vote on the agenda as soon as possible to vote on what I just talked about, and for the mayor to appoint someone to the PFC as soon as possible. I also wanted to relay a message from one of my friends who was at the vigil site this morning, and they wanted me to make the Common Council aware that the police this morning had to be shamed into not not pepper spraying toddlers this morning. They had to be shamed by the community who showed up to defend the vigil to not pepper spray toddlers. And they still ended up pepper spraying adults who were very near toddlers or parents of those toddlers. And so obviously there's a huge, huge reevaluation that needs to be done in terms of training and what everyone else has been talking about today. I would also like to echo Alder Zhang's call earlier to de-escalate the current situation right now on Willie Street in Baldwin. Please use as little police presence as possible. If the problem is fires, the fire
30
department
seconds.
is the department to handle fires, not riot police. So yeah, just echoing Alder Zhang's call for de-escalation there. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Rachel. Next, we have Erica Bach, followed by Ari Daniels, followed by Jody Darst. Is Erica Bach on?
Hi, Chair. Hi, members of the body. It's going to be a real short thank you. Thank you for pulling your names off the amendments. I really wish we could have been here months ago. Given what is happening on Willie Street, given how many voices you've heard tonight, I'm going to try to keep this really brief. I want to remind you all of the power that you have. It is in the statutes that you and the mayor can direct MPD. You have the invested power, and for as long as you can still maintain it, the interest of the people, you can direct MPD not only to give the OIM all that is allowed, and if you hear from MPD that they cannot do that because of state statute, it's actually allowed to have a second entity do an investigation. It could, in fact, benefit this council so that you aren't the ones accused of obstructing justice. It would benefit the city of Madison optically, because it looks like an internal investigation for as long as the Office of the Independent Monitor is still within the city. From 2012 to 2026, the people have done the work, and they've given you a lot of labor, like literally blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, It's like the blood of Corey and Tony and Victor and Ashley. And if this were this, there are about 19 of you, 17 of you on the call right now. If you all represented the last 20 years and we asked MPD to protect you, 11 of you would be unalived. 11 of the 19 of you, if we left you to MPD for the last 20 years, you would not be here. So for every Alder Evers that gets arrested, there are going to be 16 President Madisons that get arrested. For every, let's see, Alder Liebermans, there are going to be 16 Alder McKinney Harrington McKennies. This is a 16-to-1 ratio of what is happening. So why do we need an OIM? Why do we need a PCOB? Why do we need them fully funded? Is because this starts with the 16-to-1 arrests. And then it becomes 40 convictions and 20 stays for Corey. And then it becomes police on radio scanners that we hear loud and clear where they are tracking him down and creating an officer endangerment situation. We hear that they tear gassed your own police civilian oversight. I saw a video of the independent monitor with at least 4 officers trying to restrain her and 5 standing nearby to block them. I'm sick to my stomach. I just watched 14 cops pull a guy off a bike. It would be absolutely prudent for the East Side to put all of their tax money in escrow until you all can get MPD together. You have the power to do it, and we know they're not going to do it themselves. We'll talk about what it would look to have body cams and insurance when we get to the budget in November, if we make it that far. It looks like right now our entire city is going to go up in flames, and I don't think that should be on anyone's hands except the Madison Police Department. You all have the power to give them their orders, direct them immediately to stop what they are doing to escalate the situation. Go ahead and give the OIM not 1% of the police budget,
And
but
that's time.
1% of their own money. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. We have next Ari Daniels from District 17, Jody Darce, District 18, Erica Peterson in District 16. Ari Daniels or Ari Daniels?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Nairi Daniels from District 17. I was born and raised in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I started an organization out there called We Got Us Outreach that was birthed out of the same police violence that paralyzed Jacob Blake. I went to undergrad for UW all 4 years, and I've been living in Madison for the last 4 years. Now, in 1938, Helen Hullock was jailed for wearing pants. In 1958, Mildred and Richard Loving were jailed for being married. The law has historically been wrong on a plethora of atrocity. What's legal has not always been what's morally right. In regards to policy, our community has to be in control of creating the necessary and deadly force protocols for the officers policing us. The policy that does allow deadly force needs to be stripped immediately. There also needs to be real disincentives for the use of deadly force. I recommend any officer involved in a fatal arrest, 1, no paid leave. Taxpayers should not be paying cops for murdering the same those same taxpayers. 2, they should be held in a cell with no bond until investigation is concluded. Like any other citizen charged with homicide, if I was being investigated for a homicide, I would be behind bars. And 3, some type of financial repercussion. A fine or portion of officer salary should go to afterlife support for victims' families. There needs to be real and permanent consequences for taking any life, regardless of legality, from the community they serve. Committees like PCOB and OIPM need to be allowed to do their jobs. They need immediate funding and staffing. They also need a way to enforce their decisions. Maybe a security department, especially with what happened today, to monitor glass. When the DA finds the officer acted within the law, because we know history will repeat itself, Ozan and the DCI did the same thing with Tony Robinson, we need to have a policy change being introduced immediately. And these communities need to be more than Band-Aids. It's beyond disrespectful to give them titles and no way to enforce their decisions. It's damaging to their individual credibilities. It continues to further the growing mistrust between citizens and government. Stop playing in our faces. It's better to put $1.3 million into these committees than to face another multi-million-dollar lawsuit, have intersections blocked, or, like the mayor said,
30
have
seconds.
safety and stability be jeopardized. I also support the request of 1 to 5% of police funding to be reallocated to these committees. And that is all.
Thank you. Jody Darst from District 18.
President Madison, there was the person named AM. They were a little bit earlier. Looks like they're here now.
Okay.
Just a heads up.
All right. All right. Is Jody, or I'm sorry, where am I? Ooh, I scrolled. Just a second. Is Jody Darst available? Then we can go back to AM.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you for being here, all of you. This conflict, as we all well know, is literally escalating as we sit here talking and has been dramatically escalating all day today. There's no one in this room who doesn't wish that Corey Ruiz was with us today. I know that's true. And he's not. Mistakes can be rectified. And you have power. You are alders and Mayor Rhodes Conway. You have power to make a difference in our city in a way that many other people do not. And so that's why we're all here tonight calling on you to do what you can. Your voices matter. They matter tonight. I can repeat the call that everyone has made. I realize there's not a budget vote tonight, but you can order the Madison Police Department to follow the 2019 recommendations of the ad hoc committee, the Policy Procedure Review Committee, including recommendation 109, which puts limits on the Madison Police Department's use of force, so that it be immediately implemented today, tonight, tomorrow in our streets. The violence and the brutal use of force that we witnessed today at Willie Street in Baldwin. I was awake at 5 a.m. this morning. I was watching the live feed for hours today. It was horrifying what I saw happening. I was down there this weekend. I was crying and hugging Corey Ruiz's mother. We were talking, we were donating, there were people cooking food. This is not violent. There's nothing violent going on with this peaceful protest. It is literally people saying it's not okay what is happening. The use of force that happened that killed Corey Ruiz is unacceptable, and it needs to change. And yes, it's a process, and you have power to help it make that change. And I call on you tonight to do what you can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jody. AM Goodhart from District 5.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. My name's A.M. Goodhart. I'm a Madison resident. I found a lot of things to be proud of the people who live in Madison. I've been so proud to see the vigil and the community that was built there over the last 2 weeks. I'm, appalled by the lack of funding for the oversight monitor, and I am simply just calling for transparency in this process, which includes a full funded oversight monitor. So that is what I'm asking for. And that's, I think, one step you can do to ensure that we move towards a place of trust. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, AM. Next, we have Erica Peterson from District 16, followed by Jennifer Pressman from District 6, followed by Hannah Hong from Middleton. Is Erica Peterson on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes, Erica.
Thank you. My name is Erica Peterson. I live in Alder O'Brien's district, District 16. I want to echo, of course, the call and speak on the agenda item that we have been focusing on for the past few hours. But after we've heard the testimony from so many of our neighbors, I want to say a couple of things. That first, I think 1% is not enough, and we should certainly ask for more given the statistics we've talked about tonight and how sick our city really is with the racial disparity in policing. I think it's astounding. And I think it's a sickness that is going to need more than just the standard or recommended budget. I think that the office and the board are going to need not only full funding, but also protections from retaliation, protections from police harassment. And they'll also need jurisdiction to investigate through sneaky barriers that might come up by calling in outside officers from different cities or different areas of governance like park rangers and state patrol. The way that the Madison Police Department treats the office of the independent monitor is showing us what a difficult road we have. And yes, we are going to need to fund this, but I also want everybody, and I want to urge everybody to protect that office and to defend that office, to protect it from what will be some pretty serious retaliation and some bad blood that already exists in the city. I'll cede the rest of my time, except for just to ask that you can all do whatever is in your power to ask the Madison Police Department to stand down tonight. Everything has been getting worse all day. Everything has been worse. I was there today, and it's terrible what's happening right now. And I cede my time.
Thank you, Erica. Jennifer Pressman from District 6.
I don't see Jennifer in attendance.
Thank you. Hannah Hogg from Middleton.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes, Hannah.
Thank you. Hi, guys. My name is Hannah Huang. It's nice to meet all of you. I'm a resident in Middleton, and I'm about to move to downtown Madison, and I was really excited for this upcoming winter. I'm here just to echo a lot of the sentiment from the community and all the neighbors. I'm here to support a strong, fully funded, and most importantly, independent oversight of the Madison Police Department by the OIPM. I just moved here last year, and I want to say the people in the community have been nothing but loving and welcoming. So I was really shocked to see the shooting and execution of Corey Ruiz on July 22nd, and even more horrified to find out that something similar happened to Tony Robinson in 2015 and countless other names on the same street and with seemingly no changes to the MPD operation and internal investigations. So I'm here to ask the council, even though I know it wasn't on the agenda today, there was no budget or no changes to the amendments, but please consider putting that on the next agenda to fully fund the OIPM with anywhere from 1% to 5% of the MPD's budget, and to also allow every piece of evidence and report and communication regarding Corey Ruiz's case to be turned over to the OIPM for investigation without any further delay or redaction. It's really heartbreaking to see this community getting torn apart by something that could be prevented with administrative means, and to see as somebody out of the city who just moved here, to see all these people who have been living here their whole lives, and to hear that nothing has changed in the past 10 years, in the past 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and nothing has been done to improve the community for everybody living here. And it's really shocking to see as somebody who's lived in closer to Minneapolis and Indiana, more red states where racism is blatant. Here it's covered up by a thin veil of progressiveness. And yeah, so I just want to say this is my first time joining a Madison City Council meeting, but I know now that something this serious got me off my lazy ass to get, my lazy bum to get involved. And I know now that I'm going to put in a lot more work and watch really closely and follow to see what's going to happen with this whole case and if any action will be taken. So yeah, I see the rest of my time. Thank you guys for being here, and yeah, have a good night.
Thanks, Hannah. Next is Ariel Haber Fawcett from District 6, followed by Benji Haber Fawcett from District 6. Is Ariel available?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Ariel.
I just want to sit in the absurdity of this moment. Like, we're forcing grieving community members to line up, take turns on a faceless Zoom call to attempt to put these horrors into words in an attempt to elicit basic common sense action from our elected officials. It's really a cruel and dehumanizing exercise. I don't even know what happened to the mayor, but we haven't seen an ounce of emotion from her. She hasn't mentioned Corey Ruiz by name. We got no reaction when Alder Matthews shared that the armed cops are once again advancing on Corey's corner, besides her immediate concern about property damage of the dumpsters. Perhaps the dumpsters are on fire because we're having a rational human reaction to the government gunning down one of our own, and the only language that she seems to speak is property damage. She's expressed no concern for the human beings out on the street, and the only apology we've received from her tonight was about changing our Zoom name. Y'all are cowards. Another Black man was executed by the police department in my neighborhood on your watch. This is a horrible indictment on your police training program that 4 MPD officers couldn't safely de-escalate the situation. But beyond that, it shows the corrupt morals of your officers and the institution of policing as a whole. Your officers have shown they believe that the life of this Black unhoused man named Corey Ruiz is worth nothing. And the fact that your response is anything less than tearing the system to the ground shows that you agree with them. A man was killed. You should be rising to the moment with a deep shame that it took another man being killed to get you here, but an urgency nonetheless to provide support for unhoused people in Madison, address the root cause of homelessness, change the policing system to one of community control such that neither mental health crises nor nonviolent crime are being responded to with a gun, and fully funding and empowering the OIPM and the PCO board to hold killer cops accountable. A man was killed, and instead of you rising to the moment, we are sitting here on a virtual call because you don't have the guts to explain to our grieving faces why his killer is not in jail and these officers are on paid leave. That is cowardly. A man was killed, and instead of you rising to the moment, you tore down a peaceful memorial and arrested grieving community members because of your PR, and a return to normalcy for businesses on Willie Street was your priority. That is cowardly. Please take meaningful action tonight based on the demands of my fellow organizers. However, at the same time, don't allow yourselves to get lost in the bureaucracy of it all. I hope each of you sit and reflect on the fact that you would never want your father, brother, cousin, or uncle shot dead for checking cars, whether or not he was holding a knife. Sit in that feeling. A man was murdered, executed in broad daylight on your watch. It is your responsibility to stop being a coward, rise to the moment, and make sure that this never happens again.
Thank you, Ariel. Alder Martinez Rutherford, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was wondering, pardon me, if Deputy Mayor or Dylan would have any update on what's happening out there so we can kind of be in the know.
Thank you. Do you mind sending them a note and then just letting me know whether or not they, I see Alder Mayor is about to reply. Let me allow Benji to just finish or to just go next since I called him. Do you mind? Is that okay with you all? Thank you. All right, Benji Haber Fawcett, followed by Lisa Zwart. Benji?
I'll keep it short because my sister's always been the more verbose and obviously phenomenal speaker of us both. But I just wanted to highlight 3 points that I thought have been overlooked in this call because the other speakers have hit on most everything else. First, I think it's incredibly hypocritical to hold this online for fear of quote-unquote threats according to the FAQ, but in that same sentence, you acknowledge that threats were also made on the memorial and your only response was to give more guns to police officers to ensure they could break it down. The idea that peaceful resolution was tried is an outright lie, and you know it. You're saying it to our faces, but you know it's not true. Francisco Hong has explicitly said that there was no talk with the community in any way. Second, I think it is embarrassing to talk about hide behind small businesses to shield that claim they're on the verge of closing when we have heard no such statement from a single small business that has been made. The lost income of 2 weeks is laughable in the face of the fact that small businesses will talk about construction fears that go on for 6 months and are dismissed out of hand by the mayor. The last thing I wanted to say is that the idea that we're so powerless to do anything shtick is tiring. You make the law that govern the police. So if you want to change to give yourself power, you can. Why? Lock myself in a prison of my own making. Yes, the keys are in my pocket, but please don't make me use it. Nobody is buying it. Nobody is buying your bullshit. Lastly, I want to remind everyone that Satya explicitly thanked police and hid behind it during the BLM movement. I don't know how no one has brought this up because this is a joke and this is the moment she should have resigned in disgrace. That was the first time. The second time is now. You are on the police's side. We need a mayor on the people's side. Good night. Fuck you.
Thank you. Alder Mayor?
Yeah, so just an update. Looks like the Wisconsin State Patrol pulled back and there's still MPD there. There's maybe 30 protesters and 30, 40 cops. Someone was just arrested. There was just a big scramble and they grabbed somebody up. But I didn't see quite what precipitated it, but now it's back to kind of a stable impasse. So that's your update.
Thank you. Oops. Okay, I see Lisa Zwart from Cottage Grove, followed by Miriam Hassan in District 15, followed by Jenna McGowan in District 19. Is Lisa available?
I don't see Lisa.
All right. And Miriam Hassan?
I don't see. I see. Oh, I thought I saw Mimi Hassan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. My name's Miriam Hassan. I'm a Madison resident. I'm pleading for the council to get the Madison Police Department under control, direct MPD to cooperate with the Office of the Independent Monitor in all investigations, including the investigation of why MPD chased down and killed our neighbor, Corey Ruiz, in front of us. Setting aside the question of whether the police department is even a break-even investment in making our community safer, order and compliance are not safety, our city needs the OYPM as a check on the MPD and what seems to be a culture of impunity. Beyond that, Madison residents of the future will need the documentation the OYPM expertly assembles to make sense of our future predicaments. If we care about democracy, we need to value public access to information about what the government is doing in our name so we can provide meaningful input about it. Our council in previous years designed the ordinance with this value in mind. They chose to assure unfettered access to the records and information needed to provide meaningful oversight. We need the OYPM to be able to cut through the wall of public relations personnel at MPD so we can know about their work beyond having coffee in different districts and helping ducklings across the road as it's happening, not in 3 months when they get around to responding to our open records requests with records so heavily redacted that they're unintelligible to a layperson. Residents need to know about the policies intended to guide police work and how they actually play out. Having oversight over your work can feel vulnerable, but you can get over it. So many workers with far less capacity to cause harm than police officers are regulated, inspected, and audited, and they're able to be brave and manage it. Again, our neighbor was chased down and killed in front of us. I'm asking the council to direct MPD to cooperate with the OYPM's investigations, any and all of them. Direct them to provide all evidence, records, footage, and personnel access requested by the OYPM without further delay. And please assure that the findings of that investigation are published without redaction or other interference. And please resource the OYPM. 1.3 million should be the floor. Please do not rubber stamp whatever the mayor puts in front of you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next, Jenna McGowan, District 19.
I don't see Jenna.
All righty. Khadijah Wilson from Madison, followed by Rachel Lensmeyer. Is Khadijah available?
I don't see Khadijah.
All right, and Rachel Lensmeyer from District 13.
I don't see Rachel.
All right. Joshua White, District 12.
Oh, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes, Joshua.
Excellent. My name is Joshua White. I'm a mental health counselor here in Madison. For the past 2 weeks, I've been working with some of the city's most vulnerable, traumatized by the actions of this government. placing band-aids on the gushing wounds you have ripped open in our community again. The reason leftists resent Democrats is the same reason children who are abused by one parent grow up to resent the other. They fail to protect us from the abuse. To all those on the left pleading for decorum, I tell you this: you don't need to be considerate in spaces you are not considered. From Emmett Till to George Floyd to Alex Preddy and now Corey Ruiz, these are those of us. There are those of us haunted by the ghosts of those we did not save. It is long past time that people gain control over Madison Police. They are a rogue, violent, and racist agency that must either be heavily regulated or abolished entirely. The killer cops in the department who have enjoyed paid leave while their crimes are quote-unquote investigated must be arrested. The attack on peaceful protesters this morning, which is continuing right now as I speak, was a reprehensible abuse of power by an embattled and soon-to-be disgraced mayor who should resign from her post immediately. Just now on police scanners, that actually happened a couple hours ago, so I don't need to fucking mention that. To be clear, this is not a request. You work for us. Do this work or we will remove you, period. To Mayor Satya, as your neighbor on Horde Street, I'd like to congratulate you on making yourself a pariah. To the aldermen horrified by the actions of the police and the current mayor, there comes a time in which the machine of oppression becomes so odious we must place our bodies upon the gears to halt its regression. Get in their way or get the hell out of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Grace Martin, District 12, followed by Michelle Miller in District 15. Is Grace on?
I don't see Grace.
All right. Michelle Miller, District 15.
I don't see Michelle.
All right. Sarah Lowenberg, District 6.
I don't see Sarah.
Jinx Recchio in District 6.
Hi, that's me. Before I start, can I please confirm whether the mayor is still on the call or not?
The mayor had to step away.
Okay, my 3 minutes can start now then. Hi, I spoke 6.5 hours ago. You have to hear from me again. I will be emailing what I originally had written for notes that included things specifically for the mayor, so I'm just gonna speak otherwise right now. I specifically want to mention that something that I have not heard mentioned today is that there was a blatant lie that this was planned and agreed upon. It was supposed to be peaceful, when I have heard statements saying that the alders were not informed of the encampment raid this morning. So there was a lie to the alders. There was a lie to the people there at the memorial site. And when Alder Matthews and Alder Zong mentioned wanting the de-escalation, the mayor's already left. Like, she acknowledged that she knows that the riot police were going, and she was like, okay, I called them, and then left, and is not listening to the alders calling for this de-escalation. I'm just really hurt. And I've been sitting here for 6.5 hours for speaking my first time, and I live 2 blocks away from where everything's happening right now. And I've been sitting here in tears, listening to everyone speak their piece and knowing how much hurt is happening and not seeing what I feel like is genuine understanding and true listening from some of the people on the call. It sometimes feels like you have to listen to this because it's public comments as part of your job duties, but I don't feel like there's truly hearing and internalizing from some of you all, and that really hurts. I do also want to say, I feel like some of the humanization has been lost. I think there's a forgetfulness that the last 2 weeks of the memorial site, we went through a major heat wave. And I, as well as so many others, were out there every day helping the people who were out there 24 hours to stay cool and to stay healthy. And that is just forgotten upon. And some of the comments that have been happening from the public, vague statements from the mayor as well as other elected officials, have stoked emotions to be even higher. There's been so much hate speech online directed towards other constituents and towards a 12-year-old girl who lost her dad. Like, there's racist comments being said to a 12-year-old who lost a parent. And the fact that that's just is not absolutely insane and mind-boggling is just crazy to me. And I wish that we still had the humanity behind this. I wish that was being acknowledged more. I have been sitting here and I want to go out to Williamson Street. And so after I get off my 3 minutes, I am going to go out there, and I hope to see you all there in the coming days. And I hope to hear from you all. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Ryan Stryker, District 6.
I don't see Ryan in attendance.
Alrighty. Philippia Bergman, District 17, followed by Bonnie Rowe, District 11. Is Philippa, sorry if I'm messing up your name, Bergman in District 17?
Hi, Sabrina, I'm here.
Thank you, and my apologies, because it's like all my work to go together now. You got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to reiterate, I'm not going to reiterate what many others have said, but the person that just spoke just brought up something that I thought I would touch on. The fact that the alders weren't made aware of the raid this morning is unconscionable. I call for the resignation of Mayor Satya. I also think it's wild that nobody's talked about the chief of police and his role in controlling a police department out of line. And I don't know much about John Patterson since his appointment over a year ago. But I don't know why the conversation hasn't been about the chief and his relationship with the council and the Office of the Independent Monitor. I'd like to see the Office of the Independent Monitor fully funded and fully empowered with subpoena power, and give full transparency in all records being given to the Office of the Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board. And I think it's wild that this meeting is online due to credible threats from white supremacists. And I'd like the council to think about, I'm not sure how that decision was made, but I'd like the council to think about whether the encampment would have been raided this morning if this meeting had been in person. And I think there's a real accountability that happens when we're face to face as a community, and I'd like the council to consider that for future. The number of homicides in Madison in 2025, does anybody know? It was 5 people. Violent crime has been going down and down and down and down in Madison. And yet we keep increasing the police department year after year. We have a higher than average count per person for police officers. And one officer homicide out
30
of
seconds.
Officer homicides in a city is insane. So that's all I'd like to say. I thank you, council, for your work, and I appreciate you all removing your amendments, and please fully fund the OIPM. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Rowe, District 11.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the Common Council. Today, we have a whole bunch of people crying out for full funding for the Office of the Independent Monitor, which apparently equates to 1% of the police budget. And some have said that should come out of the police budget. Unfortunately, our police department is already understaffed for our rapidly growing city. It's interesting to hear people tonight cry out for more reforms, for more de-escalation training, for more compliance with the 177 recommendations, etc. They all cost money, but at the same time, think it's okay to take another $1 million from the police department when they're already at threat of losing 2%, or about $2 million. But another real issue is, why does this Office of the Independent Police Monitor deserve all this money for 1 to 2 investigations per month on average? And how credible is this interim independent monitor? Just today, she was nearly arrested. She fought against police officers and willfully disobeyed lawful orders. Then she said on a Facebook Live of an alder, "I'm going to burn the city down." A city employee making over $12,000 per month, paid for by taxpayer money, has threatened to burn the city down. To me, it seems problematic, and I would rather see the police department keep 1% of its budget than have more going to an office that seems unaccountable and too biased to be independent. Thank you for your time.
Looks like Alder Madison might have froze. So, staff, do you have the next name on the list?
It looks like Ryan is actually in attendance now, and they were called just a little bit ago.
Could you please go ahead and call them and keep a track for Alder Madison?
Hi, my name is Ryan Stryker. I'm a resident of District 6. Davy Meyer is my representative. I want to say that I think that we absolutely need an office of an independent investigator for the police. And I'm sorry that I didn't answer when you called. I was showering pepper spray off of myself. I've lived in this neighborhood. I've lived in the Bully Street neighborhood most of my adult life. I have had so many neighbors. I think we're at a total of 6 now in my adult life. 6 neighbors being murdered by the police. And it's just absolutely unacceptable. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm really tired. My brain isn't working very well anymore. But please defund the fucking police. The money for an independent investigator should come from the police department. Thanks.
Thank you. And of course, I lost my connection. Now I'm back. So I believe next was Michael, and I'm going to ruin your last name, so my apologies. But Michael Lazegwitz, District 6.
Don't see Michael in attendance.
All right. Jerry Pardes Vasquez, District 14. No, Jerry, just to be sure.
They should have the ability to unmute.
As Jerry attempts to unmute, Davy Mayer, or Alder Mayer, do you have an update?
Yeah, just a quick update. The MPD has retaken the intersection and pushed protesters down Woolly Street to the west. And the camera that I'm watching, the vantage point, is quite far away. So that's the little update.
Thank you. Jerry, are you there? Jerry, are you able, do you see a button to unmute? Or Jerry, do you mind maybe logging out and logging back in? Sometimes that resets it. So we'll, as Jerry tries to unmute, Johanna FTP from District 2.
I don't see Joanna.
All righty. Skylar Vanderweerd from District 12.
Sorry, Mr. Madison, it looks like there's Joanna might be this number. Let me just check here.
Okay.
They just have to press *6 to unmute.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is me, Joanna. Well, you have heard a lot that you really need to hear, some of y'all. The rest of y'all, I appreciate the work that you're doing. But look outside, look what's happening. Why? Because we continue to not be consistent to what we started in 2020. We started a police community oversight board, a unique model in the whole country. I personally organized many members of a community because it was so important back then, and more than ever is important today. And y'all neglected that. Y'all let away these white officers get away with abuse who are activists, advocating for a better world, for justice, for communities safe, for families together. Y'all neglected that. We got a lot of work to do. We got to put this money where it belongs, into our communities. We got to move these funds to where we need it right now more than ever. We got the worst leader of the world leading the country. Let's not follow those steps. Let's be better than that, because we can do this. We started something and we got to keep working towards that together. Because look what's outside happening right now. It is not okay. I am my time.
Thank you. Skylar Vanderweerd from District 12.
Hi, Vanderweerd. I want to thank you all for being here. My name is Skylar Vanderweerd from Madison, and I had some stuff prepared, but as we all know, the events of the day have derailed everything. July 22nd historically is a beautiful day. It's reliably sunny, clear skies, just besides a flood in 2017, really reliably gorgeous summer day. And I know that because it's my birthday, and that day symbolizes life to me. And the murder of Corey Ruiz has forever stained something beautiful in our world. And I know you've heard arguments, you've heard people coming with statistics, you've heard people coming with ethos and pathos and logos and all sides of it. And I hope that you're hearing this, but I am very disheartened. I know you just called Jerry Paredes Vasquez, and she spoke about an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half, and had incredibly powerful testimony. And I hope some of you do recall what she shared. I think everybody wants to do the right thing, and right now the right thing is to fund the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and the PCOB, and figure out how to do things differently. How we did this today was not the way. I just left Social Justice Center after Alder Glenn made the decision to make sure that we were all safe and cleared us out. And I have concerns that the response from the mayor, when being informed of that by Alder Matthews, was, yes, there are dumpster fires. When it was known that there was a group congregated in that area for the purposes of this meeting, and the willful disregard for the safety
30 seconds.
citizens who are attempting to contribute in a way that is the established way of the system. And I really hope that you all hear and absorb and make the appropriate decisions to fund and get out of the way of the OIPM so that they can do their job and do it effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Skylar. Amy Vincent, District 3, followed by Clyde Mayberry, District 19. Amy Vincent.
I don't see Amy in attendance.
Thank you. Clyde Mayberry, District 19.
I see someone named C, but no Clyde.
All right, do we want to see if that is Clyde by chance? Okay, maybe not. All right. So Mary Kate Halverson, District 7, followed by Melissa Hammond, District 20. Mary Kate.
Don't see Mary Kate.
Melissa Hammond.
I don't see Melissa.
All right, Sandy Wellander, District 15.
No Sandy.
Not a room here. Alexia Ware, District 18.
Not seeing Alexia.
Autumn Fearing Cabler, District 15.
You should have ability to unmute.
Autumn, are you attempting to unmute? I don't see it turning on.
I'm a different Autumn.
Oh, sorry, Autumn.
That's okay.
Okay. Laquitha Goodwin, District 16.
I don't see Laquifa.
Alrighty. Brett Halsey, District 12.
I don't see Brett.
And the last one on the list, but I haven't had a chance to refresh, so please let me know if we have anyone after Una Makisi Green, District 15.
Hey, y'all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hey, everyone, my name is Una Makisi Green. I grew up in Madison. I live in District 15. Before I share any of the testimony that I had planned to, I want to acknowledge that the police are still confronting protesters on Willie Street in East Washington, and we still need you to use your power as alders to pressure the mayor, or otherwise, as Ali said earlier, do something to demand that they stand down, and to do so ongoing in the days ahead as there may be more protests. Like so many others tonight, I am also speaking in support of full funding for and a resourced independent investigation by the OIPM into the murder of our neighbor, Corey Ruiz. I want to acknowledge and thank folks who have shared such personal testimony tonight. I ask you to please keep in mind that of the more than 100 people who have joined this virtual meeting, so many more have been present and active in protests and at the memorial and are not in attendance here. It is work for constituents to show up at these meetings, work that is unpaid and often inaccessible. Your work must honor their experiences, whether or not they are able to participate here. It shouldn't take constant pressure from the people. It should not have taken another murder by Madison police officers to ensure that at a minimum, the strength of the Office of the Independent Monitor is not threatened and eroded. What future are we building together? As cops stand in rows on Baldwin Street, what future are we investing in right now? on the mayor's orders, and as a governing body, your collective action or inaction, the intersection where Corey Ruiz was executed has been occupied all day by police aggressing protesters, instead of by a memorial site that was sheltering, feeding, and supporting a community through their grief and righteous rage. You returned the place where Corey Ruiz was murdered to the hands of the police, to business as usual traffic, through a traumatizing and violent break of dawn raid that evicted your constituents who had gathered from around the city to remember Corey Ruiz and to demand accountability and change. The city has no right to co-opt protest by dictating when and where it's convenient and enforcing that with violence. How many chances will we give police officers in America? How many chances does MPD get? They have already been given far more chances and resources than the people that they gun down, than the people that they surveil and criminalize for crimes of poverty and survival within a racist system. Madison has more than enough wealth and resources to house and feed people. What we can't afford is a $90 million budget for killer cops. We keep us safe. No money for cops, no money for body cameras. We don't need another video from a cop's perspective to know what happened to Corey Ruiz. We have all of the horrifying video evidence we need for accountability and justice. No money for police. Fund accountability through the Office of the Independent Monitor. Fund people. Fund the services that support the people that you serve. And call off the police, now and in the days ahead. Keep the people that you represent safe. Thank you.
Thank you. William Park Sutherland, District 20, followed by Marcus Robert Johnson in Madison. Is William on?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes, William.
All right. Good morning. My name is William Park Sutherland. I'm a resident of District 20. I've lived in Madison since about 2007. It is unacceptable that Corey Ruiz was murdered in broad daylight, and seeing the video reminded me of the ICE shooting of Alex Preddy. And I bet a lot of you found that unacceptable too. Madison fancies itself a sanctuary city. We're certainly not a sanctuary for Corey. And we talk about accountability. I want to point out to you that DHS, run by President Trump, let employees go and had a little bit of accountability, though it was political, prior to the completion of any investigation. And you probably thought that was also an unacceptable level of accountability for such a tragedy. It was unacceptable. The police forcibly removed the memorial and arrested people who were mourning, providing mutual aid, and peacefully resisting. Apparently, it's unacceptable. We're protecting dumpsters right now. It's unacceptable to see police assaulting Monitor Glass. It's unacceptable that I've seen several instances of police managing to de-escalate altercations with white men brandishing firearms while killing unarmed Black people. It's unacceptable the PCOB and the Office of the Independent Monitor are so underfunded, and what little money they have and authority is constantly under attack. It's unacceptable that we prioritize the property rights over the lives of Madisonians. Reverend Hart said today that the removal of the memorial and the protesters is a bureaucratic erasure. The decision to move this meeting to Zoom, whether intentional or not, is also an act of bureaucratic erasure and disempowerment, and I hope that you rethink it in the future. And if you expect us to believe you when you say that these things are unacceptable, you need to act like they're unacceptable. Act like this is a public health emergency because it is. Act like this is a public trust emergency because it is. Act like this is a political emergency because next election, you might wish that you had. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus Johnson in Madison. Is Marcus on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes, Marcus.
All right, thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate all your time. You've all already shown so much more courage and energy and empathy than the mayor, who should be here right now. What a wonderful time to continue showing leadership. The opportunities of leadership are everywhere. And I think in this city, there's a real lack of accountability, transparency, and integrity. And a lot of these people here on this panel are my heroes. But unfortunately, not all our heroes have all the power. And I think when you don't have all the power, you get what's happening right now. And it doesn't have to happen. And I don't believe the mayor that she's going to do body cameras. I don't believe it. I need to see it, because one thing I think about is what is the problem with sight? What's the problem with seeing things? And I think when you realize that minorities in this town are put over 5 to 1, you see a lot of questions with that and a lot of protections with that. And what are they protecting? Like, you can be drunk and be a UW student and crash your car and allowed to walk home. Maybe they're afraid for the UW to be exposed. Maybe they don't want to see that students get a privilege here, who are mostly white, who mostly have well-off families. They mostly have money. They mostly have resources. So of course you don't want that on camera. Of course you don't want that on camera, them doing reckless, gnarly things, illegal things, and then the cops just let them walk home. But if we do the same thing, we get hit. And not only that, how many people it take to take one man? One person yells taser, one person yells grab them. So what's the accountability in that? Who was in charge of that situation? And you can't fire someone. You got to demote them. You got to do something. Nobody want to do nothing. Everybody afraid to do something. And now something's happening and everybody acts like they're afraid of that too. So what the hell's the point? Just be afraid then. But maybe it's just time to do something. Maybe just something. And even if you don't know what to do, maybe you just know you got to do something. I yield my time. Gratitude.
Thank you, Marcus. Carlotta Calmes, District 10, followed by Helen Nodener, District 5. Is Carlotta Calmes on? I just want to say Dean Calmes, so it's just like messing me up. All right, Carlotta,
Yes, thank you, President Sabrina. I sat here while the city council leaders were able to take 2 10-minute timeout breaks. Perhaps if the officer that killed Corey Ruiz had taken even one timeout de-escalation break before he fired his gun, Corey still might be with us. Madison is under a global and social and political microscope. City leaders, you should be ashamed. Madison Police Department, you should be ashamed. This morning's raid on the memorial site was another example of social injustice and brutal force. Collectively, you all must do better. For us as community members, our job starts at the ballot box and through civil discourse and civil disobedience. I say this as a retired 72-year-old Black woman who lives in South Madison, who is a proud and hardworking member of the PCOB. And I have witnessed firsthand a game of political checkers by our mayor and council leaders with the OIM and the PCOB. You've messed with our staffing levels. You've messed with our ordinances. You've messed with our budgets. And our calls for transparency have gone unheard. I support all that my fellow community members have said about our city, about our leaders, our police department, and the needs of the OIM and the PCOB. My plea to city leaders, your one job is to lead. And if you can't do that with transparency, fairness, accountability, and integrity, then move out of the way. Enough is enough. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Nodner from District 5. Is there a Helen on?
Hear me? Hello?
Oh, there you go. Hi,
Good
you have
morning.
3 minutes, Helen.
Okay,
Yes, we-
yes. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Helen Elner. I've lived in Madison for 35 years. I'm 78 years old, and there's a lot I could say about the history of Madison's racial relations and policing. But it's late. I'm not going to get into any of that. I'm going to focus on one thing. I'm troubled that at the press conference on July 23rd, the day after Corey was killed, Police Chief John Patterson was asked, quote, "Is there a period of time when officers are supposed to wait to see if the taser is effective before pursuing other measures?" He began his answer by saying, and I quote, "I am your chief. I am not a use of force expert," end quote. How can any police officer, let alone the chief of police, not be an expert on the force that he or his colleagues around him may be using? I'm also troubled by the lack of follow-up to another statement made by the chief of police at that press conference, and I quote again, "We're not going to wait for a final report from DCI to begin the work of examining our policies, our training, and response. We're going to do that now. The review has to start now, and it can't wait," unquote. Despite this statement, there has been no information released about any such action taking place. Who is in charge of reviewing MPD's policies and training? Is it the police chief who himself says he is not a use of force expert? I demand that the city council and mayor instruct the MPD to release updates daily to the public and to the independent police monitor, explaining what is being done to review and change MPD's policies and procedures. This is what the chief of police promised was going to happen immediately, not after the conclusion of a months-long criminal investigation that would at best address only one officer's failure, not the department's as a whole. The community and the independent police monitor need to see ongoing evidence that the Madison police are receiving de-escalation training now. And the independent police monitor needs the funding and the powers to make sure every police officer
30 seconds.
is a use of force expert. This is the emergency at the heart of this moment, that even the chief of police, according to his own words, does not know how to use the force granted him as a police officer. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Helen. Brooke Drost, District 13.
Hello. Thanks for letting us all talk. I just want to echo what everyone else said, and I support funding for the independent monitoring. And I also am just so appreciative of everybody's words tonight and getting to hear from so many people in the community on their perspective. And I appreciate this time, although I do wish that the mayor was here, and I think it's reflective of the level of commitment she gives to her constituents. Thank you for listening to all of us and giving us time.
Thank you, Brooke. So that was the last of the registrants after I refreshed. I'm going to go back and try to see whether or not we have others who were not on when we called them. So at least from my scratches here, I have Kate Velguth. Has Kate Velguth joined?
I don't see a Kate.
Okay. Vi or V Williams?
No. No V.
Linnell Parker?
No, Linnell.
Cabell Gothman or Gathman?
Neither.
Keitra Burnett?
No.
Lawrence Mead?
Lawrence Mead is here.
Okay. Lawrence, Are you still there and ready to speak?
Lawrence does not have a audio icon. That probably means that they are not connected to a microphone on their device.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. All right, I believe, where am I? Alexander Sharp.
I do not see Alexander.
Wendy Brooke Pluchak.
I don't see Wendy.
Alrighty, where am I here? I think Jennifer Pressman.
I don't see Jennifer.
Alrighty, where? Lisa Zwart.
I don't see Lisa.
All right, Jenna McGowan.
No, I don't see Jenna.
Khadijah Wilson.
I don't see Khadijah.
Rachel Linsmeyer.
No.
Oh, goodness. Did we get... I'm just scrolling here. Sorry, I got to catch up here. Mary Kate Halverson.
I don't see Mary Kate.
Melissa Hammond.
I see Melissa.
Melissa Hammond. Oop, yep, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes, Melissa.
Awesome. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up here. Okay, and from my understanding, the mayor is not with us.
No, Melissa, she had to step away.
How ironic. I appreciate you guys meeting with me. But I just want to make it very clear about, let me pull over really quick. I just want to make it really clear about why I'm here. This is not the time to reduce funding in our independent police oversight. This is actually the time to strengthen it. The purpose of independent oversight is to protect the public when there are serious concerns about the use of police power. When people are reporting excessive force, when communities are asking for transparency, and when trust has been damaged, the answer cannot be less accountability. We're living through a moment where people are already questioning whether their voices are even being heard and whether there is a truly independent process to review police actions. When concerns arise about the use of force during protests, when families are still seeking answers after the death of even Corey Ruiz and many other cases, and when questions remain about transparency and access to information, independent oversight is not a luxury, it's a necessity. The independent police monitor is important because the community cannot be expected to simply trust the same systems that are being questioned to investigate themselves. Oversight provides an independent lens. It identifies patterns, examines policies, reviews concerns, and helps ensure that accountability is not only promised but practiced. I also want to raise a serious concern when an independent oversight official is targeted or publicly challenged because of the work that they are doing. That should be a moment when city leadership protects the integrity of oversight, not weakens it. I want to understand the reasoning behind reducing funding. What is the justification for decreasing the very resource designed to increase transparency at a time when residents are asking for more accountability from you guys? How does reducing independent oversight help restore trust after incidents where the community has raised concerns about police contact? What message does this send to the residents who already feel that their concerns about police power are not even being taken seriously? And what accountability mechanisms will replace the independence, transparency, and public confidence that this office provides if its resources are reduced? I just want to ask the mayor, this is not about being against police, it is about recognizing that legitimate policing requires.
Thank you, Melissa. Did Sandy Wellender, District 15, join?
I don't see Sandy.
Alexia Ware, District 18.
I don't see Alexia.
All right, just give me a second to scroll here. Autumn Fearing Cabler, District 15.
There's one Autumn, but I'm not sure if it's.
I believe that wasn't the Autumn.
Okay.
Thank you. Laquitha Goodwin, District 16.
I don't see Laquitha.
Brett Hulsey, District 12.
I don't see Brett.
I think I have a couple more in a different place. Let me just double check here. All right, and there may have been a late registrant. I just want to make sure, do we have a Kay Lopez registered for item 58, but may have wanted to register for item 2?
Kay is here.
Kay, I just want to double check. Were you wanting to register for the current item we're on, item number 2?
Yes. I just wanted to speak, but I wasn't sure that I read you correctly.
You didn't, but we're just going to note for the clerk to note you for item number 2.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hello, Mayor and COSO members. My name is Kay. I am District 4 Madison resident. I am a Black Native resident transgender woman living in Madison. I am here tonight because I believe our community needs to recognize support in leaders who are working to create positive change, especially leaders who are often overlooked because of their identity. When people step up to help the community to support vulnerable people and create solutions, we should focus on the impact of the work, how it benefits Madison residents. As someone who is both Black and transgender, I want to feel safe in Madison. I want to be able to walk outside, go to restaurants, attend events, or simply live my life without feeling like I will be judged or treated differently because of my skin. As a person of color, I want to share that sometimes I feel scared and nervous even walking around my own community, especially in downtown areas, because I worry that I could be verbally harassed or even physically harmed due to me being a person of color. I should not have to feel that way in Madison. I hope for real change, and I hope Madison leaders continue to take meaningful steps to address racism to ensure that accountability when it comes to law enforcement making poor decisions that negatively impact people of color. I also believe the public safely requires accountability and transparency, and I encourage Madison to continue investigating the resources that help build trust between residents and law enforcement, including that officers have reliable body cameras and that footage is properly available when incidents occur. Having clear documentation and creates fair evidence protects residents and protect officers by allowing the truth for each situation to be reviewed. Our students and family and community members deserve to feel safe knowing that the incidents are handled with transparency and accountability. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate your time and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you, Kay. So just a few more who were not on when their names were called. Grace Martin, District 12.
I don't see Grace.
Michelle Miller, District 15.
I don't see Michelle.
Sarah Lowenberg, District 6.
I don't see Sarah.
All right, a couple more. Amy Vincent, District 3.
I don't see Amy.
And Clyde Mayberry, District 19.
I don't see Clyde.
All right, thank you. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Yeah, I see Deb Newlander in there, and I'm not sure if she got a chance to speak. I just wanted to make sure.
Deb Newlander. At least on Deborah's registration, and it did not note that she wanted to speak.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay, so let me just scroll here, make sure I don't see. Alrighty, so that is all of our speakers for this evening. Before we wrap up, is Dave or Alder Mayor, did you have any of the updates?
It does look like the area has cleared as far as I can tell.
Okay, thank you. Alder Matthews, it is your evening tonight to motion to adjourn.
Before that, I would like to make a motion from the floor or an introduction from the floor.
Go for it.
The thing we can
Oh,
do.
I'm sorry. Have you emailed it?
No. It's just an introduction though.
Gotcha. I want to make sure I don't miss anything so your introduction doesn't get messed up. Is Attorney
I
Haas
can
still?
email it right after this, but
Okay.
yeah.
I'm going to lean on Alder Vitiver and Alder Figueroa Cole just to make sure I don't miss anything. Okay, go ahead, Alder Matthews.
Okay, thanks. I mean, just right, because our next meeting isn't for a whole other month. My introduction from the floor is that between the 22nd and our next council meeting, we need to have a full accounting and briefing on the cost of all this additional mutual aid, riot, police costs that are out there right now in this time between, and that at least that same amount is then authorized for the OIM. That's my introduction from the floor. And I can do that right now.
Do you mind repeating that, Alder Matthews?
Yeah, so right between the 20, which right, I don't think there was anything until this morning, but just to be clear, from July 22nd until the date of our next meeting or until the date of, you know, when the agenda comes out for the next meeting, whatever is allowed, that we need a full accounting of the cost of this additional policing via mutual aid, the SWAT like teams, and that like additional use of force, and that at least that same amount that was spent, that has been spent and will be spent between now and our next meeting is authorized for the OIM to spend investigating uses of force between this morning and our next meeting, for investigating where things are at with the current policies and procedures that they are authorized and mandated to keep track of the progress, or, you know, whatever else comes up in these emergent times.
I'm almost with you to think. So I'm gonna, if we would allow Alder Vitiver to speak, please. Alder Vitiver.
I just was, so it was a pretty confusing motion from the floor, so it'd be very helpful if Alder Matthews could type it up. What's absolutely not clear is which budget year you're talking about, whether you're talking about budget year 2026 or budget year 2027. And that's quite critical considering that we are absolutely up against the expenditure restraint limit for 2026 and likely to be up against it for 2027 as projected. So it is absolutely critical that you be clear in what it is.
Yeah, I fully understand we're up to the budget restraint limit. And that's what I've been telling all my constituents this whole week. We were not briefed or asked to authorize the additional costs for this policing that we've had this week, even though they are already $650,000, I believe, give or take a couple thousand over their budget for the year already. So we can all vote no if it's going to put us over the expenditure restraint limit. I'm not saying do that. I don't think we should, but I'm just saying I want to get something on.
Alder Matthews, I think the big
thing
is helpful is to have it written. That's why, because it just helps us understand what we're being asked to have it written. Are you able to take a couple minutes and just send an email? Alder Lieberman followed by Alder, oh my gosh, I'm so sleepy. Alder Lieberman followed by Vice President Glenn, followed by Alder Field.
Thank you. I had two questions for Attorney Haas related to
item 2, if we could do questions for staff for that item.
Well, wait, is Attorney Haas even still on?
I thought
He is.
him.
So can we just go to are the questions from VP Glenn and Alder Field also for Attorney Haas? Or were in relationship to Alder Matthews?
Mine were in
Seems like
relationship to Alder Matthews, so I can wait till Attorney Haas.
Okay. So Alder Lieberman followed by Alder Field.
Is Attorney Haas still here, or somebody from the attorney's office?
He has his camera on now.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing straight at this hour. I wanted, if you could give clarification to the email you sent us regarding the subpoena power of the Office of the Independent Monitor, and in regards to the records from MPD, and whether or not MPD is in custody of those records, or who may be in custody of the records that the OIM was seeking to subpoena in relation to this investigation.
Sure, Alder, and good morning. I'll just briefly, I know nobody wants an extended answer at this hour, but just for the public's benefit, I did send an email to the alders shortly before this meeting, which largely just recapped what the city had posted on its website, I believe yesterday, in an FAQ document related to several factors about the officer-involved shooting. And one of those FAQ questions and responses addressed the availability of MPD records to be released to the public or to the independent monitor. And I indicated in that email, which will be posted in Legistar, I believe, by tomorrow morning for the public to review, that we are working on a more complete opinion for both the police department and the Office of Independent Monitor. But the general conclusion under state law is that investigative records of an officer-involved shooting are not available to anybody outside of the investigating agency. In this case, the Division of Criminal Investigations in the Department of Justice, while that is an open and active investigation. There are several statutes that are cited. There's more to the analysis that we've not completed yet. We are hoping to get that out as soon as we can. I think and I certainly understand the concerns that have been expressed tonight. I will simply say that there is often a misconception that either the city attorney or some other city official has the ability to waive statutory requirements. Of course, that's not the case. We are a nation of laws and a state of laws and a city of laws, and we are obligated to comply with those. And so I just to clarify tonight, so that nobody is under the misconception that we can avoid those statutory requirements, our opinion is and will continue to be that records involving investigative records of this incident are not available until the state has completed its investigation as required under the statutes. And I guess, Alder, on your other point, we consider these records to be records that are not under the control of MPD. In other words, they do not have the ability to release them without the consent of the Division of Criminal Investigations. And again, I'll just conclude by saying, I understand that's not a satisfactory answer to many people, but that is what the statutes require. That's an application of the law that is consistent across the state and has been consistent since the law was passed requiring outside investigations of officer-involved deaths.
Thanks. Just one quick follow-up on that, and if this isn't something you've looked into yet, I'd just appreciate it being part of the eventual release that you have. Is MPD allowed to request DCI give them permission to release the records to comply with the subpoena? Whether or not DCI obliges that request is up to them, obviously, but is that something that MPD is allowed to request permission for, or does the state law say that DCI may not release it to anyone while they are doing their investigation?
Well, there isn't any statute directly, either authorizing or prohibiting the law enforcement agent or agency from requesting that DCI release records. I think if you look at the body of law regarding investigative records, I don't think it's a realistic expectation that DCI would actually agree with that request. And other than that, I haven't really focused or researched on that question.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would just say in the spirit of fulfilling the OIM's subpoena power, I think it would be helpful, even if it is going to be a no, for the MPD to officially make that request, just so that we can have the full sort of chain of custody here on where that request went. But thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah, just one other small, but I think significant point. There's been a lot of talk about the availability of records, unfettered access to records, the subpoena authority. Both of those powers of the independent monitor are modified by the phrase "to the extent permitted by law." And I believe I distributed 2 memos that our office had issued in 2020 to the Common Council about the proposed ordinances creating the Independent Monitor's Office and the Civilian Oversight Board. Both of those memos flagged that there was uncertainty in the law about both the authority of an office like the Independent Monitor to issue subpoenas and the phrase unfettered access, and the council chose to include the phrase "to the extent permitted by law" in order to essentially see how the experience evolved in implementing those provisions and to essentially not resolve questions like this that we are seeing today. So these are not unexpected questions. They're not easily answered questions. And Madison is the only city in the state subject to Wisconsin state laws that has these oversight bodies. So these are to some degree some novel questions that the council has not resolved in the past. That is why we need to address them now.
Thanks, Attorney Haas. Thanks, Alder Lieberman, Alder Field.
Thank you, President. Attorney Haas, in order for an introduction from the floor of a budget amendment to be in order, I'm wondering if you can advise on some of the details that need to be in there. I just don't want to set an expectation that we can't meet if something's missing.
Yes, thank you. I think there's a couple of points to know. First of all, an introduction from the floor, typically requires a couple things. It's not an action tonight. It can't be debated tonight. It can only be placed on the agenda for further consideration or to add referrals. And so I'm not sure if this is intended to be a resolution, but whatever is drafted would need to be placed on a future agenda for either action or additional referrals, and that should be clear in the motion. Ultimately, if it involves a budget amendment of the 2026 budget, when it comes time to vote on it, that would require a supermajority vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. All good.
So I did, just on that note, I did see Alder Matthews emailed us. I think there are a few things missing. So I'll allow Alder Matthews to take what Attorney Haas has shared and maybe edit and resend the email. Vice President Glenn, followed by Alder Oakowitz, followed by Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, President. This is for Attorney Haas. I often, when I hear you talking, I know legal often says opinion, and there's a lot of opinions because there's a lot of opinions of the independent monitors, independent counsel that disagrees with you. Are the statutes that you're quoting the ones that are in your opinion that you posted? Make it illegal, that make it against the rules for the police to release during it?
Those are some of the statutes involved. We are trying to come up with a prompt explanation that could be posted on the city website. I have not heard from any separate counsel from the Independent Monitor's office that has provided me with any opinion to the contrary. Granted, that attorney was also only recently contacted to assist the Independent Monitor's office.
Yeah, I know, because the subpoena wasn't fulfilled. And so with legal talk and opinion, one person's going to say their opinion's right, correct, and the other's and then they'll have their day in court, maybe a community court or something, and then we'll figure out which one's right. But I mean, legal is an opinion until someone decides one is right, unless you find the statute, unless there's a specific statute that you stick with, right?
Well, attorneys give legal opinions. That's correct. We can give legal opinions with, more or greater certainty based on what's in the statutes and what the courts have decided. So
we haven't ever executed a court for this specific unfettered, since it's the first one in Wisconsin, correct?
There are no court cases in Wisconsin having to do with a police oversight body.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Oakowitz, were you not asking a question?
I was not asking a question. I was going to make short comments after we're done with questions for staff, but they're slightly out of order.
No worries. Alder Figueroa Cole? You're muted just in case you're talking.
On it. Yep. I sent a message to Alder Matthews to make sure to include a referral for finance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I resent with the referral for finance and the next council meeting dates. And I'm open to any other additional referrals.
So you resent it just to make sure I'm sure?
Yeah, I replied all to the same message. If you want it all in one message, I can do that too.
Okay, I'll give alders an opportunity to check their email. And remember, we're not taking up the item. It's just an introduction from the floor, everyone. Alder Oakowitz, what were your comments?
If we're past questions for staff, I would, and I know nobody wants to stay longer and I won't hold us hostage, but just really quick, this is the first time we were supposed to talk about the amendments. Obviously, those all were pulled. We have heard a lot tonight about people's experience with MPD and racial profiling and the racial injustices that can happen with MPD. And I just want to acknowledge, especially in light of Corey's killing, that a lot of this is very real. And I signed on as a sponsor in April. And it was not because I don't think that these problems with MPD exist, but it was out of recognition that the Office of the Independent Monitor at the time before I Am Glass was not operating very well. And even under I Am Glass, there have been frictions, and the amendments are part of a legitimate concern around the future of the office. And it is an office that I think we need. It is also an office that is going to outlast I Am Glass. It's going to outlast my tenure as an alder. It's going to outlast all of us, hopefully. And so making sure that it has a good and legitimate foundation is an important reason about why I signed on for those. In the wake of Corey's killing, I agreed with President Madison that it was a distraction. And so I think that it was a good idea for us all to withdraw the amendments, and I am glad that President Madison and PCOB Chair Pearson are going to be working together on a restorative justice path with a mediator, and I am putting a lot of trust in them for a good faith process to enter that process in good faith for improvements for the IM. I'll leave it there. I just wanted to say that quickly since we have literally never discussed the amendments before.
Nope, thank you. And I just want to double check before taking your comment or question, VP Glenn. I noticed that Alder or Chief of Staff Karen added finance in. Have you heard back from finance staff yet, Julia or Alder Matthews? I don't know if there's anything else you need to get.
I don't know if that was to get information tonight or not, but I have not received anything from finance yet. Obviously it can, I mean, I guess that's not how it should be probably, but it can change, in any ways needed. But yeah, if there's anything else I need, I think I got the two things that Attorney House mentioned, but if there's anything else.
Attorney House, were you wanting to reply to Alder Matthews?
Yeah, yes, but I'm not sure if the council is done with the other item before we finish up the introduction from the floor, but I do have a question to clarify Alder Matthews' motion.
All right, we'll go with Vice President Glenn, then we'll come back. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I wasn't going to talk about this at all, but I mean, we'll open the door. So I just need to say that I told you all in April that I was going to go work very closely with this office and go into community, and it's exactly what I did. I put my head down, I dug in, and I got to know everybody and watched things play out. Watch things play out that you don't even know that plays out within our city and within our structures within our city. And an office that has 1.5 people is being asked to do the hardest job in Madison with one of the biggest police stations, and then is constantly being asked to do it at a level that we do it when we are part-time and have chiefs of staff and staff to do this and staff to do that. I am so tired of hearing about friction and this and that. Yes, their office is going to cause the biggest friction in this city, and probably for a little while until things calm down and people stop sending in requests. When you have 45, 50 people sending in emails, they all know their job. We don't know ours with them here. That's the only difference. We need to adjust, not them. They are doing an excellent job. You have a brilliant person at the helm. You have someone who understands this work inside and out and isn't afraid to get their hands dirty and take shit from a whole lot of people who don't understand what she's supposed to be doing. What I am so frustrated with is there was a day that I had to tell her that someone in the office didn't really that much care for her and had started a lot of this, and watch her heart break because she thought they were close. Because we have Midwest nice so bad here that if you are challenged and asked a question about show me the statute, show me the rule, show me the APM, show me the law, show me this, that people go freak out because we're all so used to just taking an opinion or taking a this and never questioning things. We are put here to govern. If I haven't learned anything else from her, it is to question all things all the time, because things aren't always what they seem. And I will ask all of you to dig in and question a little bit more, because things aren't all they seem in this city. That's all.
Thank you. I'm sorry, not Alder Haas at all, but Attorney Haas for Alder Matthews.
Yes, thank you. I guess going back to the concept of introduction from the floor, I just wanted to clarify whether this email was drafted was intended to be a draft resolution, or for now only an introduction by title only. We need to clarify this, I think, for the clerk's office and the common council office going forward. The difference, I think, is that an introduction from the floor, it doesn't need to be a fully thought out and complete, draft, and that content can be added after the introduction. If it's introduced as is, first of all, it does not appear to be in the format of a resolution, but if it's introduced as is, and then it changes after that, that would require a substitute to be drafted. So I think there's a couple questions there, whether this is intended to be a full resolution, in which case it's not really drafted that way. And second, or the other option would be to introduce it by title only, in which case the content could be fleshed out in the coming weeks.
I think definitely the by title only is what would make the most sense here. I think that it could be fleshed out. But this is the intent, I guess, of what I'm proposing.
Now that you've received some information, do you want to just go ahead and read your introduction by title only?
Yes. For that, should I read this whole thing still, these two items, or?
Yep, because it'll need a second. Does it need a second, Attorney Haas? I would assume. Yes. So yeah, just read it as if you've completed your item in the description of it by title only.
So yeah, to introduce from the floor by title only, two pieces. The first, between the time of July 22nd, 2026 and the date of our first September council meeting, the council needs an accounting of all additional budget year 2026 police costs, mutual aid, and overtime related to response throughout 8/4/2026, for example. And then the second piece is that the amount identified in item 1, we would also authorize to be spent in 2026 by the OIM for needed investigation related to the use of force throughout 8/4/2026, for example, or to study and put together policy recommendations related to the duty outlined in Madison General Ordinance 5.19-7A. And I can just read that too real quick, if that makes sense, which 5.19-7A is powers and duties of the OIM and monitor. And that first duty is to monitor police compliance. The OIM shall actively and on an ongoing basis monitor the MPD's compliance with its own standard operating procedures, governing laws and lawful orders from the Common Council, including compliance with or progress towards meeting any recommendations or directives contained in the MPD Policy and Procedure Review Ad Hoc Committee Report from October 18th, 2019, and the Independent Policy Oversight and Review Report, OIR report, to the extent they are adopted and approved by the Common Council, as well as the MPD's own stated goals and mission statement.
Second.
Oh. All right. Anything else I would need, because I am beyond not having had sleep. So are we missing anything else for this item, Attorney Haas or Alder Vitiver, Alder Figueroa? I think a first and a second is enough, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yep. Okay. I'm correct then, even in my Sleepiness. Okay. That is the last item, I believe. So, Alder Matthews, it is on you tonight to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second. Seeing no dissent to adjourn, I'm just going to call it as unanimous support to adjourn tonight. Please, everyone, get some sleep. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.